Hello, chat. We are live and it is day number 6 of उस चेस भाई मतलब सेकंड हाफ में हम लोग घुस चुके हैं एंड 5 राउंड के बाद as we know we have one leader and it is somebody who nobody expected. Welcome chat. क्या हाल चाल भाई लोग, कैसन बा? और भाई of course आज कुछ crazy matchups as you can see already. मतलब it's यार निपुम्नियाची वर्सेस अर्जुन एरिगेसी भाई साहब। तो मतलब आज तो मतलब जीतने का एक्स्ट्रा रीजन है बिकॉज नेपो इज अ स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर। आई मीन दैट्स एज वी ऑल नो। सो इसलिए ऑफ कोर्स फोकस करेंगे गेम के पहले एक बार से भाई गर्मा गर्म स्टैंडिंग्स लगा दो। लेट्स सी हु इज नंबर 1। इट इज नॉट नोदरबेक, इट इज नॉट अर्जुन, इट इज एक्चुअली वोकिदोव हु इज ऑफ कोर्स लाइकली गोइंग टू बी पार्ट ऑफ द उज्बेकिस्तान टीम। तो उनकी टीम और खतरनाक, जो फोर्थ बोर्ड पे उनका हमें वीक पॉइंट लग रहा था वो वीक क्लियरली नहीं है। सो चैट, इसका मतलब आज अर्जुन और नोदरबेक दोनों जीतने की कोशिश करेंगे टू ट्राई एंड कैच अप विद द लीडर। बट ऑफ कोर्स दोनों के ब्लैक पीसेस हैं व्हाइल वोकिदोव टुडे हैज द व्हाइट पीसेस। बट आई थिंक उनका ड्रॉ होगा तो 4 पॉइंट पे जाएंगे। लेट्स सी इफ अर्जुन और नोदरबेक कैन कैच अप। बहुत मजा आएगा। एंड ऑफ कोर्स विदित के कल के ड्रॉ के बाद उनसे भी उम्मीदें काफी बढ़ चुकी हैं। 7 या 6 मूव बैक टू बैक उन्होंने निकाली, brilliancies to kind of draw that game. So great defense. Can he do it again? Can he manage this clock? Let's have a look. First of all, it is Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun. भाई ऐसे ऑरा बढ़ता जा रहा है अर्जुन का भाई। Let's go full screen and then dive into this opening. काफी ही weird setup लग रहा है अगर आप ध्यान से देखो। The queen is on F4. Bro, how did that happen? Let's have a look. So E4 से चालू हुआ and Caro can मतलब बिल्कुल सीओबी वाली ओपनिंग आया। D4 D5 A5 C5। नाउ बाय पहले जमाने में बिशप F5 खेलते थे, बट आजकल ये C5 का नया ट्रेंड है टू डायरेक्टली पुश दैट पॉन। यूजुअली कहते हैं पॉन को 2 कदम चलना चाहिए, बट यहां ब्लैक ब्रेक्स दैट रूल। पहले 1 कदम और अब दूसरा कदम, बिकॉज यू वांट टू चैलेंज द सेंटर। दैट इज द गोल। आता है यहां नाइट टू F3, C टेक्स D4 एंड बेसिकली आपने फोर्स कर दिया है व्हाइट को D4 पे किसी पीस से कैप्चर करने के लिए। यूजुअली पॉन से ऑप्शन होता है। आया यहां पे क्वीन टेक्स D4, नाइट टू C6 एंड नाउ क्वीन वापस जाने के बदले आती है F4 पे इन अग्रेसिव पोजीशन। नाउ पॉन टू G6, नाइट टू C3 प्रेशरिंग दिस। आता है पॉन टू D4 अटैकिंग द नाइट। बिशप C4 ब्रिलियंसी बाय द वे। लुक एट दैट मूव फ्रॉम नेपो। चैट, सवाल आपके लिए, अगर हम नाइट मार दे तो क्या प्रॉब्लम है इस पोजीशन? व्हाट कैन इयान प्ले टू फिनिश ऑफ द गेम? वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ध्यान से मारना जो भी मारोगे। सही भाई आएंगे यार, अगले इवेंट में आएंगे। इसमें भी ट्राई टू गेट हिम फॉर सम टाइम, बट आई थिंक बेसिकली यार आई हैव मेंशन दिस एवरी स्ट्रीम, बट लॉट ऑफ इश्यूज चैट। हर बार हर किसी का ना इजी नहीं रहता है। एवरीबडी हैज कमिटमेंट्स, थोड़े बहुत टाइम, बजट्स एंड सो ऑन। बट या, not queen f7, that's the beautiful part. Queen f7 is winning, but king थोड़ी देर के लिए मतलब मच्छरबाजी कर सकता है। But you can actually take with the bishop, king d7 and e6 is checkmate. So that is the cleaner way to do it. Although queen f7 भी mate हो जाएगी with time, but that's a bishop c4. Of course, all opening theory. यहाँ ने 5 मिनट में खेल दिया। अब आता है यहाँ पे बिशप टू F5, ओनली मूव प्लेड बाय अर्जुन। बाय द वे, आप कहोगे हाँ भाई E6 पॉसिबल नहीं था क्या? E6 देखने में पॉसिबल लग रहा है, बट आफ्टर नाइट टू E4, नाइट F6, नाइट D6, नाइट G5, दिस इज एन एब्सोल्यूट नाइटमेयर। सो ओनली मूव प्लेड, इसका मतलब अर्जुन इज इन प्रेप। यहां पे नेपो खेलते हैं नाइट टू E2 बेस्ट मूव, एंड यहां अर्जुन फिर से खेलते हैं ओनली मूव बिशप टू H6। भाई अर्जुन भाई की प्रेप मतलब पे 2 तालियां हो जाए भाई एक बार। भाई अर्जुन प्रेप ओपी इन द चैट भाई, जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं एक बार, बिकॉज इट्स सरप्राइजिंग एवरी सिंगल टाइम ही नोज व्हाट टू डू मैन। लुक एट नेपो, ही इज क्वेश्चनिंग हिज opening choices, life choices. मतलब he makes his opponent fumble man. Like what a guy. Every time he has a surprise up his sleeve man. Crazy opening prep. Mid into, yes indeed भाई। एंड वीडियो गेम पे जाएंगे बहुत जल्दी, बट मैन अर्जुन ओपी इन द चैट मुझे 1-2 लोगों से पहले सुनना है भाई। व्हाट अ क्रेजी ओपनिंग प्रेप। अब आया क्वीन टू G3 इज द बेस्ट मूव बाय द वे टू force this exchange, and now the best move for black is actually not to take this but to take on C2. By the way, played queen G3 on the board by Ian. Let's see अर्जुन कितनी देर मूव खेलते हैं, and then we can quickly jump to Vidit's game as well, क्योंकि वो भी बहुत कुछ होने वाली है। Today, Vidi has started playing the lower seeds of the event. He's playing Madaminov, Sindarov second. So बहुत मजेदार गेम होने वाली है वो भी। Meanwhile, यहाँ पे the best move is Bishop C2. which I think captures a pawn. There are other options. Queen a5 check is also a possibility. And the idea is कि अगर आप bishop d2 से block करते हो basically, which is normal, now black can take, and आप knight से मारोगे, then I will take. So you can't really block with the bishop. So queen a5 check पे white को c3 खेलना पड़ेगा. So also a possibility for Arjun, although he's not played very quickly, so he is still thinking. So इसी फायदे का उठाते हैं, इस मौके का फायदा, and चलते हैं हम the game of Vidit Gujarati. So he's playing Sindarov's second, by the way, with the black pieces. बहुत बढ़िया preparation से आएंगे वो. So e4, e5, knight f3, typical Spanish. d3 खेला, c3 खेला, castle भी कर लिया. He breaks in the center with d5, knight to d2, takes, a5 खेला. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग मूव है, एंड द मोस्ट पॉपुलर मूव इन द पोजीशन आता है a4, queen to e7, h3, एंड दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. यूजुअली आई वुड बी स्कैर्ड about such ideas कि भाई what if he takes double pawns, like but the point is chat कि ये light squares ना बहुत weak है. सारे के सारे light squares white के इतने weak है कि these double pawns don't really matter, and it's very hard to get to them. How do you even attack these two pawns? It's not easy. That's why h3 के बाद white is not going to take here, and he's maybe going to play rook d8, pin that knight on d2, and rook d8 के बाद knight takes e4, for example, is a threat. So white को rook e1 या queen c2 खेलना पड़ेगा, and then the game goes on. So VD right now in decent position with the black pieces, but time difference थोड़ा सा बनते हुए again. Chat, look at this. 9 चालें हुई हैं and VD 11 मिनट इस्तेमाल कर चुके हैं. That is not a red flag, but a yellow flag for sure. I'm hoping he plays quickly now. Like इतना नहीं, let's play rook d8 quickly, let's play h6 quickly. कुछ तो जल्दी खेलो. Knight b8 भी मूव है by the way यहाँ पे. As he thinks Arjun has played a move, Arjun ने c2 pawn खा लिया है. He has grabbed the pawn with the best move, and now chat, look at this. Only move for Ian is castles. यार chat, मुझे एक चीज बताओ, अर्जुन ऐसी ओपनिंग प्रेप लाता कहां से है जहां दोनों के पास मूव नंबर 8 से ओनली मूव चालू हो जाती है. मतलब लेट्स गो बैक हियर. यहां से देखो, मूव नंबर 5 पे थे हम, ओनली मूव फॉर व्हाइट. ओके, g6 नॉट ओनली मूव, बट ओके, नाइट c3 बेस्ट मूव, d4 बेस्ट मूव, बिशप c4 बेस्ट मूव, बिशप f5 बेस्ट मूव, भाई knight e2 बेस्ट मूव, बिशप h6 बेस्ट मूव, क्वीन g3, बिशप c2, एंड ये बेस्ट मूव ही नहीं, ओनली मूव भी थी सब केसेस में. Apart from that g6 from Arjun. So, man, that's crazy. And now castles, देखो blue वाला देखो तुम, only move is castles. Madman is OP indeed, man. Like he's absolutely insane. Nepo कितना टाइम लगेगा? How much time do you think Nepo takes from here? So 1.5 मिनट तक उन्होंने वो बोर्ड पे नहीं थे. How much time do you think? Oh, not much. He's ready. Let's go, brother. Battle on the board. And chat, question to you. What do you think are black's next two moves? There is no way in this universe you're going to guess it. That tells you how tough it is. कोई चांस ही नहीं है कि ओके, जब मैं चांस की बात कर रहा था, अर्जुन तो गेस करेगा ही. Arjun was not part of that deal, chat. So pawn to d3, best move played. Okay, not attacks anything, just defends the bishop, attacks the knight. Now, what do you think is... Okay, I'm going to play knight to f4, for example, which is white's one of the moves. Another is knight to c3. And yahan black ki best move, or one of the best moves actually. In fact, it is the best move, chat. Black to play. What do you think black should do? Come on, chat. Let's go. You will be shocked by this move. Like, you will be like, why on earth is this a move even legal? Like, why? Why? D2, knight. D2, by the way, is well defended. I have two. Oh, by the way, that's a good question. D2 pay. I have this and this. But I think the problem is after bishop D2, there is a beautiful move, rook to D1, which is rather pretty. Takes, and ye bishop gaya. So white, even though objectively, it's not lost, but two pieces for the rook, let's say queen a5, rook d2, it's still tough for black because develop karna aasan nahi hai. This knight cannot be developed. So I think this is also tough for black. But the best move actually is not rook c8, second best move, I think, very close. The best move is the crazy, yes, you are correct, Devashri. It is not king to d7, Anshul, by very close. It's king to f8. Why, what a move, man. King to f8 is the move. And the idea is, let's say you play some random move. Yeah, bishop e3. The idea is to drop the king to g7 and basically not castle per se, but push the king towards the corner by hand. What a plan, man. And I know Arjun knows this. I know he knows this for sure. D2 is okay, but it's okay objectively. कई बार ना, let's say कि तुम कहीं सड़कों पे जा रहे हो, ठीक है, and you're driving a car. You have a main highway you can use to reach, let's say Mumbai to Pune highway you have. You also have another path, but वो सड़क थोड़ी खराब है, सड़क खराब है, थोड़े वहां पे कोई रास्ते में खाना पानी की जगह नहीं है, इट्स इन द विल्डरनेस. द टाइम टेकन वाया बोथ द पास इज द सेम टाइम लगता है, ठीक है. बट why would you take the highway? Because it's more predictable, right? अगर इंजन खराब हो गया, you can get help. अगर टायर पंचर हो गया, you can get help. भूख लग गई, you can stop and eat. और वीराने रास्ते में अगर गलती से मतलब कुछ गड़बड़ हो गई, टायर फट गया, तो it's gonna be a man versus wild dog या फिर कोई lost episode. So I feel like it's nice if he is predictable, and I think उस वाली पोजीशन में एक गलती अर्जुन से and it would be just lost. So that's why I think ये वाला plan of knight c3 king f8 is better. Now white also has other moves. For example, chat, one of the best moves for white here is e6. Oof, oof, by fire. And if you take the free knight on e2, e takes f7 check, king, doesn't matter, yeah? I mean, let's say king f8 takes a new queen with check, rook mara, bishop h6 check, and you can resign, basically. So you have to be careful. e6 ke baad, the only move for black is actually you can play f5 also, but f pawn push karna hai. So this is a crazy position actually on the board, chat. What insane prep by both the players, and more so by Arjun, because look at his time. 13 मिनट इस्तेमाल कर चुके हैं इयान अपोमैची, एंड अर्जुन ने 1 सेकंड इस्तेमाल नहीं किया है. Because they are sharp lines. Exactly, they're very sharp. And I think the better prepared player has an edge. Look at how Arjun played yesterday. It was a very sharp line. Nodirbek didn't know the exact theory, makes one minor error, and suddenly Arjun was pushing the entire game. And yes, 99.5 accuracy by Nepo and 99.9 by Arjun. And this is the most popular, lame joke I make always कि भाई इतनी accuracy पे तो DU में admission नहीं मिलेगा. But Arjun is very close. Like second list में उसका हो सकता है भाई. Like there's a genuine chance. Robert Frost won't like that. अरे बाप रे. Arjun तो हो जाए तो प्री मूव कर दे भाई. I think depends because white has a bunch of options. Knight c3 एक मूव है, इस पे king f8 खेलना है, e6 पे f6 या f5 खेलना है, and of course knight f4 for example is another move, by the way, blocking this bishop, and now you have to play e6 as the only move. So it's like you have a bunch of options and हर option के लिए only move अर्जुन को निकालनी है. So huge risk Arjun is taking also, by the way. Please, a human who's also इंजन तो हम भी लगा लेंगे यार. पता क्या है ओपनिंग में ना, like it's more about what sort of position have the players chosen. तुम अर्जुन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से सोचो, ठीक है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल उनकी आखिरी चाल देखते हैं, d3. इस पोजीशन में अर्जुन d3 के अलावा अगर कुछ भी खेले, ही इज आइदर लॉस्ट और ऑलमोस्ट लॉस्ट. -1 इवेल्युएशन है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल रुक c8 खेला अगर, which is a very logical move, after e6 या queen h3, it is +1 or actually +1.3 for Ian Nepomniachtchi. तुम समझ रहे हो? So the point is कि we can say कि इंजन्स पे ध्यान नहीं देना है, but ऐसी sharp lines में जहां black has not castled, engine becomes of an important, like it's an important thing to consider because अर्जुन इंजन से देख के आया है. अगर नेपो यहां बोले ना यार इंजन लाइंस नहीं देखनी मुझे, brother, I just want to play normal chess and I just want to castle and put my rook on e1. Why? He will lose this game in 15 moves. Like he will lose the game. So he has no option. He has to play the best moves. Once the position settles and calms down, जब black का king castled है, white ने सारे पीस डेवलप कर लिए हैं, then I think we'll discuss कि भाई इंजन का मुझे हर बार बेस्ट खेलना है कि नहीं. But जब एक ही ऑप्शन, and look at this, Ian Nepomniachtchi खेलते हैं इंजन की फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस knight to f4, and अर्जुन को ये चाल खेलनी ही होगी. He has no other option. He has to block this e6 move from white. e6. कम ऑन अज्जू भाई, ज्यादा टाइम मत लेना यार प्लीज. Of course he knows this theory. Yeah, of course he knows it. He wouldn't enter this if he didn't know. If there's a player who can put Nepo under pressure, it's only Arjun. I agree because Nepo खुद बहुत तेज खेलते हैं. And to put Nepo under pressure, I think you will need aggression and you will need fast play. And I think Arjun, look at him, already 15 minutes ahead of Nepo, which is very rare, by the way. And कोई लोग कह रहे हैं, why is Arjun taking more time than 1 minute here? Basically, I think Arjun ki prep to hai, but he might not remember all the details instantly. So he's playing it over the board. And as Nepo comes up with new moves, he's trying to remember. And he's trying to go deeper. कि भाई यहाँ मैंने ये देखा था, फिर ये देखा था, फिर ये देखा था. So it's more like trying to recall. क्या पता ये line अर्जुन ने 2 साल पहले देखी हो. It's a possibility, right? So it's not always. आप क्या कर रहे थे भाई 2 साल पहले 12 जून को 4:15 आप क्या कर रहे थे, याद ही नहीं होगा भाई. So I think same चीज. Sometimes it's hard and it takes time to remember. Vidit played d5 this time. I think one brief look at Vidit very quickly because opening यहाँ पे बहुत sharp है. He did find rook d8. That's good news and I really love कि उन्होंने बहुत time नहीं लिया. उन्होंने सिर्फ यहाँ कुछ 3-4 मिनट लिए और खेल दिया move. That is huge development. I think in the favor of Vidit. Hopefully he continues at this pace. So आया यहाँ पे. पहले he played knight a7 he played पहले. Okay, first he played this and then he played this. Okay, at least he's playing fast. That's what I like. And logical moves to have, of course. Knight will come back to c6. So far, so good for VD. An improvement from yesterday for sure. Going back to the Arjun game now. Let's see how much time Arjun takes. By the way, still no move. Come on, Arjun, e6. Age is also a factor. I think age is always a factor. But I feel like for top players like Ian Nepomniachtchi, age is less of a factor than the average man, right? I mean, अगर नेपो को ये गेम ब्लाइंड फोल्ड खेलनी होती, I think he can play it. Maybe he will not play it with, let's say, 99% accuracy. He'll play with 97% accuracy, but he can play this game blindfold. Same Arjun can do. So, utna difference maybe nahi hai. Minor, yes, maybe 5% of difference for sure. Arjun is younger, maybe has more time to prepare, is practicing harder because he's starting his career. That's crazy. We talk about Arjun as starting his career, even though he's like world number 9 and could be world number 6 if he wins today. 2800 पहुंच चुका है. आज क्या खाना अर्जुन ने सोच रहा है. नहीं नहीं भाई, आई थिंक अर्जुन राइट नाउ इज थिंकिंग अबाउट द मूव बिकॉज ही नोज. सी इवन इफ बाय चांस मान लो नाइट f4 उसको याद नहीं आ रहा है, उसको इतना जरूर पता है कि भाई इफ आई गो रॉन्ग आई एम बस्टेड हियर. ही नोज दैट पार्ट. सो ही विल नो द ग्रेविटी ऑफ द सिचुएशन कि भाई यहां आई कैन नॉट मेक अ मिस्टेक. अर्जुन बीइंग द बैटमैन. ओह भाई विद दैट म्यूजिक या क्या क्या म्यूजिक है. Yeah, I can't do it, man. Shit. It would be an insult to kind of try even. First, second best move, by the way, is there are two alternatives. One is like bishop f4. But as you can imagine, after bishop f4, queen f4, and now e6, by the way, this is the threat again, so e6. Yes, sare squares guy, man. And I even have the bishop. Knight g5, threatening mate. Do I want to enter this as Arjun with my bishop also completely blocked? I would not be happy as Arjun. I would not be happy with this. The other alternative is knight to d4, which is also an option. Because now threat is bishop takes, queen takes, knight e2 fork, winning the queen. So feels more dangerous. But white also has some tricks. First of all, he can just take and play bishop b5. And अब king f8 खेलना है, which is okay. We are ready to do so. यार हमने खुद खेला था king f8. Second option is by here I can play e6. And लग रहा है कि भाई हुर्रे रानी मेरी हुई. But there is this check. King d7, queen g4 check. And जैसे king हिलोगे कहीं पे भी everything will come with check. And ये रानी तो भाई आपको मारने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा. So for example, I don't know what you will have to probably play this. Yeah, this is also hanging. So knight f5, bishop f4, and you can basically resign. ये hanging, सब कुछ hanging by this game over. Knight e5 check भी आ रहा है. So going back, I think you can't risk it. I feel knight d4 also is a bit risky, but it's doable. If nothing else, he can do this. By the way, पानी की बॉटल खत्म भी कर दी नेपो ने यार. भाई नेपो देखो, I don't know, hopefully नेपो will teach us some chess lessons also, and so will Arjun. But एक lesson नेपो दे रहे हैं, stay hydrated chat. Stay hydrated always. बहुत जरूरी है भाई. Will take the pawn. Which pawn? He has to play e6. Come on, Arjun. Arjun Erigesi, by the way, has taken more time than I expected. 5.5 minutes already. So clearly, knight f4 is not something he recalled instantly. Yeah, it's taking him some time. Come on, Ajubai. Come on, Ajubai. E6, E6. Prague gave that lesson in Norway chess. अरे true, that is a good point, man. वो lesson तो उन्होंने कार्लसन को भी दिया 2 बार कि stay hydrated. Can he take the knight and then e6? Yeah, well, let's say you take the knight. We saw this, and now e6. Basically, forever in the game, these dark squares would be weak. Knight g5 now. Let's say you defend this. Yeah, how do you defend this? Let's say queen c7. Yahan defend kiya, I'm attacking this. Now bishop b5 pins this knight. Now knight e4 is next. Let's say you play h6, knight e4. Knight f6 check आ रहा है. Knight d6 check आ रहा है. ये bishop तो अभी game में खुला ही नहीं. Do I want to play this game as white? Even though bar says it's only plus 0.6, I feel like one mistake. You know what the top 2 moves for black are here? Best move is rook h7. Best move is rook h7. 100 साल में नहीं खेल पाऊंगा मैं मूव भाई. So that tells you कि this is very, very, very second best is so good luck finding these moves. So I feel like this is, even though objectively it might be holding, practically is very difficult. Very, very difficult. Because आपने यहाँ पे g6 खेल दिया है, e6 भी forced है after this because it's mate. So you're kind of weakening your dark squares with the dark square bishop still on the board. So I would not do this. This is basically Arjun saying, मैं almost हारा हुआ हूँ. I have nothing else. I'm praying for a draw. This is what bishop f4 means. So if he does this, I think Arjun is going to likely lose the game. He will likely lose this. I would be shocked if Arjun plays bishop f4 actually. Not just our players, Indian people here. I'm not sure. I think Nepo has some controversial opinions. We know that, but I mean, hate. I mean, we don't know. Yeah, I don't know at least. I don't know at least. Um, can you play 95 then d2? You want to play this, but आप भूल गए हो 95 मारने के बाद 95 आपने इस नाइट का कंट्रोल हटा दिया, so d2 logically makes sense, but बिशप f6 का क्या करें मेरे भाई? एंड जिन ने वो लीगल मेट देखी है, यू विल बी प्राउड टू हैव दिस पोजीशन ऑन द बोर्ड जहां पे किंग की मेट हो गई without even getting to castle, and रानी तो भाई हम लेंगे भी नहीं, checkmate सीधा. So going back, this is the position, Chad, and I think any risk from black here could be very, very dangerous. I think he has to kind of play it safe and play e6 here. Very important. He remakes match and simply read chess news. It's possible. It's possible. I think there are many people who are more controversial than the others. Like, look at Arjun. You will never hear Arjun in the news unless he wins an event. Like, Arjun is that guy. There are other people like Hans, Ian, I don't know, like many players, I think, who are known for other stuff as well. Statements they make. Sometimes they're correct. Sometimes they're wrong. I don't want to get into that. But basically, yes, they are more interesting and controversial in general. But maybe chess needs that. Maybe it doesn't. God knows why. Arjun acting कर रहा है. I don't think so, भाई. I think he's genuinely trying to remember यार कि क्या खेलना है यहाँ पे. अर्जुन का राजा वाला व्यक्तित्व है भाई. व्यक्तित्व की स्पेल मतलब क्या होता है भाई? मैं सुना हुआ वर्ड. व्यक्तित्व इज लाइक वो ना, लाइक ओरिजिनल, लाइक ऐसे लाइक ऐसे लाइक वो बिल्ड. हाँ, व्यक्तित्व इज पर्सनालिटी. यस यस, कैरेक्टर. यस, कैरेक्टर ही सोचा था दिमाग में. एक्चुअली आई वाज थिंकिंग ऑफ कैरेक्टर. यस. पर्सनालिटी टिकू. थैंक यू भाई. मेरी पर्सनालिटी मुझे पता ही था. थैंक्स ब्रदर, अप्रिशिएट इट. नेपो भाई ये क्या है भाई? आई हैव नॉट हर्ड ऑफ दिस. आई हैव नॉट हर्ड ऑफ दिस पर्सनली भाई, सो कांट रियली कमेंट ऑन इट. जो चीज मैंने देखी नहीं उसमें विश्वास नहीं करता. ऐसा मैं बोलता नहीं हूँ, बस बोल रहा हूँ फॉर्मेलिटी के लिए. ऐसा मानता नहीं हूँ मैं, बट या. So which type of position would you like to open or messed up? I like open though. I like bishops. I am not a big fan of knights. So I like bishops, open positions, jahan pe, tactics are a bit clean rather than random, jumps from the knight. By I don't get it. Why do knights get, extra favors by? Why do they get extra favors? मतलब इकलौता पीस है जो दूसरे ऊपर से टाप सकता है. मतलब why? भाई ये चेस में चीटिंग है भाई। भाई व्हाई कैन नाइट व्हाई लेट्स से मतलब यहाँ क्वीन होती, आई कांट गो टू G7 राइट, व्हाई कैन द नाइट जंप ओवर अ पीस एंड गो टू G7? like इतना सा, दैट्स व्हाई नॉट अ बिग फैन ऑफ नाइट्स भाई, आई फील लाइक नेपोटिज्म के शिकार हैं लोग, नेपो प्रोडक्ट्स है। Did you see Nodirbek rage baiting against Nepo? Yes, but I saw that. I saw that hilarious. I don't know, hilarious or controversial, depending on what you think about both the players. Can we create a club called Madman Chess Club? I feel like ऐसे क्लब के लिए हमें अर्जुन जैसा चेस भी खेलना पड़ेगा, which is tough, man. Which is tough. आप सीएम को अपने नाम क्या क्यों नहीं लगाते? आई मीन फील्ड टाइटल एंड सेकंड जस्ट मैच नेम आउटसाइड हाउस एक्सपेरिमेंट। भाई आई मीन चेस टाइटल्स, I don't have the same credibility as like a government title. I don't know which like IAS or whatever, ऐसा कुछ सेम चीज नहीं होती। Also, I think among titles, it's the most like easiest title you can get. Okay, it's not easy, but होता है ना like मतलब लाइक अंबानी की कॉलोनी में लाइक मतलब इफ यू अर्न 1 करोड़ अ ईयर लाइक दैट्स लाइक यू आर एम्बैरेसिंगली पुअर, या मतलब से एक बार अमीनों में सबसे गरीब हूं मैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ टाइटल्स। सो आई एम नॉट श्योर आई वांट टू फ्लॉन्ट इट दैट मच। एंड ऑल्सो आई फील लाइक आई लाइक एनएम मोर देन सीएम। लाइक सीएम तो यार 10 साल के बच्चे भी होते हैं, एनएम इज अ बिट रेयर लाइक इंडिया में, आई डोंट नो इफ एनीबडी एल्स इवन हैज इट। सो रेयर चीज की वैल्यू है भाई, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई लाइक एनएम मोर। टिकू भी डायमंड मेंबरशिप दे दो, ऐसे कैसे दे दे भाई? करेंगे अगर 1,000 लाइक आज की स्ट्रीम पे हो जाए तो वी कैन डू अ डायमंड मेंबरशिप गिव, बट 1,000 होने चाहिए, 1,000 लाइक्स वी नीड। फेस कैम भाई, फेस कैम इधर ही है भाई, बिल्कुल इधर ही है, हम बस अर्जुन की चाल का वेट कर रहे हैं भाई, मतलब इतना टाइम हो चुका है उसको। व्हाट इज ही थिंकिंग? बिकॉज आई एम नाउ वरीड, बिकॉज ही इज बीन थिंकिंग ऑफ व्हाट 12 मिनट्स, दिस इज नॉट टिपिकल अर्जुन। सीएम तो अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, हमारे एडिटर भाई थोड़े जोक मार रहे हैं जो स्ट्रीम पे बोल नहीं सकते इजीली, बट सीएम बहुत लोग है भाई, बहुत है। How do you get entitled to Kusab? Do you live in this? No, I didn't live in the US. I played in the US. I played in Vegas. I played in Philadelphia. Um, no, only these two places I played. So I played like 4 events, I think, US में. Um, didn't win much, but मजा आया. By the way, let's go full screen again because I think जब तक move Arjun by the way feel like holding a yawn or something, but still not ready to play his move. जितना वो सोच रहे हैं उतना मैं डरता जा रहा हूँ कि he will not find E6 because there are so many alternatives. But there is no way he plays this. And then in full turn, भाई I was already at 2200 level though, right? ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं पहली बार जिंदगी में चेस खेल रहा था and got the NM title. In fact, I didn't even know I got it. Like I went to the US Chess Federation website after 6 months, saw कि भाई मेरे नाम क्या कुछ NM लिखा हुआ है. I was like, wait, what is NM? Then I googled, अच्छा ये टाइटल भी होता है, पता ही नहीं था। ठीक है भाई, आई एम बन जाओ, क्या होगा भाई? आई थिंक आई टॉक्ड अबाउट दिस यस्टरडे, आई हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट दिस, क्या हो जाएगा मेरी लाइफ में चेंज? लेट्स से आई एम साहिल टिकू होता, लाइक व्हाट वुड चेंज इन माय लाइफ? नथिंग, जीरो। So there's no point, man. It takes a lot of effort, man. It's not easy, by the way. I make it, ऐसे मैं मजाक करता हूँ कि I am title is easy. I say it's easy is because I feel I can do it. But it doesn't mean कि time, पैसा, effort सब नहीं लगेगा. It will take insane effort for an entire year if I sit down, prepare, like 6 hours a day minimum. तब जाके I can potentially do it. More salary coming to job. Bro, I would invest more money into becoming an IM than I would earn in, 50 years of commentary. Why? It's not easy. आराम से IM बनने के लिए I would say एक साल में कम से कम, I'm not even making this up, आराम से 30-40 लाख तो कहीं नहीं गया भाई, इतना लग जाएगा भाई। इट्स वेरी टफ, इट्स वेरी टफ, एंड जीएम तो भाई डोंट इवन आस्क मी दैट अमाउंट। कैसे टफ मैन? We have a good commentator than NM. अरे भाई, why good news is commentator के लिए title is, well, it's important, but it's not like the only criteria. That's the good news, and I love commentary more than भाई। अर्जुन बात है बेन बन के क्यों बैठा हुआ है भाई? He looks like it's Bane. Why? You merely adopted the dog. I was molded by it. भाई ऐसे feel भाई, he looks like he's wearing the Bane mask right now भाई, नहीं? Damn. Yeah, CM could be commentary master. Why? That was a nice play. I don't know, nice meme there. Hopefully someday. कभी तो पॉपुलर होगी ये मीम। टिकू भाई सैलरी 1.2, अरे भाई आई विश ब्रदर, आई विश। um what do you think about, अरे बाप रे, ये तो हम सीधा चेस से पॉलिटिक्स में घुस गए। लास्ट थिंग आई वांट टू टॉक इज पॉलिटिक्स। चेस इज रियली सीरियस। क्या, यू नो व्हाट, आई हैव अ थ्योरी, ठीक है? आई हैव अ थ्योरी कि भाई जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट। What's common between Vidit, Gokesh, Divya, um, I think also Arjun, Nihal, like majority of these players have doctors as parents. And there might be other elements to this, but I think one of them is also that they can potentially at least afford some level of coaching. Yeah, like it's tough to do it without coaching, and that doesn't discount the effort they have put in because. But I do feel the investment required hoti hai. It's not easy in India to, for example, invest so much money into coaching, travel because there are no top level events in India you can play. Hota hi nahi hai. So I think it really helps if you have money to invest and time to invest. Both are required. Then you need talent and then you need effort. So you need time, money, effort, and talent. चारों के combination जब मिलेंगे, तब जाके you can actually do this. But again, the Bane mask is back. Yep, they're all Indians and Homo sapiens as well. Bhai. Yes. Can we get FIDE rating online? No, you can get FIDE वो जो कुछ और rating होती है. I don't know what rating that क्या था वो. ACM and AIM and AGM titles you can get. I think they are like community online titles something, but they are not the real over the board titles. Nihal gets about soul and Arjun from yes, but that didn't happen when they were growing up, right? I mean, they were strong and they were 2700s when they started getting sponsors. You don't get it when you are like 2200. It's not possible or very rare. Update here, chat. First of all, VD game. Going to the VD against Madamino game. I think we left it at Rook D8. Queen C2 खेला उनके opponent ने, जो सिंदारोव के second है by the way. आता है pawn to H6. काफी logical move. I think you want to prevent knight G5, bishop G5 ideas. Knight to C4. Now this pawn is hanging, so Vidit plays knight C6, and now knight to E3 played, potentially hinting at some jump here. So VD की चाल्स are tough नहीं है. Bishop E6 is an automatic move, I think. You develop a piece and play quickly. And in this game so far, I think in the entire event, this time management so far has been the best for Vidit. Up till, round number 6, this is. So this has been best so far, but okay, it doesn't mean it will stay the same, but I'm hoping this continues at the same pace for Vidit Gujarati. Now jumping back, I think he's eating something. I don't know, looks like some, not samosa, I don't know what it is. You can take your guesses, chat. Koi maybe tournament ho raha hai bhai Uzbekistan mein, so you can probably search, yeah, what are the top Uzbekistan dishes. I'm going to actually do it. I'm going to take a screenshot. By chat GPT subscription is इसलिए तो ही लिया हमने. What dish is this? Let's see what ChatGPT says. Croissant type लग रहा है, I agree. Cinnamon roll कह रहे हैं भाई. Or a Danish pastry. I saw this in an Uzbekistan chess tournament. Let's see what it says now. Croissant and sweet pastries. Okay, interesting. There's also something called samsa, which resembles samosa quite a bit. Savory pastry. Though samsa is more triangular. Oh, this is it. Wait, why samsa is just samosa, yeah? More triangular and less. Oh, interesting. Cinnamon roll keh rahe hai. Cinnamon roll, very likely it is. Interesting. By the way, Arjun has played and he's played 94. Brother, he did not find E6. He played the third best move in the position. It doesn't lose, of course, but now Nepo has a couple of good choices. And the best one is actually pawn to E6, which is gonna put Arjun in do or die territory, chat. After pawn to E6, question to you, what should Arjun play? He only has one move or he can resign. He has to find one move. Yes, prep confirmed. I think this is where his prep ended, or he could not recall. He maybe got confused as well, but this is the only, yes, F5 is the only move in the position here. Even if you play F6, for example, knight takes D4, queen takes D4, bishop check is deadly. Look at this. If king to F8, chat, there's a beautiful move. Knight takes G6 check, pawn takes queen G6, and yahan mate ho rahi hai. There is no way to defend this mate. What you can do is play rook H7, queen takes bishop G7, फिर वापस आ जाऊंगा मैं. Knight H6, bishop takes, and then get mated. सब कुछ देने के बाद mate करा सकते हो. So that means by F6 is a losing move. fe6 is losing after rook e1, as you can see, plus 2.5 for Ian. So the only move here is f5. ब्रो आई थिंक अर्जुन की जो ओपनिंग स्टाइल है उसका पहली बार इस टूर्नामेंट में हमें ड्रॉबैक दिख रहा है कि ही कुडंट रिमेंबर हिज प्रेप. इट्स सो इंपॉर्टेंट टू रिमेंबर योर प्रेप व्हेन यू गो फॉर सच एम्बिशियस लाइंस. एंड नेपो टू हिज क्रेडिट फाउंड नाइट f4, an interesting move, and now f5 is the only move here. It's the only move. Let's see how it does move. f5 now is the move, right? Now if you do the same, chat, by the way, there's only one move for Nepo now. Anything else and black is better. So he has to play knight takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop b5 check. And we can all agree by king d8 is not a move we want to consider. I think we can all agree without even calculating. King f8 is the only move, right? And now if you try knight takes g6 check, h takes, queen g6, very important, f5 के बाद queen का रास्ता खुला है. एंड अगर अपनी रानी का राजा के पास रास्ता खुला हो तो ऑफ कोर्स दे गोना हैव अ गुड डे टुगेदर. या couple goals by couple goals here, hashtag couple goals. So going back, I think that's why it doesn't work. So यहाँ पे white has to now find knight takes d3 या फिर bishop e3. Let's go with the best move for now. Knight takes d3, bishop takes d3, bishop takes d3, bishop c1 maybe. Can we do it instantly? Let's go king g7 first. But इस पे तो pawn मर रहा है यार. Then what do we do? Maybe rook c8, then rook c8, but rook d1, bishop c1, rook c1, rook c1, rook c1. Yeah, this is still risky, man. King g7, rook c7. Bhai, Arjun is in trouble, I think. Arjun is in trouble right now. Because even after finding all the best moves, it seems like he can't even develop because knight f6, there is rook e7 check winning the game. I mean, this is really hard for Arjun. And look at Ian. After 94, his spidey sense is tingling. Ki bhai, kuch gadbad. Look at his focus. Arjun in huge trouble, chat. This was a risky move. I think he messed up his preparation. He might have seen ki is position mein, e6 is best and knight d4 is third best. And maybe he got confused in his memory and played the third best move. And now after e6, if white can find it, huge trouble for Arjun Erigesi. He has to play the only move f5. Wow. By chat, question to you. Does Ian Nepomniachtchi now find pawn to e6? Deadly move against Arjun Erigesi. शर्म करो टिकू भाई, बच्चे भी स्ट्रीम तो बच्चे तो स्ट्रीम देखेंगे ना भाई. मतलब एक ऐसे कोई एज फिल्टर थोड़ी है स्ट्रीम पे, इसमें शर्म करने की क्या बात है भाई. हेलो मैं कैसे बढ़िया भाई, आप बताओ कैसे हो. अर्जुन +5. या बट दैट्स विद परफेक्ट चेस. दैट्स परफेक्ट चेस फ्रॉम अर्जुन, व्हिच इज वेरी हार्ड. एंड इवन आफ्टर दैट परफेक्ट चेस वी सॉ एंड गेम इज वेरी टफ. Yes, no, I guess. Yes, he finds it. No, bhai, chat is divided. He'll probably find it. Let's hope so. I mean, let's not hope so, actually. I don't want Nepo to find, but maybe he does. Even knight e4 and bishop b5 check is also not bad, but e6 is just very strong because only moves. I have heard Damas saying that eating food on board is red flag. Yeah, I'm not sure about it because honestly, even Carlson has had drinks and some like orange juice or something to eat over the board. Maybe they will not put the food on the table in some cases. Sometimes it's not allowed, but maybe here it is allowed. Yeah, otherwise the would not be allowed to put it there. But in general, I don't think players don't eat. In fact, even during the World Championship, there is like a separate room where both the world champion and the challenger can go, eat, drink, relax. Like they can do anything they want. They can literally sleep. Like we saw, right? I think it was relaxing during the World Championship. So I feel like I don't think eating is a bad thing at all. You should, man. If you feel like you need something to eat, lack of energy, it's definitely helpful. Now, will it call energy crashes at some point? It could. That's why Carlson once said कि भाई sugar वाला कुछ नहीं लेना चाहिए because instantly you feel energy and then you feel a crash. So that's debatable कि क्या खाना चाहिए क्या नहीं खाना चाहिए. But you can eat definitely. There's no problem with that. By the VD ने अभी सोचा नहीं है. I hope he quickly plays bishop to e6. The best and the most logical move in the position. We're jumping back to Arjun. जहां पे we are in a critical position now. e6 पे f4 घोड़ा मारे तो यार e6 पे f4 मारोगे ना, ef7 is check. So you do this, I will first take this. And I'm making a new queen, brother. That's defended by the bishop. So I would rather not do this, maybe. Like, let's not do this. King f8 makes a new queen, takes queen f4 check. Then I pick up the rook. Then I pick up the. भाई सब खा गया यार, सब खा गया, कुछ छोड़ा ही नहीं. So going back, this is a live position chat. Do you think one of those Uzbeks will surpass 2800 this year? I think very likely. It would be almost shocking if both Sindarov and Nodirbek don't cross 2800 when they are both around the 2780 mark. So I don't think both of them will do it, but I think one of them will do it. The higher chance, surprisingly, might still lie with Nodirbek because he's playing more number of events. So Sindarov को ऐसा करने के लिए he will I'm not even sure what event he's playing. He's just playing the Olympiad and the World Championship. And World Championship में maximum games draw होती है. And Dukesh की rating कम है. So every draw will lose him one rating point actually. So I'm not sure. Shashank bhai, the fact that you have to separate a certain kind of people from overall people tells more about you than me. So I would say कि भाई थोड़ा बड़े हो जाओ, 7 साल के हो, 8 साल के हो, वापस मत जाओ 3 साल की उम्र में, grow up. Do you think NF4 was played with the intention of E6? Yes, of course, that's the goal, right? So knight on F4 is directly supporting E6. So that's the goal. I just played most suffocating match ever. It was really close and messed up. It is. Why? That's what Vidit did yesterday. He was suffocating for the entire game, then found these 7 best moves, only moves in a row, and drew that crazy game. And Hans must have been shocked by kaise ho gaya. So it's possible, and that's why chess is beautiful and painful at the same time. You could play like a terrible game or a great game and still kind of at the end come home smiling or depressed depending on the situation. So I feel like kahin na kahin chess is kind of very, very painful and very, very forgiving as well. Sindala will play Singfield Cup. That will be an interesting event. And that will be just 1 month before the Olympiad. So he will have his chances to potentially reach 2800. But he will also not play his best openings, right? He will also try to hide his prep. So I feel Nodirbek with more incentive might have a higher chance to reach 2800 because he will play more number of events. Top 10 keeps shuffling. I agree. I think top 10 may say maybe the only players who are consistently there now is Magnus, Caruana, Hikaru. Maybe Hikaru also, if he plays more, might not be there, but he doesn't play as much. So ye teen, plus maybe it is, I'm not even sure, yeah, who else is a confirmed participant of the top 10. I don't see any other name because obviously top 10 mein hai. Nodirbek wasn't there, I think, a while back. Sindarov also wasn't there a while back. Vincent has been there for a while, but he's also lost a bit of rating. Wesley was out of the world top 10 recently. Anish as well, Arjun as well, Vei as well. Parag, by the way, is world number 11, so he's also catching up. I think Tini Namaj who are confirmed there. That's Carlson, Caruana, and Hikaru, by the way, top 3. Uske alawa, there's no guarantee. Can our men's team defend Olympiad this year? I think we'll be third, first Uzbekistan. I think we can. Indian players, dheere dheere karke, are slowly coming into form. Arjun, Prag showing signs already. And I think also maybe Gukesh soon as well. And Nihal is in great shape. So I think yes. Arjun is not losing, chat. In this position, knight d4 was not a losing move. It was the third best move. But the position was so sharp that even that is an objective mistake. Now, is it losing? No. But is one more mistake gonna give Arjun a losing position? Yes. So ek aur galti Arjun for a few moves at least afford nahi kar sakte. Gukesh will win when it matters. Exactly. Gukesh is known to do that. Win when it matters the most. That's his literally USP. Arjun का down in world number. No, यार 2809 था वो in fact. But you can't call that downfall because Fabi is below 2800, Hikaru is below 2800, Carlson has lost 35 points. I feel like rating kam ho rahi hai. There's some sort of rating deflation now because there is more and more talent coming up. Just imagine one guy, क्या नाम है उसका, वो जो बच्चा है यार, Adogmas alone. Adogmas alone might have eaten up 10 rating points on average out of the top 100 में से 50 people. He is an evidence कि भाई there are so many youngsters who are so strong you'll not be able to beat them easily, and they will keep drawing you, beating you, stealing ratings. So it's very hard to maintain the same rating because competition बहुत बढ़ गया है. Russia playing. Yeah, Rakesh Bhai once mentioned that they are playing, but I'm not sure. Like they were kind of released out of it, I think. जहाँ तक मुझे याद है कि like, but I'm not completely sure on this one. I think we'll get to know with time. There is still time till September. Why Anishgiri not Olympia? Anishgiri will be there. Why? He'll be playing for the Netherlands team. As you might not be aware, maybe he does play for the Netherlands, so he'll be playing there. But Netherlands has chances to win the match, win the tournament is very unlikely because I think they have Anish, they have Aryan Tari, they have, I think, who else? It's like, क्या नाम है, Jordan. Like these three guys are very strong, but still, I think it's 2,700 plus only two players, yeah, Jordan and Anish. So not going to be that easy, I think, to win the event. But they could be top 10, I think. Tari is Norway. Sorry, Tari is Norway. So not even Tari then. It's just, yeah, it's just two people. So it's tough. It's very tough. How is the match set? By set तो कुछ भी नहीं है, मेरी बंदी भी नहीं. I mean, I'm sorry. What I mean is like, मतलब knight d4 के बाद, yeah, this is very tough. Uh, Jordan went Forest. Max is there. Max Mohammedan is. Yes, Max Mohammedan is there. But Mohammedan is very interesting. You know, he played Tata Steel main challengers and he played, like, he struggled. He lost 4 games in a row after having an amazing year. So it's like he's also not shown signs to reach 2,700 so far. That's my only problem. Valshach and Max Mohammedan. Yeah, it looks like a strong team, but not like a gold medal team, भाई. पकड़ेगा ही नहीं यार, मजाक कर रहा था भाई, मैं तो शादीशुदा हूँ यार. Indian men's team announced. नहीं भाई, nothing has been announced yet. But the VD game, let's have a look. Chat पूछ रही है. He found Bishop E6. That's a great find. My only problem is chat. Bishop E6 के लिए 14 minute या 13 minute 54 seconds लेना maybe is a bit much. I feel like it's a bit much. It's too much for this this move, I think. And now White to surprisingly plays Bishop here. Is he offering a draw to Vidit Gujarati here? Because chat, we already had this Bishop on B5. Look at this. In this position, this was the structure. Vidit played knight A7. He dropped the Bishop back. Okay. Now from this position, he again plays Bishop B5. What if I drop the knight back? What are you going to do then? Are you going to play Bishop C4? I mean, sorry, that's a blunder. Bishop E3 and then Bishop EC4. That's not possible only. And Bishop E2, in my regard, doesn't feel like a huge improvement compared to Bishop D3, that is. So is he offering Vidit a draw here? I think he might be. I think he might be offering a draw here, chat. Yes, plus parents are not doctors. I know, chat. Not everybody, but majority of these players. Draw will get him under 2,700. I don't think so, because I think he might be 2,701 now. One draw. Let me check. What's his rating? His rating is 2. Yes, you're right. It will push him to below 2,700. Yes, because he's 2,700.6. Sir, please do commentary with Sagar Bhai in upcoming World Championship. Bhai, we'll try to. I think we did commentate together last time. Sab log, Tanya, Sagar, I was there. We had Rakesh Bhai, even Samay Bhai was there. Then we also had, I think, we didn't have Harshita and Sehaj Bhai, but we might also have these two. I mean, we're hoping to have it the same way again, but abhi pata nahi hai. I think it's too far in the future. But ideally, that would be amazing. Is there no dress code? Maybe not, yeah. Considering Madinov t-shirt pen ke aaye hain, so maybe there is no dress code. Sometimes I think people don't really care as much. Depends on the sponsors, right? They are the ones who dictate whether it is worth it or not. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Habitat में नहीं करोगे क्या? Habitat में हो सकता है, depends. क्या वो collaboration साथ में हो रहा है, उस पर depend करता है. So we don't know just yet. और देखो बस बढ़िया भाई, बहुत बढ़िया. What's the most exciting chess tournament to commentate for? I feel like it has to be, I'm not sure. I feel like it has to be maybe, I think EWC was interesting. It was like I said, rapid chess, very fast. a lot of fun, but also like mm, World Championship का अलग हो रहा तो था यार. Like because we won though. Like would I say the World Championship was the most exciting even if um like we lost? Maybe not. So I think the stakes do matter. So I'm going to say World Championship, but assuming we are winning. Hans Nepo, Hans lost. Do you understand Hindi, by the way, Balkan Horizons? But yes, he did, and there was a controversy. So I don't know what happened there exactly, but it was insane. Can we get to the Nepo match? I think Nepo match? Ah, yes, sorry. Yes, I thought we were there. Sorry, my bad. Vidit is thinking. So let's go to the Arjun game, by the way, where Nepo still thinking. महिला बहुत बढ़िया यार. क्या कहते हैं उसकी गहरी विजन कमाल. चेस की दुनिया में उसका अलग ही धमाल. चेस सिर्फ रिजल्ट नहीं पहचान है. साहिल देखो ना चेस की अरे बाप रे भाई क्या पोयम लिखी है. मतलब ये तो एआई भी नहीं लग रहा भाई. क्रेजी भाई. इतना क्रेजी तो मैं कभी देखा ही नहीं है भाई. हिंदी आता है ऑसम भाई. आई थिंक नेपो वहां खेले थे बट आई डोंट नो वहां पे कुछ कंट्रोवर्सी. तो जहां कंट्रोवर्सी होती है वहां आई डोंट नो. आई थिंक कंट्रोवर्सीज में नेम कॉमन आते हैं कई बार. It's always like the same group of 4, 5, 6 people. Not always controversy is not always bad also, but it's just interesting for me. Candidates winning Gukesh was awesome. Out alongside World Championship. Candidates was nice, but again, was this candidates the same as last candidates? Oh, by the way, we have a draw already. That's Vokido versus Yakubov. Not surprising because I did it. I already saw the opening. It was like the most drawish opening you can ever play. And very quick draw. So let's go full screen only actually because इसमें कुछ है नहीं. So that means this is the first draw. Vokido, by the way, goes to 4 points now if we can have the standings on the board. Oh, 100% accuracy. That's crazy actually. Insane. So he goes to 4 points. Now both Arjun Arjun Yakubov तो गेम खत्म हो चुकी है. So Arjun, Nodirbek are the ones who will be fighting for this spot. Can they reach 4 points? Also, Madamino, by the way, is still fighting it out. So very interesting if somebody can catch up with Vokidov or not. So let's go to the Arjun game. जल्दी से full screen. Nepo भाई सोचते हुए. He has what 55 minutes on the clock remaining. He's been thinking for 20 minutes. बहुत प्रेशर बिल्डअप होता जा रहा है नेपो के बाद क्या करेंगे वो. This is a super tournament, right? This is a super tournament. I think usual definition of a super tournament is the average rating of 2700. So calculate the average rating. My guess is it might be. Indian team में कौन है? I think Olympic confirmed है Gukesh Prag, Arjun Nihal, and Vidit I think is the next name likely as long as he completes his games. If not, which I think he will, but if not, then there will be Arvind, I think. Or Hari Krishna. Nepo kya soch raha? Yeah, this candidate was awesome in the last few rounds when Vaishali won. So we were all very happy because of it. But because Prag didn't win, it wasn't the same because Vaishali last may come back. She wasn't winning throughout, right? So we didn't get the same. Like in fact, Divya was leading at one point when she defeated Anna, I think, Muzichuk. So Gukesh last time was winning throughout, won the event, and it was an amazing event. But I feel like result dependent hai. The final, take on the event from us. So I think winner dependent hai, so then World Championship becomes like the biggest event. Yeah, because we got a world champion after a long time. एंड बाय द वे नेपो क्या सोच रहा है भाई. यही सवाल हमारे दिमाग में भी है. क्या सोच रहा है वो? मुझे लग रहा है कि भाई ही इज थिंकिंग e6 of course. He's also considering knight d4. This was always an option. You can just give the check directly and kind of force king f8 again. And even this is not comfortable. Now knight d3 maar diya, bishop d3, and then rook d1 aega. I mean, even this is not comfortable. The only question is e4 f5 rakhna hai ki nahi rakhna hai. That's the only question. e6 is the best move, no doubt. But even knight d1 is very, very strong. How do players manage sleep cycle? Yeah, I think players are used to it. It constantly changing. I did have a talk with Arjun's manager briefly, jahan kehte ki like Arjun's sleep cycle was a bit weird at one particular point. But at the end, kya hota hai na ki I think top players आदत डाल देते हैं because they get to live an amazing life. They get to play top level events. They get to be the stars in their niche, in their sport. They get all this love from the audience. Of course, sometimes नेगेटिव क्रिटिसिज्म भी आता है, बट इन जनरल इट्स मोस्टली लव. एंड दे गेट टू ट्रैवल द वर्ल्ड मैन. सो उसका कॉन्सिक्वेंस ये भी है कि कई बार योर स्लीप साइकिल माइट नॉट बी परफेक्ट. Yes, one brilliant move so far by Nepo. Can he continue is the question. Okay, Nepo about to make a decision, I feel. थोड़ा head nod सा किया उन्होंने कुछ. I don't know what that was, but let's see. Why did Samshidin draw in a winning position? I don't think he was winning. Was he winning? I don't think so. Not really, Shad. I think equally tha. Dead equal tha, in fact. I mean, how is somebody even close to winning here, actually? Not really. I think he drew because it was a draw and he felt like half a point ka lead tha. Let's maintain it. And he has taken on d4. No e6 by Nepo. So good news for Arjun कि बेस्ट चाल तो नहीं खेली, बट सेकंड बेस्ट चाल जरूर खेली है. एंड आफ्टर क्वीन d5, bishop b5 check can be a pre-move from Ian Nepomniachtchi here. So tough choice अर्जुन के लिए अभी भी. VD repeating, क्या बात कर रहे हो? Let's go on to the VD game. भाई, look at this. Bishop b5, knight a7, bishop e2, knight c6. And now the question is, will Madaminov repeat or not? What do you think? Yes or no? You know, the expression Madaminov had of that slight pain, मुझे होता है ना, that ये वो expression है जो मैं देता था. So that sometimes you play against a stronger player, ठीक है, एंड ये रियल एक्सपीरियंस आ रहा है, लाइक नॉट इवन लाइक इट्स कंप्लीटली रियल, ठीक है, और बहुत बार, नॉट जस्ट वंस. यू आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट अ स्ट्रॉन्गर प्लेयर, ठीक है, एंड यू हैव अ स्लाइटली बेटर पोजीशन, ठीक है, यू नो कि यू आर स्लाइटली बेटर, एंड आपको लगता है कि भाई अगर इफ एवरीथिंग गोज टू प्लान आई कैन नॉट लूज दिस, बट आई एम ऑल्सो नॉट विनिंग, लाइक इट्स लाइक स्लाइटली बेटर, लाइक +0.5 काइंड ऑफ इवैल्यूएशन, ठीक है, मे बी ऑल्सो +0.7. यहां पे तो उतना भी नहीं है, बट ओके, लेट्स अज्यूम +0.5 फॉर नाउ. But either your opponent offers a draw, or a thought enters your head कि if I offer a draw, he is very likely to take it. You know कि draw हो जाएगा. And then what you do is you start calculating for a long time and just say, ये खेला, इसमें कुछ हो नहीं रहा है, इस पे भी कुछ नहीं हो रहा है यार. Like you somehow convince yourself कि भाई draw is great. That's what I feel Madaminov is doing right now. Oh no, he plays on. भाई Madaminov मेरी तरह नहीं है भाई. He is ambitious. Let's go, brother. Oh, I'm pleasantly surprised. Yeah, Vidit Gujarati must be in a slight surprise कि draw मना कर दिया उसने भाई. I think overall good for Vidit because he gets to now, get to push for a win. But crazy, man. Good decision for sure, but risky as well. So let's see what happens now. And now the best two moves for white are knight b8 and king h8. Knight b8 तो भाई 100 साल में समझ नहीं आ रहा है मुझे. I mean, of course, the idea is to bring the knight to the king's side, but it's very tough to, it's just come there. You just come there to now again play this knight is not easy. So let's see क्या खेलेंगे Vidit यहाँ पे. There is knight f5 as a huge threat, which is very interesting because white has the f5 square in control. So Vidit under slight pressure. Time भी थोड़ा सा कम है, so has to focus on it. Meanwhile, going to the Arjun game, Arjun has played a move. After knight d4, queen d4 plays quickly. And now Nepo is thinking, I don't think there's anything else apart from this check, which should be an automatic move because you're kind of taking away black's castling. ना शोर से ना आवाज से जीत लेता है अपने अंदाज से, हर चाल में छुपा होता है फितूर चेस का असली. ओह भाई साहब, इतनी तारीफ तो मतलब मेरी वाइफ ने कभी नहीं करी भाई साहब. थैंक्स लॉट कौशिक भाई. Meanwhile, he doesn't give that check. भाई नेको भाई कितने स्वीट है, कितने स्वीट है. He's like, मेरे को कैसलिंग बहुत पसंद है अर्जुन भाई. मैं चाहता नहीं हूं कि आपकी कैसलिंग जाए यार. आई मीन बैटल करेंगे मगर कैसलिंग वैसलिंग नहीं जानी चाहिए भाई. वी ऑल नीड कैसलिंग इन आवर लाइव्स. आई लव इट फ्रॉम नेपो भाई. कैसलिंग खराब नहीं करी अर्जुन की. All 5 games from Madaminov were decisive. Yeah, I know, but I also feel like वो objectivity जरूरी है because I know he is playing well. But अगर एक गेम हार गए ना, फिर अगली 3 हारना लगातार is a possibility. So I think Vidit has a chance there as well. It's not a one-way decision. Like Madaminov is taking some risk there. He could lose that as well. But the knights he played, and now Bishop c1, I think simple trade. Knight h6, king f8, king g7. Also rook d8 or rook c8. Okay, rook c8 यहाँ पे is not working because I'm guessing takes some knight h6, knight queen h3, yeah? Attacking this and this. Apparently e6 also is very strong here, just kind of doing this again. Um, but rook d8 is apparently strong. And now you're attacking the knight, so white has limited choices. So Arjun survived, man. I think Nepo didn't find the best move. By the way, excellent second for Sindaro, bringing unique, excellent ideas and move. I agree, man. I absolutely agree. I think he has proven to be a great. बोलते ना फुटबॉल में से होता है असिस्ट होता है like I think the a perfect assist for Sindarov there, like every tournament he's there helping him. And even the tournament he's playing, like he might be trying out some ideas. Yeah, like Okeshki team will be closely monitoring Madaminov's games because they will know कि कोई hint मिल सकता है towards what Zindarov could play in the eventual World Championship. So I think, or at least what he's prepared in the past, right? Like that's definitely a clue into the kind of position he prefers. Yes, Nepo is behind the clock, but I think it's understandable because position काफी complicated थी and he was out of prep. How is white better? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Material बराबर है. So why is white better? Chat, इसका जवाब आप ही दोगे. So why do you think, chat, white is better? Good question by Shiv. But क्या लग रहा है? What is the main reason? He should be must in Olympiad team. He can draw from tough positions. Did not drop a point last. That's true, man. That's true. I agree. He has the experience of winning it once. King safety, yes. I think king safety is the point. Basically, black has not castled. अगर black ने यहाँ castle कर दिया होता ना, let's say the knight was on e6 somehow, yeah, जादुई तरीके से, and black had castled. I'm going to just copy this position. आजा भाई. हाँ. I'm going to copy this position, paste it into a Chesscom board. I'm going to ask you a question. Imagine if the king was on g6. Forget castling. Just imagine कि अगर king g7 पे होता, what would be the evaluation? What do you think, chat? It's plus 0.63 now. What would be the evaluation if the king was on g7? Any guesses, chat? Any guesses? Forget the knight, forget the rook, bas king g7 aa gaya. What do you think would have been the evaluation here, objectively? He's in openings against best players Sundarov. He might be partially. 6.4 किसके लिए भाई? Minus 0.4, 0.00 equal 0.1. It is minus 0.3 actually. Already slightly better for black, just if the king was here. So now you see कि भाई, it's all about development for black. He's not really put his king in the corner. And imagine करो knight अगर developed होता भाई, फिर क्या eval होती. So it's all about development, I think, for Arjun here. White के पास initiative है, the queen can be attacked with rook d1, the king in the center. एक बार king safe हो गया, Nepo will be under pressure. So he has to do something here. And somebody mentioned this. Yes, this pawn could be a long-term target. Black can attack. क्रोएशिया में कार्लसन खेलेंगे. क्रोएशिया में क्या हो रहा है भाई? कार्लसन क्यों खेलेंगे क्रोएशिया में? लव टू नो. जागरेव वाला कह रहे हो क्या? जागरेव वाला क्यों खेलेंगे? He doesn't play that, no? Meanwhile, chat, just a seconds look at the game of Vidit's game and then we come back. Knight h4 के बाद, look at Vidit. He's already been thinking for 6.5 minutes again. He looks a bit nervous. He has 45 minutes. It's slightly better time management than yesterday, but it still doesn't look convincing. In fact, far from convincing. So I'm feeling like Vidit still hasn't narrowed down the problem, at least the solution to the problem for his time trouble issues. So hopefully he will solve it. Hopefully he plays quickly. Otherwise, bhai, aisa to bahut tough hai. Chess game can look at Madhaminov has 1 hour 16 minutes compared to 44 and a few seconds of it. भाई इतनी पोल्ट्री तो पढ़ भी नहीं सकता यार. ये मेरी सारी वाइफ को सेंड कर दो ना यार, और उससे भिजवाओ मुझे फिर. दैट विल हैव मोर वैल्यू, कौशिक भाई. दैट विल बी नाइस. Is Priyanka not today, chat? I think I'll try to get Priyanka and Dushyant tomorrow again. So today I think it will be tough. I think that's on me. Basically यार थोड़ा सा हम बहुत काम से busy हो गए थे and then I couldn't contact them at time. And usually I feel like inviting somebody for the same day is a bit weird because you're not kind of addressing their own schedule. So मैंने already I've messaged Rakesh bhai to invite both of them tomorrow as well. Wifey goal, yes, exactly. Indians OP guys, indeed, brother, indeed. And meanwhile, अभी भी सोच रहे हैं यहाँ पे अर्जुन एरिगेसी. I think this is the apt moment to think. Who is supporting FIFA World Cup? Yeah, I want to see an amazing tournament. I am not a big football fan. I used to play like basic stuff in school, like I was a defender. But मेरा काम होता था बॉल आएगी बस किक मारो और डिफेंडिंग से हटा दो उस वाले एरिया से. But I think I want to see like an amazing final. I will watch the final for sure. So I want like the best teams to be there. By the way, when is the FIFA World Cup final? World Cup final date. 20th July. So it's on International Chess Day. That's amazing. Right? Wait, are they hosting the FIFA World Cup final on International Chess Day? And and wait, that's during Chennai GM tournament also, I think. I don't know if I'll be there for Chennai GM, but if I'm there, that wow. So FIFA World Cup final is on International Chess Day. Congrats, chat. We made it. Meanwhile, but look at this. Rook D8, best move played by Arjun. Let's go. By Arjun, matlab crazy chess, man. Like he keeps coming up these excellent moves, and now Rook D1. Let's go. If he moves anything else, the e5 pawn is hanging. If you move the knight, then e5 gaya in some knight f4, for example, right? Which feels logical, preparing e6, but I will just pick up the pawn actually. So, I mean, I don't see how you defend the knight and the pawn. Like knight, okay, I mean, possible, but sometimes it just looks too ugly. Yeah, yeah, Rook D1. I think that makes the most sense. Um, it's 20 July दिख रहा है मुझे यार. I don't know why. So during Chennai GM hoga. Same Salvai, I used to kick the ball as hard as I can and I could. I didn't care scoring goals. Exactly. Same cheese mera tha. In my life, I just played offense once and I scored 2 goals. That was my memory in school. By the way, Bishop C1 only move by Arjun. By the way, or koi chal thi nahi. You saw the blue arrow. He finds it. And now again, knight h6 only move by Arjun. Anything else, he's gone. Finds it. भाई क्या बंदा है भाई. मतलब अर्जुन और मतलब स्ट्रेस एक लाइन में कभी होने नहीं चाहिए. अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग, लाइफ इज सिंपल. ही इज गोना फाइंड द बेस्ट मूव. भाई एक दिन में 2 गोल इज नॉट बैड. नो यार, एक ही दिन ऑफेंस में खेला था मैं. Stockfish versus Nepo. No, actually, Arjun did make a mistake, chat. Knight d4 was a mistake in this position. So I think knowing that, Arjun didn't actually play perfectly like an engine. So it's okay. I think draw. Oh, by the way, Vidit ki game mein, after knight h4, he played g6, which looks very logical to control this chat. But now white has another target. That's the h6 pawn. So white can now come back and reroute his pieces gradually. And maybe this could be a potential target long term. So, but okay, this is not a bad move per se, but it gives white another target. Like he was targeting f5. Now that's gone. So he can now target h6. So white still slightly better. होता ना bread पे मक्खन लगाने के बराबर, हल्का सा better, like ऐसे हल्का सा better बस. So going back to the Arjun game quickly, by the way, knights के बाद Nepo सोचते हुए, let's see what he can do. First of all, if you play a random move, it makes no sense, like h3, black will castle and the game is equal, chat. Like it's completely even. In fact, Arjun might have better chances because this pawn is a bit weak. So white has to do something basically. And that something is likely one of 3 options. So one option is I'm gonna attack the knight and not allow you to castle. Okay. So let's say how do I attack? Queen h3, for example, I think seems to be the only move. And now knight f5 khela. And again, it transposes into similar variations we'll see elsewhere. Like I just don't see ki ab kya option hai. Black is again gonna castle. Second option is bhai pawn to e6. Again आप कह रहे हो कि भाई I'm gonna break. If you take, I'm gonna, I'll not allow you to castle as it takes. Queen f3 आप castle नहीं कर सकते. So I would say after this, black can even just castle directly. ठीक है, he will take, you will take with the rook or the knight, both seem okay. Slight weakness here, but okay, ठीक है. But what Nepo played is the best move in the position, that's queen to f3. काफी logical. First of all, gets out of knight f5 tempo. So ये कभी ना कभी हमें खेलना ही था, ठीक है? The queen cannot stay on g3 forever. Next, and more importantly, it threatens the pawn on b7 and also makes e6 stronger. Like for example, now you take, like you already can't castle. So multi-purpose move. And if black says, okay, I'm going to play b6, I'm going to defend my pawn, then this is perfect because now queen c6 check aa raha hai. In fact, it very importantly also defends the rook on d1. And guess what? Knight f4 and it's winning for white. It's over. Because yahan pe attack hai, queen is basically kind of trapped because queen b4, rook takes d8, king takes d8, queen a8 check, and bhai yahan pe to matlab checkmate hi ho jayegi bhai, I think. So that is mate. So going back, queen f3, extremely ready move. No time to waste for Arjun because knight f4, knight b4 is incoming. So he should castle, and once he castles, white will chop the b7 pawn off, and this is where after rook d7 the game continues, and white will have an extra pawn, I think, Chad. So extra pawn versus some initiative. काफी interesting position है. Chad, queen g5 was interesting. I think another way to attack the knight. But I feel like queen g5 के बाद black will again play knight f5, and a f5 knight defends the pawn, and now black can castle very, very safely. Nepo is using his style today. Isn't this new? I think it's probably because the game is complicated. जो game की opening है, it's been very sharp right from the offset. So, and Arjun was in deeper preparation. So, by the way, come on, Arjun Castle. Yes. भाई Arjun है तो क्या भाई? If Arjun is near, there is no fear, chat. मतलब क्या बंदा है भाई? मतलब his feeling for the position is amazing. Sorry, chat. Couldn't find my AC remote. गिर गया था. My bad. गर्मी बहुत. कुछ ठंडी करवा दो यार. ठंडी करवा दो यार, chat please. By the way, Kumisan मार दिया pawn, and what can Arjun do now is the question. Crucial moment in the game. क्या करेंगे अर्जुन एरिगैसी? चलो मनाली भाई, पता है I love traveling by train. I don't like traveling hilly as by car. I don't know, somebody has that issue जहाँ पे you feel like ऐसे puking, ऐसे वो ऊपर नीचे रास्तों पे vertigo बोलते हैं, so क्या बोलते हैं? I hate it. So, if the world championship was in Manali, I would say भाई मैं थोड़ा break ले लेता हूँ. I can't do it, man. It's very tough. I've been to Manali once and it was a nightmare. भाई school trip पे गया था. Volvo bus में गया था भाई. It was a nightmare. So I hate traveling over hilly areas. Motion sickness. Yes, thank you. Thank you, brother. So मनाली नहीं. I think अब थोड़ा AC से एक जुगाड़ करना पड़ेगा हम लोगों को. With the game दिखाओ. With the game कुछ हुआ नहीं है. Nothing has happened since then actually. I think knight f3 just came back, by the way. After that, d6, knight f3, king g7, and rook e1. So nothing major. Both sides trying to develop their pieces. Now, maybe knight h7, knight g5 is a black plan for Vidit here. Couldn't be bad at all. But nothing crazy. Yeah? Nothing crazy happening in this game so far. So going back to the Arjun game, which is much, much sharper. He's a pawn down now, has compensation. Come Bangalore, no summer. Bhai, Bangalore ke alag problem hai, bhai. Like where I live, like Bangalore, maybe it's Yeah, maybe it's not so bad, Bangalore also, but has also some other issues. हाँ भाई, मैं कश्मीरी पंडित हूँ भाई. How can someone say I hate hilly area? I love the hilly areas. I don't like the travel to the hilly areas. Like मैं जब 10 साल पहले एक बार शिमला गया था तो मैं लिटरली टॉय ट्रेन से गया था भाई, बिकॉज आई डिड नॉट वांट टू ट्रैवल बाय कार, एंड इट टेक्स सो मच लॉन्गर टू ट्रैवल बाय टॉय ट्रेन. लाइक इट वाज अ नाइटमेयर टू ट्रैवल दैट वे, बट या crazy है bro. Vidit's time is good. Yeah, it's much better than the last games, but still not perfect. Would prefer more. um चेस खेलने में डर में होता है अपार्ट फ्रॉम चेस? आई थिंक दैट्स अ वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. आई फील लाइक चेस प्लेयर्स इन जनरल आर गुड एट प्रीएम्प्टिंग. एक होता है ना ऐसे, तुमने इसे सूट्स देखा होगा, एंड देन दिस इज हावी स्पेक्टर, ही कैन बेसिकली प्रिडिक्ट कि दूसरा बंदा क्या करने वाला है. नाउ दैट्स एन एक्सट्रीम वर्जन ऑफ कोर्स, लाइफ डजंट ऑपरेट दैट वे, बट चेस प्लेयर्स आर गुड एट प्रिडिक्टिंग आई थिंक circumstances in the future. They're also good at most chess, not me, but most chess players have a great memory as well, good ones. And then also I think strategic, logical, problem solve करने में अच्छे होते हैं. Like for example, if you are a guy who's preparing for MBA at some point, so you will have to solve these problems. Yeah, उसकी तैयारी के लिए. Like I was always good at these things, logical problems. I think in general. So yeah, there are benefits for sure, especially for children. I think in general. एक्यूरेसी के पैरामीटर्स जो डिस्प्ले करते हैं उनके पॉइंट ये क्या है भाई? बैंगलोर में गर्मी नहीं होती कि ट्रैफिक में ही मिडनाइट होती है. हाँ एग्जैक्टली, थैंक यू ब्रदर. दैट्स व्हाट आई वांटेड टू से. ओ मेरी आवाज तेज हो गई थी, सॉरी चैट, थोड़ा माइक फुल वॉल्यूम पे चला गया था. होपफुली कान नहीं फटे होंगे. Unless you only play bullet, that's useless. Yeah, it also depends, right? What's your goal? If your goal is to have fun, I love having fun with chess, so I love playing bullet. But if you want to learn, I think I did that part as a kid. So just like um Prakhar, like he had those years of training as a child, even I had those. So I think like we've gotten that training part in, so that helps. But in general, I would say chess as a sport, as a fun game to have fun, to relax. Like for example, कभी stream खत्म होती है ना, sometimes I will sit down and just play 2 3 bullet games. Like it's so much fun. Like I see players play, I feel like playing as well. मजा आता है खेलने में. So I think it's always fun. I think, and what I can say is like, and लोग कहते हैं कि promotion कर रहे हो, but I feel like I've told this before, but I love playing on chess.com, man. Like I think there's so much stuff you can do. It forms a community. मेरे Chesscom पता कितने friends add हो गए अब. I think most of it is you guys only, but I think I have like over 10,000 friends, I think. Maybe even 15,000 actually possible. So it's like मतलब Chesscom is nice, man. Where is Nihan Sareen now? Nihan Sareen is playing an event, I think. Somebody told us he's playing something. Blunder good move, brilliancy, inke points I was asking. Points, what do you mean by points? I think blunder basically means it's a move which changes the evaluation of the position drastically. And both brilliancy and blunder do that. Brilliancy basically means it's good for you. Blunder means it's bad for you. Bullet is rage bait chess. I fully agree, mother. But I am in. I love rage bait chess then. FIDE launches Excellency Awards. FIDE Excellent Regular, Best Male, Best Female, Best Supporting Role में कौन है भाई? Madaminov. By the way, Arjun's still thinking. I think he has the time to consider all the possibilities. Now, E7 is attacked. I don't want to lose that pawn. So logically, knight F5 and rook D7 are the two moves I'm considering, right? Because मुझे ये pawn नहीं खोना है. Congrats. 2 लाख from Prakhar. 2 लाख कहाँ मिल रहे हैं क्या भाई? मुझे भी नहीं पता, तुम्हें कैसे पता है भाई? As I mentioned, I have not discussed with him itna ki will he share. I think he will share something, but I don't think it's that much, and I don't even care actually. Best supporting Sindarov support baby. अबे बे 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 बे, ये तो अलग वाले support में चलेगा यार. And also यार chat वो कितने 12 लाख जीता ना प्रखर. I think tax ही कितना होगा उसमें यार. Just imagine. I think फिर तो, and also I think for him, I think it was a much more like for 4 5 days, I think clicking out the entire days, I think it's a lot more effort for him. And where is Anish Giri playing? Anish Giri I don't think he's playing anywhere right now. In fact, Anish, I think his next event, I'm thinking, which is Anish? I think some GCT event he might be playing. प्रखर पॉडकास्ट में बोला, कौन से पॉडकास्ट में भाई? मेरी उससे एक्चुअली इस बारे में एग्जैक्ट बात नहीं हुई है भाई, दैट्स द क्रेजी पार्ट। सो मिल रहे हैं तो बढ़िया है भाई, मुझे बता दो कहाँ से मिल रहे हैं। I really don't, and it might sound surprising, but if you check my Instagram, इस हफ्ते के 3 शॉट में सीओवी डाल चुका हूँ. फॉर मी दैट्स द प्लस. आई गेट टू हैंग आउट विद प्रखर, who's been a childhood friend, and I get a lot of content out of it, a lot of stories out of it. That's for me is the win. अगर पैसे मिल रहे हैं भाई, that's crazy. Let's go. Team Rapid and Blitz Championship. Yes, that he will play. That is true, man. That is true. That is true. Who is Javoki Sindarov? Hopefully इसका जवाब आपको दिसंबर में नहीं पता होगा. Like you will not get to, you will get to know who he is, but you will get to know it in a positive way, hopefully. साहब आप भी रिकैप सागा भाई की तरह बनाओ. यार पता है मैंने बहुत रिकैप बनाए हैं, एंड आई एम गोना बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, नहीं चलते भाई रिकैप. नहीं चलते भाई रिकैप, भाई नहीं चलते यार, बहुत कोशिश कर लिया. um like and Sagabhai has cameras also, so I have plans for long form on my own channel. वो plans मैं निकालूंगा, like plans मतलब वीडियो निकालूंगा मैं at some point soon, but अभी नहीं. तो in a few days, couple of weeks maybe I'll post some long form, but यार recap नहीं चलते रहे भाई. I think chess content has changed drastically. बट कभी बनाएंगे, फॉर क्रूशियल गेम्स बना सकते हैं, बट यस हर कोई रिकैप बनाता है. इमेजिन अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, भाई कार्लसन रिकैप बना रहा है, लेवी रिकैप बना रहा है, सागा भाई बना रहे हैं, विदित बना रहा है, लाइक द 100 क्रिएटर रिकैप, हर कोई वही चीज कर रहा है भाई, हर किसी को वही व्यूज चाहिए भाई. मतलब इट्स लाइक कुछ डिफरेंट करेंगे, कुछ डिफरेंट करना है लाइफ में यार. By the way, we have moved. Let's go. And he has played knight to f5. The best move in the position. Bhai, again, when Arjun is near, nowhere is fear. Let's go, bhai. प्रखर ने बोला दो. अरे भाई कहाँ बोला, मुझे भी तो बताओ ना भाई, मैं भी जाके सुन लूं भाई कि पैसे आने वाले हैं. मैं पार्टी करता फिर मुझे पता ही नहीं है. Levy owns recap. Yeah, I think people should try new stuff, man. I think you should try what other people are doing to learn from it, because until you try something, you will not learn. Like if you want to learn an opening, the best to learn is to play it. But then at some point, maybe it doesn't work out for you. Yeah? Like it might not work. Just because it works for Arjun doesn't mean it works for you. Then try some new stuff. By the way, chat, what should white do after knight f5 is the question, right? Matlab, position looks interesting, but white को पता है कि black के पास counter play है. This knight, by the way, is pinned. So question to you, chat. Let's say white कहता है, अरे भाई नाइट b4 खेलेंगे, नाइट c6 फोक लगाएंगे, एंड गेम जीतेंगे. तो व्हाट कैन ब्लैक डू, चैट? व्हाट डू थिंक ब्लैक की मूव क्या है? Is it financially possible you live off it full time? Oh, bhai, I could go into like 2 hour discussion on this, Nakul bhai. 2 hour discussion I can do on this. But I'll just tell you ki if you have an Indian audience, it's next to impossible. I can just tell you that information because the RPMs are lower. बस ये ध्यान रखो भाई. If you have a US audience, you can do it very easily. Very easily. Like it's easy peasy. By the way, yes, Queen D1. And it is game over, bhai. Khatam. Khalas. Ho gaya. So going back, that's why this is tricky for white. He can't move the knight. He can't move the rook because knight marega. And ये move रुक कर भी लोगे तो it's only a nightmare. या यहाँ होगे तो it's going passive. यहाँ होगे तो ये रुक अकेला. Then you can never move the knight. So it means that black has a lot of initiative here. And if white ने गलती कर दी, I think white could lose this. So I think white has to be pragmatic, play queen b4, for example, trade queens, and just cross his fingers and pray, kind of pray for the best. Someone remembering me. अरे सिंदारो ब्रदर कैसन पा. अरे सिंदारो भाई, लव यू ब्रदर. सिंदारो भाई, मैं सुना आपके फेवरेट सॉन्ग्स भोजपुरी सॉन्ग्स होते हैं. सिंदारो भाई, वुड लव टू नो हु इज योर फेवरेट भोजपुरी आर्टिस्ट. आई हैव आल्सो हर्ड कि भाई लाइक कश्मीरी गाने भुमरो भुमरो आपने बहुत सुना है भाई. कब सुना आपने पहले भुमरो भुमरो? Anu Yogesh is playing Chennai GM. He is playing. It's been confirmed, by the way. जो names confirmed, जो chat ने हमें बताए हैं, are Gokesh, Nodirbek, Arjun and Pranesh. ये 4 हमने कल डिस्कस किया था कि are very likely. सर गौरव गुप्ता की यूट्यूब चैनल पे पड़ा है पॉडकास्ट कल का. ओह, आई विल चेक इट आउट भाई, आई चेक इट आउट. गौरव गुप्ता है कौन? लेकिन आई फील लाइक आई हैव हर्ड दिस नेम, बट आई हैव नॉट रियली. वेट, गौरव गुप्ता कौन है भाई? इतनी जल्दी पॉडकास्ट भी कर दिया क्या उसने? भाई और इतने पॉडकास्ट भी करके आ गया बंदा। अच्छा, ओ अच्छा, उसके खुद के चैनल पे किया है। ओके 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 ओके, गॉट गॉट गॉट। बट व्हाई इज डिस्कसिंग सीओबी ऑन लाइक गौरव गुप्ता पॉडकास्ट? इंटरेस्टिंग। होगा भाई, प्रखर भी चिल ही करता है, ऐसे मैं चिल कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे स्ट्रीम पे। हाँ, आई हैव नॉट हर्ड ऑफ गौरव गुप्ता। हाउ आई हैव नॉट हर्ड ऑफ गौरव गुप्ता? कॉमेडियंस है, सब पता होते हैं मुझे यूजुअली, दैट्स सरप्राइजिंग। Oh no, I've heard. अच्छा हाँ, I know this guy. Of course I know this guy. Oh, okay, okay, okay. ये यार नाम कई लोगों का पता नहीं होता. You know the person, you don't know the guy. Like ऐसे. That's interesting to me. Okay. Anyways, wait. भाई गौरव गुप्ता पॉडकास्ट came out 2 months ago. उस टाइम पे तो सीओ भी अनाउंस भी नहीं हुआ था। मतलब ये कौन सा इंसेप्शन लेवल शिट है भाई? मतलब चैट मजे ले रहे हो मेरे? Okay, anyways, meanwhile chat queen. Oh, played queen before on the board. He has played it. So on the board, Nepo realizing कि भाई यहाँ pressure build up हो रहा है, so he has to kind of trade off queens, and now Arjun can actually take and play rook b8 and threaten this pawn. Knight d3 के बाद rook f d8, and this is enough pressure for equality. Or he can also say कि भाई, you know what? I love my queen, so queen d5 is also possible. Attacking a2 now, and if b3 and now knight d4, and this to me feels even more tricky with knight to 4 king coming. साहिल भाई, मैं तो मजाक कर रहा था। अरे अब आपसे लूंगा मैं 2 लाख भाई। सो एटलीस्ट नाउ यू नो कि भाई पैसा वी हैव नॉट डिस्कस। चलो, दैट्स गुड टू नो भाई। गुकेश का मैच कब है? गुकेश का मैच भाई कौन सा वाला मैच? आई थिंक ही इज प्लेइंग चेन्नई जीएम, दैट्स इन मिड जुलाई. ही इज प्लेइंग जीसीटी जागरेब, दैट्स इन फर्स्ट वीक ऑफ जुलाई. Then he's playing Olympiad in September, hopefully, and then he's playing the World Championship in end of November. Savage is in the position unavailable for Arjun, only Nepo can push. Yes, on paper. But I feel like Black say ऐसी position is not bad because likely you're going to get a draw, and there is still that slight possibility कि भाई White could overpush and lose. But of course, man, I think sometimes with Black you cannot just find a way to win every single time. Arjun की पिछली गेम भी Black थी, वहां पे भी he got a better position but couldn't win. यहाँ पे भी ऐसा ही कुछ होने वाला है, I think. How to progress in the VD game? How can he put his black bishop into the game? Ah, that's a good question. Let's go to VD's game for a second and then rush back. यार black bishop तो already game में यार. In fact, I would argue the black bishop is black star piece. It's the only piece which is active right now. Okay, knight also coming to f4 soon. But as of now, the black bishop is amazingly placed. Like black would not want it anywhere else. Maybe bishop b6, but that doesn't change the position. In fact, that would be worse because after this, takes के बाद b file नहीं खुली. Let's say bishop b6. If I take, then the b file for the rook is blocked by my own bishop. So I love the bishop on c5 actually. So I would not worry. Both the bishops are very, very active, doing a great job for Vidit. Maybe the only problem is White's pieces are also doing nice. In fact, look at the bishop on c1. It's the piece right now not really doing much. So, but the problem maybe could be knight to g4 with h6 as a threat. As we discussed, जब VD ने g6 खेला था, he gave White a new target, and that's exactly what White is aiming for. Rook e1, knight h5, and now भाई ये कितनी बार बिशप b5 खेलेगा यार? But this time you can't go knight a7 because e5 is now hanging, chat. So White can just pick up the pawn. So now he's again potentially threatening this and this. By the way, yeah, 36 minutes to play, 21 moves for Vidit. It is getting tough again. By the way, Nodirbek is slightly better against hands. So he might potentially beat him and reach the first place, tied first place. But okay, right now it's more of a draw, but some chances. Meanwhile, Arjun is still thinking. How much do you deserve from Prakash? But deserve kuch nahi hota hai. I think deserve is a wrong way to look at it. I think I was helping a childhood friend. I don't think he usme fir money becomes like a factor. Do you have any information about Total World Championship pilot event? It's going to happen from November 10th, I think. November 10 to 20 something, like 10, 15 days. So it's going to be just before the World Championship. I do know that Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, Vishy Sir, Vaishali will be the ones qualifying directly. But I'm not sure if Gukesh plays. Very unlikely. I don't think Vishy Sir will also play. He could, but I'm not sure yet. And so you might see Arjun and Parag and Vaishali participate in that event. Maybe Divya if she qualifies somehow. Yeah, we saw the queen trap yesterday on stream. We saw it on stream actually. बहुत crazy move थी. By chat, let's like the stream. By let's get more people in because Arjun fighting it out with the black pieces. क्या वो यहाँ पे प्रेशर बनाएंगे क्वीन बोर्ड पे रखने के बाद बिकॉज क्वीन डी5 के बाद ऑल्सो नाइट h4 ब्रदर थ्रेटनिंग मेट हियर ऑन g2 ऑल्सो नाइट d4 threatening fork here so black would have a bunch of options so queen d5 feels like a very tempting move actually as black and people said na ki by winning chances agar queen b4 mala did I say mara then Arjun can't win. So look at him, queen d5, maintaining those winning chances with queen to d5. Beautiful move. आप नेपो कुश्ती में हरा दोगे भाई मैं कुश्ती क्यों खेलूं भाई क्यों करना है कुश्ती by the way queen f6 yes with its game queen f6 best move was played but apparently knight d5 is very strong here for Madaminov. Why bishop e5 was like a very nice move actually. Queen s6 के बाद chat knight to d5 attacking the queen and the pawn. If you there is no square to go back, the queen is literally trapped. You have to take pawn takes, knight attacks, rook takes only move, bishop takes, and regardless of how you take, let's say I don't know queen c6, and I win the central pawn. And look at this, there is pressure here, pressure here, pressure here. Yahan ruk ghusne ke chances. And now only move for Vidit is queen to b6. And now knight g4, defending f2. And look at this, h6 is gone. Bhai, Vidit is under pressure actually. भाई टिकू भाई मराठी सीख रहे थे सीख तो रहा हूं आता वहां जी सटकली भाई भाई बिशप यहाँ पे आ रहा है भाई दिस इज scary for Vidit actually. Madaminov putting on huge pressure. Wow. So going back to the Arjun game, but Vidit facing real pressure here. 35 minutes also to play 20 moves. That to in the worst position. But look at this. B3 played instantly by Ian Nepomniachtchi. And I think now maybe Rook D7, Knight D4. These moves could be logical. Rook D7 prepares tripling up of the rooks, which is very nice because it kind of makes the spin even stronger and also defends the e7 and a7 pawns. Also knight d4 because threatens this fork. Also knight h4 I'm really tempted. Or knight h4 possible in actually queen यहाँ पे hanging my bad. So it's not possible. Knight d4 as well as rook d7 look very tempting. He's not losing but he's definitely slightly worse I think under pressure, let's put it that way. ये क्या है भाई come on chat. What do you think? Does Arjun create some chances? How can he create chances? For example, knight d4 dekhte hain ek baar. What can white do? So I want to control this square, right? e2. If I play rook to d2, then suddenly pin is becoming very weird. And apparently after knight to c6 or knight to e6, this is very uncomfortable. ये e5 मर रहा है भाई. I think e5 pawn I'm losing instantly. So rook d2 is not possible. Rook c2 is also not possible. If rook e1, then again knight takes b3, queen takes d3 is an instant draw, right? This is also a draw. So also not possible. So how am I defending against this? If I play king to h1, I mean that feels like f2 might be weak. And then queen to e1 agar khelna hai, but that's of course not ideal as well. So maybe knight d4 is a very nice move for Arjun Agassi. Do you live in Mumbai now? I live in Panvel, bhai. It's close to Mumbai. I like my space chat. I can't live in a 1 BHK. थोड़ा space चाहिए भाई. Like जहाँ commentary कर सकूं and सो सकूं अलग room में. And मुंबई में भाई अगर 2-3 BHK लेना हो रेंट पे तो तुम्हें पता ही है भाई क्या रेंट होता है भाई. इतना पैसा इंडिया भाई मैं न्यूयॉर्क में चला जाऊंगा वहां देखे रेंट लेने. So Panvel is maybe a better option. VD game, we just saw it, but we just saw it. I think looks like it's a tough position for him. And Madaminov is considering his options. Knight d5 though is the only way. He has to come up with this move. So let's see kya hota hai. Meanwhile, I'm gonna jump back to Arjun chat because I feel like Arjun के लिए crucial move यहाँ पे है बाद में B3 के बाद देखते हैं क्या खेलते हैं वो. Nepo has his Indian infrastructure something last time when he came to India. Vidit gone mad on him. भाई ये कहाँ हो गया भाई? I didn't really hear that one. Chat क्या लग रहा है? What do you think happens? Do you think Arjun wins, draws या holds this? Come on chat. Win, draw, loss for Arjun here. What's your prediction? Let's go. Come on. Arjun खुद प्रे कर रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है दोनों हाथों से. Come on अर्जु भाई. ओहो नेपो भाई थोड़ी कॉफी शॉफी ले आए भाई. थोड़ा हमारे लिए भी ले आते नेपो भाई. थोड़ा सा हम भी लेते. Draw, win, draw, lose, W, win. I think draw is the most likely. But I feel like ऐसी position है जहां पे white could also go wrong. There's a genuine possibility of that. Like all three results possible in this position. So now knight d4 is one. Second we saw was rook d7. Okay, I mean, it's a logical move. And now white should quickly move the knight, I think. इससे पहले black triple कर ले. Let's say you play, I don't know, pawn to a4, whatever, random move. Rook f d8 के बाद, I feel like Arjun is already winning or at least much better now. Because now after knight b2, chat black to play. What can black do? Happened in FIDE World Cup. I know Nepo left quickly, but VD का मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है. अर्जुन पौना से पॉन डाउन चला गया. नहीं भाई पौना तो कभी था ही नहीं, इक्वल था. वेर इन पनवेल. हाँ तुम्हें एड्रेस विद ईमेल आईडी सोशल सिक्योरिटी नंबर सब दे देता हूँ भाई. Yes, chat. Queen takes d1, and was I able to capture the rook with my own knight? Okay, anyways. Takes, and that is checkmate. So that's why I think rook d7, that could also be a nice move. Wait, he plays rook c8. Wait, okay. So he doesn't play that move. Wait, what's the idea of rook c8? Okay, he wants to take on c1 essentially. Yeah, because you can't take with the knight because queen d1, and takes with the rook queen d3. So he's basically saying कि भाई अब मैं ये मारूंगा. Let's say you play pawn to h3. I'm just going to take, and you can't capture back with either. आपको piece देना पड़ेगा. So threat is real, but is it serious? What if I just take on c8? Rook takes c8. Now I have the c file. Okay, this also looks great for Arjun. So what can white do then? अरे वैसे आया न्यू पनवेल. अच्छा कहाँ रहते भाई न्यू पनवेल में? वेयर डू यू लिव भाई? तुम बता दो भाई. लेट्स सी. आई विल टेल यू द डिस्टेंस फ्रॉम योर प्लेस टू माय प्लेस. राकेश भाई जर्सी गैम्बिट की आवश्यकता है भाई. राकेश भाई होपफुली विल जॉइन अस एट सम पॉइंट, बट आई थिंक आई एम होपिंग ही जॉइंस टुमारो और डे आफ्टर. देयर इज अ स्लाइट पॉसिबिलिटी दैट एक दिन के लिए शायद मैं कमेंट्री में ना हूं टुमारो या डे आफ्टर में से. And that day Rakesh bhai might be there, have some content to shoot, actually some ideas I want to try out as experiment. है distance काफी है भाई. I think काफी distance है फिर तो. What is standings currently in Uz Cup? Yeah, I think Vokidov is leading, but Nodirbek and Arjun are hot on his heels, so they're right there, 1 point behind. Of course they are half a point behind, but Vokidov की गेम खत्म हो चुकी है. So let's see क्या होता है. हाँ कल आएंगे. कल दुष्यंत भी आएगा. कल प्रियंका भी. Hopefully if they are free, I would love to have them both again tomorrow, and of course hopefully Rakesh bhai as well. But okay मैं भी होऊंगा कल. दोनों में से एक दिन तो होऊंगा at least. And then of course फिर अभी भी 4 राउंड है chat, so the tournament will finish on Monday. And इसके बाद एक हफ्ते का गैप, and then Bullet Chess Championship जहां पे निहाल सरीन and Arjun Erigesi again will be battling it out, against the Firuzjas of the chess world. ऐसा नहीं है भाई, ordinary viewer तो नहीं है भाई. He is the world championship challenger, and so nice to have him actually. For कि भाई उसे देखिए commentary, उसने खुद ही बोला. It was so nice to hear actually. दिल गार्डन हो गया भाई. मेरा सिलेक्शन हो गया भाई. सिलेक्शन किसके लिए होना है दुष्यंत भाई? मैं राकेश भाई सॉरी मैं आज मैसेज करना भूल गया था एक्चुअली, बट मैंने राकेश को मैसेज किया है कि इफ यू आर फ्री वुड लव टू हैव यू टुमारो आल्सो. थॉट्स ऑन वैशालीज विन अगेंस्ट who? साले कश्मीरी हो भाई। आप कहाँ से हो पहले ये बताओ। निहाल को कोई भी रोक लो भाई, वरना वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बन जाएगा 2800 में भाई। अच्छी बात है ना भाई, बनने दो यार। आई मीन ही शुड डेफिनेटली ट्राई। संडे को वी नीड यू टू बी हियर, अदरवाइज इट विल बी बोरिंग डे भाई। तो फिर उम्मीद करो राकेश भाई कल अवेलेबल हो, सहवाज राकेश भाई एक दिन के लिए कवर करने के लिए। बट लेट्स सी हु इज दैट। व्हाट भाई, ये बंदा कौन है अब। Oh, I've never heard of Ulwa Nurman. That's very interesting. I've never heard of this player. Wow. Acha, the girl who took a selfie. Right, 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 right. Now I remember. Okay. I've never heard of this player. That's crazy. Rating kitni hai? Just curious. 2-4. Oh, very strong. 2-4-3-5. Yeah. Basically as strong as Sahaj Bhai, almost actually. Almost. Sahaj Bhai 266. Kya 2466? Kitni hai Sahaj Bhai? I hope. Is he at 2700 already? Sorry, 2500. Sahaj rating 24. Let me see. Curious actually कितनी rating है सहज भाई की। भाई 2493, ही इज 7 points away। पिछले महीने में 3 रेटिंग बढ़ी है उनकी। He defeated some 2340 in some Hungary tournament. So let's go, guys. 7 points to go. I think Nihal is the most underrated Indian player. He does not get many whites. I actually agree with you. I think Nihal definitely most talented and also underrated for sure. अच्छा जी, जापान है, समझ गया, डब्ल्यू आर वाला, ओके समझ गया। बाय द वे ही, ओ लुक एट दिस, Nepo found the best move, rook to c5. So basically now when you take, I can take with the queen, and Arjun should not trade queens here, because queen c5, knight c5 के बाद there is no pin, and Arjun is essentially a pawn down now. Nepo could be winning this, so that's why he plays the best move as expected, क्वीन टू e4। भाई अर्जुन अपना खतरनाक आदमी है भाई, कोई गलती नहीं करता है। नाउ थ्रेट इज रुक d8, बाय द वे, बिग थ्रेट इनकमिंग। सो नेपो हैज टू बी केयरफुल। एनी मोर कमेंट? नहीं, आई थिंक वील हैव, आज के लिए मैं ही हूं चैट, एंड कल वील हैव अगेन। ओ वेट वेट वेट, ओके सो नाउ ही प्लेज दिस, व्हाई कांट आई गो बैक टू d5? नाइट b2 क्या? Is knight b2 the, ah, no, but e5 is hanging, then what's the problem with this? Because queen c5 queen e4 is a draw. Arjun should be happy with that. So after queen b4, what's the problem with queen d5? Why is this not? Queen c4. Okay, but this is some counterplay, right? For Arjun at least. Like not, like Arjun could go for this. Arjun could go for this. It's not too bad. By the way, look at this. After this, white did not find knight d5, but he did find a very good move, the second best move, knight to g4. Queen attacked, pawn attacked. As I mentioned, this is the target now. So bishop takes first, pawn takes first, knight has no squares, has to come to f3, and g3 khel diya, attacking that knight. Why is Vidit thinking is a good question. Because there's only one square, right? 96. और कहाँ जाओगे भाई? Like it's like there are no detours here. Like why is he thinking? Because you might think, yeah, I can move the knight somewhere and this knight is hanging, but there is no place. Like knight h5, for example, if I do this, white can just play king g2 and the knight is actually trapped. So I think you're kind of forced to do this, right? Okay, knight h3 and knight g5 is the plan. Okay. But not really sure about this either. Yeah, I mean, I can avoid this exchange with knight h2 also, but I can also take, yeah, take. भाई ये pawn structure के बारे में क्या ख्याल? Chat, summarize this pawn structure in one word. Let's go, chat. Considering h5, you mean h5 in the initial position? ये तो engine line लग रही है भाई. So g3, h5. Wow. And it is working. Wow. And if I take on f4, you take on g4 and black is winning. अरे बाप रे भाई, ये देखना कितना टफ है. So going back, What if, and if I take, you take with the knight, that also looks nice. And if I play g5, then you play check, king here, and coup. Okay, this is not easy, chat. This is not easy. I think this is not easy to see, actually. So g5 is tough. Because this knight can be hanging. Yeah, I have rook h1 to attack this knight now. So don't think Vidit plays h5 though. And, oh, miles per hour in one word. Oh, nice, bhai. Nice, nice, nice. I can understand. Yeah, it's very fast. Are you loving Panvel, brother? I mean, not so much. I'm kind of bored. Honestly, I would love to live in Mumbai. Yeah, like yesterday itself, I was thinking, कि भाई थोड़ा boring है यार पनवेल मतलब it's like Mumbai बहुत happening है but then Mumbai has so much traffic man it's like भाई कहीं जान सड़क क्रॉस करने से पहले 200 डायरेक्शन में देखना पड़ता है भाई इंक्लूडिंग अप एंड डाउन सो आई फील लाइक इट्स अ गिव एंड टेक या क्या आपको ज्यादा प्रायोरिटी है Will Vaishali become? I think yes. I think Vaishali has a very good chance of becoming world champion because I think she has momentum on her side. She won the candidates as the last seed. She performed very well. She has the capability to get into a streak. Like when she starts winning, she just keeps winning. Yeah, you can't stop her. So I feel like Vaishali has very, very good chances to beat Ju Wenjun, I think. Even though Ju Wenjun objectively is a stronger player, I feel like Vaishali can prepare. We have almost a year, right? It's the next year, April, I think, very likely. So like 9 months or so, 10 months or so, it's like very much possible. पनवेल में मीटअप करो अरे बाप रे पनवेल में मीटअप कहाँ करे ब्रदर देयर इज नो प्लेस फॉर अ मीटअप इन पनवेल दैट्स द पॉइंट लाइक पनवेल इज बोरिंग शिफ्ट टू विद्यावर भाई आई डोंट नो वेयर दैट इज मैं मुंबई रिसेंटली शिफ्ट हुआ भाई तो आई डोंट हैव मच आइडिया अबाउट दीस प्लेसेस बट अगेन लाइक मुंबई इज टू एक्सपेंसिव मैन लाइक भाई I would rather live in Europe than if I had to pay like crazy rents. I would live in Europe then. Like लयारी हाँ बिल्कुल वहीं शिफ्ट होता हूँ भाई अभी कल ही अर्जुन ब्लंडर क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई नहीं oh he played my move look at this after queen c5 queen e4 queen b4 queen d5 he's essentially offering a repetition to Nepo and Nepo finds the only move queen c4 wow bhai I think Arjun under some pressure now some pressure here wow bhai Arjun Erigasi I think is gonna suffer in the remaining part of this game. And I think unke winning chances have completely evaporated with that move now. Because queen trade, I think, is forced. If you play queen back, I mean, queen d7, for example, I mean, this looks knight b2. Queen again has to move now. Queen b7, e6. Bro, this is looking dangerous. Rook d7 aa raha hai yaar. Let's go back. I think Arjun's logic was I can take, and maybe rook c8, and I pressure this pawn. Let's say c5 and maybe this is holdable, but it's still an extra pawn, man. It's still an extra pawn. So this is going to be tough for Arjun to defend. I think Nepo in the driver's seat right now. Can he defend? Yes. Is it going to be easy? No. Live board chat queen c4 पे अटके हम लोग. And Arjun right now is thinking कि भाई queen c4 के बाद do I trade queens or not is an important question to think about. He's accepting his position is worse and he's willing to defend, keeping counterplay options alive. Yeah, but counterplay is limited after the queen trade. Majority of counterplay was coming from this pin, and that pin is going to vanish now, actually. So Arjun under pressure, by VD under pressure, by the way, has still not played. भाई आज का दिन कोई sad day ना हो जाए भाई इंडियन चेस के लिए. Sad day नहीं चाहिए भाई. Good day, good day. बिस्किट भी है उसका नाम का यार तो टेम्परेचर ऐसा कभी आऊंगा भाई इनफैक्ट आई मैसेज था भाई कि सम पॉइंट आई कम आई रियली वांट टू आई हैव दिस थिंग फॉर बुक्स एंड सो ऑन एंड कभी आऊंगा कभी डू यू नो आई सॉ दिस स्टोरी बाय रोहन जोशी जहां पे ही वाज इनसाइड सम लाइब्रेरी आई थिंक इन आई डोंट नो सम अदर कंट्री आई थिंक insane like देख के ऐसे funny मस्त लग रहा था भाई Arjun taking quick draws is going to backfire now. Why? I don't think he planned to take quick draws. I think he just thought that queen c4 is not as strong. He underestimated queen c4. Pawn up with passer, Nepo in driver's seat. I agree. I think Nepo right now cruising. What are your thoughts on Mukesh's downfall in recent games? I think Mukesh का इंटरव्यू मैंने वो हिंदुस्तान ज़्यादा थोड़ा पढ़ा. I think he's really feeling a lot of pressure. I highly suggest, I skimmed through it in like 30 seconds, but what I could understand was he is feeling a lot of pressure, like insane amount of pressure. And I don't know, man, how he tackles it. And he mentioned he's also been working with Paddy Upton to handle it. I don't know how that's working, but I kind of feel like something has gone wrong psychologically. So there's nobody, I think, very like I really want him to win because he gave us so many pleasant memories, man. Like I'll never forget the World Championship, like that entire journey. Chad, if you go back to that stream, you will see like me. I think it was Rakesh Awadh, who's director at Chesscom India. It was Sagar, Tanya, Amruta, like all of us kind of high fiving, celebrating flags, confetti. Like it was just an absolute like I mean uh, experience, man. Like Samay was also there, by the way, producer was also there. I think he was not part of Chesscom then, but he's now. So I feel like I want to go through that again. I the other side is really sad. The other side is kind of the feeling of losing everything. So I want Gukesh to win again. That's very important. Which is fine. He's done so much at small age. Doesn't matter if he wins or loses. He's done what no one's in history has done. I agree with that. In principle, it sounds great, but imagine him like from his perspective. It's everything to lose in November. And that's what's painful. I think he mentioned this line that some people are lucky, they don't achieve their goals quickly, so they have something to chase. And I feel like Gukesh ke liye, like it's everything to lose. There is no plus side. He's the world champion. Even if he wins, he's still the world champion. Nothing changes. But if he loses, like he has to start from scratch, and he has to chase something he already had, which is not easy, man. I think like it's very hard to then suddenly say, okay, I became a world champion. I lost it. Now I'll start from step one. वो game होती है like snakes and ladders. Like you move ऐसे, and this is chessboard is literally like snakes and ladders, yeah. ऐसे and then ऐसे कैसे पहुंचते हो? Like Gukesh has already reached here. He's on the final square where everybody wants to be, and he would go from the final to the first square if he loses. And then you need the courage to do it again, man, which is really tough. Which is really tough. He doesn't even get the direct spot of the candidates, by the way. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter whether 100 से वो 1 पे जाए कि वो 2 पे जाए कि वो 10 पे जाए. The point is कि he's the only one who goes down from 100. Everybody else, like Prague, for example, might have gone out from 88. Like it hurts, but he still had 11 steps to go. Yeah, Gukesh will go down from 100. The crown is heavy, and he will go down from 100, and that's gonna be the longest downfall, right? Somebody who goes from here to here is going down 87, but somebody from here to 100, that's very tough. That's very tough. Yes, he would not qualify for the candidate. That's the problem, right? Because if you directly qualify for the candidates as it was earlier, at least you have a direct shot. Like you will get a 1 in 8 chance of doing it. But I mean, if you lose now, you don't even get that. So it's becoming tougher and tougher to retain your crown. Really want him to win, man. Really want him to win. Like, yeah, it's very important. Meanwhile, Queen C4 के बाद अभी भी सोच रहे हैं Arjun. I think he realized he missed some details there, and he's slightly worse. Going back to the Vidit game, still no moves by Vidit. Chat. Are you seeing some red flags in front of you? Because look at Vidit's time. He has 21 minutes again to make 18 moves. Bhai, this is very tough. भाई आज सैड डे ना हो जाए भाई इंडियन चेस के लिए, बिकॉज दोनों प्लेयर स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं आज. बोथ वीडी एंड अर्जुन काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रगलिंग. That's the drawback of becoming world champion at a young age. Bro, I think if Gukesh was given a choice, do you want to be world champion at 18? or not, he would say yes, make me the world champion. So I think we shouldn't look at it that way. I think we should look at it in a way where Gukesh has achieved something, but he also wants to maintain it, and he has the maximum resources to do so. Don't worry, वीडी भाई का अरे ये क्या होता है भाई रोज का मतलब क्या मतलब like he has to solve that problem, right? I mean, just because if I eat unhealthy 6 days a week, I still want to work on eating healthy at the end and hope that it becomes a trend, it becomes a habit. So just because I eat unhealthy a few days doesn't mean I have to continue for my entire life. And right now, I think he's pulling up his socks or something. He's tying his laces, I think, literally. I mean, भाई 20 मिनट से कम भाई 19 मिनट Bhai, for 18 moves, I'm genuinely scared for Vidit again. Come on, VD bhai. ऐसे मत करो भाई. A minute a move, man. It's too much. By the way, Arjun has made a mistake, chat. I don't know if it's a mistake practically. Like, practically, it might work out. But now White has only one move. And if he finds this move, Arjun under huge trouble. Anything else, even if knight b4, then queen e5, if a4, for example, trying to save everything, even that is not a problem with rook d8 because I again get this pin. If knight yahan pe, I can take, and queen e1 is, okay, not mate, but at least I have some counterplay. Yeah? Like I can pick up the e5 pawn at least. But the point is, if he finds e6, Arjun is in huge trouble, chat. And the move is e6 here. Only move. You don't want to take and give yourself a check. So f6 is automatic, right? And now knight to b4. This knight is coming to these squares. e7 is weak. Arjun Erigesi under huge trouble right now over the board. Chat, both Arjun and VD in trouble. Do we have a scene jahan we can have both the boards समय by? I feel like आज दोनों गेम में ट्रॉमा ना हो जाए यार. Oh, there it is. Thanks a lot by great scene. And chat, बार दोनों जगह हमारे मजे ले रहे हैं भाई. क्या करें यार? कोई कुछ बताओ. Okay, I don't like this one bit here. I don't like this. By e6 is automatic. You'll find e6. Nepo is not. By he will find e6 for sure. He'll find e6, man. e5 pawn is weak. I'm gonna push e6. Oof, man, this is so tough. I mean, the only reason why he might not do e6 is because, like, Arjun can technically take the pawn, right? Like, that's the only reason why you might not do it. But this is actually losing. EF7, rook f7, and knight e5, you lose the rook. So simple refutation. I cannot allow you to take on f7. And if you don't take the pawn, then where do you put the king? King g7. I mean, do I need to discuss this? That queen c3 ke baad king h6 aana hai aapko? Like, this is not even, like, I'm not even going to consider it, yeah? So going back, e6 is an automatic move. Like, I'll be shocked if Nepo doesn't find e6. Wow. And knight b4 next is also findable, chat, because how do you defend this pawn? Like, maybe he can go wrong, like play something like a4. This is more of a possibility, and then Arjun is back. But Nepo, I mean, he has all the time in the world, man. I think he will find these two moves. And then Arjun will have to defend for a long time. Vidit Bhai is like Doctor Strange. He calculates all 14 million possibilities. Yaar, yesterday that worked. First of all, let's get that correct. He did find some absolutely insane moves yesterday. And if he defends like that, I mean, this is a multiple X easier defense. But I still don't like the time problem. Yeah. I mean, look at this now, 16 minutes to play 18 moves. I mean, that should not be the case in each and every one of your games. That's my problem. 3 billion C and 7 only moves, by the way. 3 billion Cs, but there were 7 only moves. Don't forget, like F5, F6, Bishop F3, Bishop, all these moves were only moves. So insane chess by Vidit. But I mean, the reason why he was suffering was because he couldn't manage his clock. So he's still not solved that problem. What does e6 exactly do? By e6 basically saves the pawn and opens up black's king, right? So black ka idea kya hai? Black ka idea, first of all, queen takes a2. and also rook d8. E6 kind of opens up black's king, and this e5 pawn is perpetually weak. So after this pawn goes to e6, I feel like it's forever defended. Now knight e5 is a move, rook d7 is a move. It's an attacking move. So looking at both these moves, I feel like, man, this is not looking easy for Arjun. This is not looking easy for Vidit. B4 is also logical, Chad is saying. Sir, can we have the analysis board on the left ताकि वो मैं अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे रहूं, and then VD board on the right maybe. So B4 is the move you're saying. Yes, I think it does look logical. But Queen A4 now, and एक free का move मिल रहा है because the rook has to move now. So because of this, maybe Nepo rejects this. It's possible he plays it, but I have to say Queen A4, I mean, it's the first thing Arjun would have seen. So it plays into Arjun's hands directly, chat. Looks tough. I doubt he's going to pro B4. I think he finds E6. Gukesh is playing Chennai GM. Yes, chat. आज नेपो ब्लंडर नहीं कर रहा भाई. He's playing some fascinating chess भाई. Today he's crushing it. Is there a chance that only any of Prague, Gukesh, Arjun doesn't qualify for Olympiad? No, they have already qualified. So Arjun, Prague, Gukesh, Nihal, these four have already qualified. In no shape or form, unless they refuse to play, of course. Like if Gukesh says, "Mujhe nahi khelna hai," or something like that, because of the World Championship. I think they have all four qualified already. So that's a fixed list already. Fifth spot, I think, is more up for grabs. Who all are playing in GM? I think we know of four names. We know Gukesh, we know Nodirbek, we know Pranesh, and we know Arjun. It's a very strong tournament, actually. As dono Indians struggling, chat, I have to agree with that one. It feels like dono pressure mein VD is in pressure, Why VD has 13 minutes, man? What is happening? Look at that clock for VD. 12 minutes. Bhai, VD, bhai, chalo. Bhai, at this rate, he's going to lose on time. He has to play 18 more moves. Chennai GM is in the middle of July, chat. I think इस बार 8 round का event होगा, will be fun, but it's in the middle of July. VD is always struggling. I disagree, man. भाई वो खेला ही नहीं है ना. I think this is basically rustiness, but I'm still hoping that rustiness doesn't last the entire event. Come on, come on, come on. Oh no! What? Can we go full screen on Vidit Gujarati? He has blundered the game. What? Oh my God. He thought for 25 minutes and blundered. Wow. Wow, this is going to end very soon, actually, now. Okay, Chad, let's have a look. First of all, the plan behind the move is very strong, but it just doesn't work. So let's have a look. Okay? So Vidit ka plan kya hai? First of all, if bishop d3, you try to grab the knight. If you try to grab this, then queen f3. And black is even better because this bishop, queen g3 set hai, and basically Vidit is better. He's almost winning, actually. Okay? That's not the move. You can see the best move with the blue arrow. But why it doesn't feel like a move is because rook is hanging, chat. Look at this. Now the move is bishop takes h6 check. And this is what Vidit was thinking about. Now, if you take this, then g5. This is obvious. I mean, of course, we're not gonna, blunder a queen. So king g8. And you know what Vidit missed? He missed कि भाई यहाँ कुछ attack मुझे लग रहा है. I think he missed something tactical. So the only move for white, which is not easy chat here, is the incredible king to g2. Just defending the knight, giving the rook for the knight, and now this is winning. This is the winning idea. So let's say you play some random move, yeah, rook to d7. Now rook to h1 with some attack on the h file, bishop g5, knight g5, bishop c4. This is a long-term plan. So this was very easy to miss. Very, very easy to miss. Count the material. Knight for knight, bishop for bishop, queen for queen, rook for rook. So basically, he has a rook for a what? Like a rook for a bishop, yeah? He has rook for a bishop, he has essentially. So material-wise, Vidit is doing okay. But objectively, but let's have a look. Let's say I play the best moves. I say मुझे bishop exchange करना है. ठीक है? I want to exchange this. If you take, then I think my king can take, rook can take. You can see the position is already equal. So the best move now is, for example, bishop e3 back. Wow, he takes! He takes the pawn on a6. Madamino has played the brilliancy on the board. He's grabbed the pawn with instantly placed king g8, and now king g2 is the move. This is the only move in the position. Agar yahan Madamino ne khela, he is winning. Wow, can we have VD's angle as well? वो split angle जो कल था, that was amazing actually, Samir, if we can have that. Got it. VD करेंगे. Wow, king g2 only move. Okay, chat, do you think he finds it? Do you think he finds it, king g2? Yes or no? Come on, chat. Final prediction. It's tough. It's a long-term plan. There's no clear blow. कि भाई ये खेला and you win. So it's a long-term plan. Basically, you're saying कि भाई मेरे bishops and knight and king and rook are much stronger than any of these pieces here. Knight dominated by the pawn. Rook has no squares. And let's go deeper. ठीक है, let's say bishop f8 हमने देखा था. Now bishop e3. And let's say black plays bishop to g7. Like it feels like a defensive plan because my king is become safer. Now king h1, rook h1, sorry. Let's say bishop g5 could trap my queen. I want to play queen to e7 now. Bishop c4. You see, these moves are developing moves. They don't necessarily make too much sense. And after rook to d6, the move he has to find is queen to c1. It's not easy for anybody to play this actually. Very, very tough. And basically black has no f6 because this bishop pins. And if you try to run away, for example, then rook h7 will be game over. So very tough. But can Madamino find the strategic attack? Looks very tough, king g2. The second option is bishop d3. That instantly leads to an equal position. Bishop d3, queen f3, and ye pawn utna matter nahi karta because queen takes g3 is a move as well. I would gladly give this pawn for this. I think this game is dead equal. In fact, VD could be better. So I think only move king g2. Ival off and Tikku over. By of course, by Vidit Gujarati. 2700. भाई किंग की मूव कितनी बार ब्रिलियंसी होती है. This is a move, a brilliancy. That was a king move. Very rare. And कोई मुझे कह रहा है इवाल बार ओवर टिक्कू ओवर. ऑफ कोर्स ब्रदर, विदित 25 मिनट सोचने के बाद नहीं निकाल पाया तो मैं क्या निकाल दूंगा 4 मिनट में तुमसे बात करते करते. वाओ भाई, सिंदारोव का सेकंड ऐसा खेल रहा है भाई, तो सिंदारोव कैसा खेलता होगा भाई. And look at Vidit. I think he's shocked. Look at him. He's genuinely shocked by this move. I feel he did not consider it. At least पहला जो मुझे लगा. Chat, question to you. Expression से, do you think Vidit saw this earlier? I don't think so. शक्ल से नहीं लग रहा कि he saw this. It looks like a shocked face. Like होता ना. Wait, what? Like ऐसा expression है. I don't think he saw this. Like उसने देखा कि नीटू, he can right look, उसको नीटू की रुक मार दूंगा, it's okay, I won't be worse. He takes the rook, I mean he has to, and it's +3 evaluation. Man, this is insane judgment. Wow. You know what? I don't even blame Vidit for this one, man. This is just incredible. I still don't understand why is it +3, brother. +3 means an extra piece. Am I counting the pieces wrong? एक second. Let's do maths. ठीक है. नाइट के बदले नाइट, क्वीन के बदले क्वीन, रुक के बदले रुक, ठीक है, बिशप के बदले, भाई मैं पीस डाउन हूं क्या भाई, क्या चल क्या रहा है भाई, एक दो माइनर पीस, एक दो तीन माइनर पीस, तो आई हैव कितने पॉन है, एक दो तीन चार पांच छह, एक दो तीन चार पांच छह सात, सो आई हैव अ बिशप एंड अ पॉन फॉर अ रुक, सो 3 + 1 4 एंड रुक 5, सो यहां पे यू आर टेलिंग मी 4 इज इक्वल टू 5 + 3, मतलब 4 = 8 बता रहे हो मुझे आप, समझे, बिकॉज 5 की रुक की वैल्यू 5 है एंड आई एम +3 वेल, मतलब वो चार मटेरियल जो है बिशप और पॉन का, इट इज वर्थ 8 पॉइंट्स भाई, इट्स ओके, मैं दिमाग फट जाएगा भाई, भाई दिस इज क्रेजी अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द गेम इटसेल्फ. Wow, man. And let's go deeper, chat, just to understand. So now, Rook H1 is the best move, which I think at some point will happen. Okay, let's say Bishop F8. Now VD wants to exchange. Bishop E3, we saw this already. Let's say Rook D8. Okay, Rook D8 खेल नहीं सकते भाई. Bishop G5 आ रहा है. So let's say you play Rook to E8, trying to bring the Rook here. And now Knight to G5. And this is where I think you start seeing the problems, because Knight to H7 आ रहा है, along with Bishop G5. So let's say you play Bishop G7, Knight to H7, Queen attacked. Let's say you play Queen to E6, and I can't play this, but I can play this, and next Bishop C4. I look at this, chat. Let's say you play a random move. I don't even know what the random move is. Let's say Queen E7, because you know Bishop C4, right? You want to play Queen E7. Now Bishop G5. If F6, Bishop C4, and it resigns. Bishop is possible. So Queen D6 खेलना पड़ेगा. And now, this is pretty. Bhai, chat, this is beautiful. You play Queen F3. Black has no moves. Okay? I mean, literally the best move is Rook D8. Next, you will play Bishop C4. This, let's say Rook D8. I won't even take the Rook. Bishop C4. Rook D7. And now Knight to F6 check. This is the plan. If you take, Bishop takes, and this is mate. You can't take, so King F8. आपको खेलना मजबूरी है, कुछ ऑप्शन ही नहीं है, king can't come to h8, and now I can even just take the rook for free, but I'm guessing rook h7 should be basically game over. By, I mean, what an attack, man. In fact, you can take play rook d1, and the queen cannot defend f7. One of the best moves is queen e6, by the way. Just giving the queen. Bro, I mean, I think Madaminov is underrated by at least 100 points. This is not really chess. This is just insane. I mean, I think he's gone. Like, there's no way he saves this. Like, I mean, it requires a blunder from Madaminov. This is insane chess by Madaminov. I am genuinely shocked. I really want, Sahaj bhai, for the chat, I mean, this is, I don't know if there's somebody in the chat. Sahaj bhai, Priyanka, oh my, yeah, or Dishant, oh my God. Bro, this is insane chess. Wow. Amazing, man. Amazing. And by the way, I'm talking about amazing stuff not going our way. Nepo found e6, f6 and knight b4. So Arjun also now is close to lost. Wow, man. Wow. I'm absolutely in shock, chat. I mean, this is just an insane, insane performance. So we have the cameras. Can we have both the boards again, Sammy, please? I think because dono jaga we are struggling, but Vidit game is just so. I cannot switch on the Vidit game anymore. But I also want to see if Arjun can defend. So this is the only way we can move forward now, chat. Um, I have no words, chat. I am literally out of words. Look, Etena, how do you yap so much? I think yapping has ended because Madhavinov has left me in complete shock right now. See, अरे 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 फेक जीएल सिंदारो सी हाउ माय बॉयज अरे अरे ये क्या बोल दिया भाई ये क्या बोल दिया भाई ऐसा नहीं है भाई ऐसा नहीं सिंदारो जी नहीं अच्छा खेलता है वो भी आई थिंक दिस इज जस्ट अ क्रेजी कंसेप्ट बाय द वे क्या निकाला है मतलब भाई खेल खत्म सच में खेल खत्म द ओनली क्वेश्चन इज बाय द वे अर्जुन हैज प्लेड किंग जी7 which is not the best move and it feels like he's also under serious pressure now um man rook d5 is the move attacking the queen. Rook d7 is a move with the idea of g4 next. You could just go g4 directly with knight c6, rook d7 incoming. भाई आज तो मतलब लग रहा है ट्रॉमा ही ट्रॉमा होने वाला है यार स्ट्रीम में. वाओ. ये क्या है भाई गोभी है तो पंपकिन ऐसा क्या मतलब है. चैट क्वेश्चन टू यू. हाउ मेनी पॉइंट्स विल इंडियंस स्कोर टुडे. दो इंडियंस हैं. हाउ मेनी पॉइंट्स यू थिंक वी स्कोर टुडे चैट. आई हमारे प्रोड्यूसर साहब कह रहे हैं 1 पॉइंट सो ही स्टिल हैज होप कि अर्जुन इज गोना विन दिस. दोनों सो यू थिंक वी कैन ड्रॉ दिस सामी भाई. वीडी भाई को सॉरी सामी को बहुत भरोसा है वीडी के ऊपर एज एक्सपेक्टेड बट मैन आई डोंट थिंक सो यार वीडी इज होल्डिंग दिस. आई डोंट थिंक सो ही इज होल्डिंग दिस. दिस इज गॉन. The fact that he played king g2 means he understands the attack. I think Willie is basically gone. With the clock, I mean, there's literally 0% chance. Um, and Arjun, I mean, he's at the borderline, I think. Arjun will offer some resistance because maybe like the game is going on at least, but even that looks tough. In fact, Saiva, I think you're correct. The games might last long, but I think it might be the Arjun game, which might last long. But VD is gonna get crushed, I think, in the next hour max. Like maybe hour is also too much. But let's see. Let's see. Yesterday he did get an opportunity. He came back. So hoping for the best. But this looks really tough, man. You said in previous game also. I said that. I agree, man. I think there. Oh, he plays bishop. See, of course, if Madaminov makes a mistake, then VD will get an opportunity. But as of now, that king g2 move has been like it's a shock for me. Like hands के moves ना कल समझ में आ रहे थे. Like I could understand where he's going with this. आज मतलब I'm such in shock कि भाई मतलब ये क्या निकाल दिया इसने भाई. What did he just find? Like it's so unbelievable कि मतलब it doesn't feel like he's gonna mess it up from there. Yeah, अब तो आसान काम है. Like the he did the tough part already. I think Madaminov का level at least 2650 to 2675 का है. Like chat, I know we discussed this Olympiad team favorites. I think Uzbekistan is just as favorite as India. If Madaminov, unka spare board can crush with it on demand like this, I think this is not going to be an easy Olympiad for us. I think Uzbekistan is at least as much as a favorite as the Indian team. So no doubt about it now. Madam, should move on the board, which Tick will do and explain the damn computer. I absolutely agree, man. It took me like 15 minutes of analysis with the computer to understand कि चल क्या रहा है. And he found it over the board. So I feel like Vidit is busted in this game. It's completely gone. I just don't see how he manages this. And chat, but the thing is, regardless, the game is gonna be exciting. The game will be exciting. So let's see how if it can kind of stage a comeback and if Madam goes wrong. But do like the stream. Let's get more people in because you know chess में मैंने एक ही सीखा भाई. You never know for sure. You never know for sure क्या होता है chess में. Like there's always turnarounds. And by the way, we do have a move in the VD game. Can we have the VD game on the left, Arjun game on the right? Samay bhai. I think VD game very fast चल रही है, so we'd love to analyze a bit. Rook D7 is what we last saw. आता है Rook to H1. Bishop F8, and this is where he should not take. He didn't. And now Vidit is literally playing what we considered, like Bishop G7. And now Bishop C4, Knight G5, Knight H7. Then, this is exactly what we saw. You first put the knight on H7, then you bring the bishop to G5, then you bring the bishop to C4, and black is completely like stuck, like has no moves. What a beautiful, beautiful like game by Madaminov, man. I'm so surprised. Wow. Impressive. What are chances of Madaminov making a mistake with kind of moves he's finding over the board? Some chances, but the problem is that mistake kab hoti hai. If you look at how Vidit came back yesterday, look at the game versus hands. I want to quickly go back to it just to explain a point, yeah? Vidit against hands, the comeback started after this move, D5. You know why this worked? Because it was counterplay. It enabled Vidit to basically go for counterplay. Agar Vidit बैठा रहता ना, like this would not be like any chance for him. So now you come to the current position and you think about how can Vidit get counterplay. Now Bishop C4, one of the best moves played. There is no way. There is no way to get counterplay here. So White is absolutely dominating the game here. So that's why I think it's going to be much tougher for White to make a mistake here than it was for hands. Because Vahan Vidit had a clear plan of Queen C8 and Queen D7 and Queen whatever, check. Yahan wo hai hi nahi. Now Knight D8 best move played, but Knight G5. Continuing on that plan. Now he can make a mistake. I'm not saying he can't. But I think Madaminov, agar jis tarah se khel rahe hain, is looking very tough. And if now, for example, you play Bishop G5, I mean, I think Queen has to go here, yeah? Like that's still not the best. But Knight G5 is very strong. And if Knight E6, for example, you can already take, ye weakness, Queen B3, threatening this. Looks lost, man. Now, second aura farming. This is literally aura farming. And farming के लिए grow करनी पड़ती है. This is not even farming, brother. This is just demonstration कि भाई पहले से ही aura है भाई के पास और बहुत ज़्यादा है. So this is tough. Meanwhile, Arjun की game से कुछ चालें हुई हैं. Let's have a look. Jumping to the Arjun game quickly. By the way, we saw King G7, Rook D7, one of the best. And now, Queen to E5 played. Chat, this is also not going to go our way, लगता है. This is also not going to go our way. Knight D3 के बाद, if he were to find this move, I think it's getting very, very risky because Queen A1, Queen C1, and if you take on A2, that I think could be the idea, but there is G4. This knight is basically gone. Like Knight H4 is the only move I see, but then Rook E7 check, King G8, and Queen to H6 resigns. So going back, you can't play Queen A2. So if you take the Queen, Knight takes C1, and chat, this endgame objectively feels lost. Like Rook C8 is the only move, I think. Knight D3, and yeah, maybe King F8 holding on, Rook A7, Rook C3, but this is just lost, man. This is just lost. दो connected pass pawns है, winner का chat. I think आज दोनों games में लगी हुई है. And going back to the game, we have a few moves. After Knight D8, he played Queen C1. Not the best move, I think. So minor mistake by Madaminov. And now Knight comes to E6 and defends some of these squares. Now Knight G5, maybe, like at least I trade off a piece, yeah? Like at least some exchanges. So minor miss by Madaminov. Some hope for Vidit. भाई क्या ही शतरंज चल रहा है. What's happening with Nodirbek against hands? But I think it looks close to equal, although there are weaknesses. यहाँ एक weakness है, यहाँ weakness. Rook has the C file, Rook C2 incoming, but more close to equality than any guy winning. So that's one. That one could end in a draw. Meanwhile, Vokidov, Nodirbek has ended in a draw. Nicholas Shaq also looks very crazy actually, with Shaq kind of launching an attack. So some chances for Shaq there. But going back to the star game, Nepo Arjun. Why Nepo has made a minor error? Let's go. भाई लेट्स गो. गलती कर दी है नेपो ने. 93 नहीं निकाला. एंड नाउ h5 h4. लेट्स गो भाई अर्जुन भाई. भाई he had to actually play g4 at the right moment. Oh, that is so nice. बच गए बच गए बच गए. अब उम्मीद है भाई. अब उम्मीद है. And he finds h5. Let's go अर्जुन. पिन द चेयर भाई. मौके पे चौका मारने वाले अर्जुन एनिगेसी is absolutely back. मजे आ गए भाई. मजे आ गए. Wow. Wow. Come on अर्जुन भाई. Keep continuing this way. भाई दोनों प्लेयर्स को थोड़े मौके मिलते हुए मे बी there is hope, chat. There is hope. By the way, look at this. After 96, Madamino finds the only move which is giving him a winning advantage. Bishop to h6 वापस. ये बिशप वहीं पे था इस पोजीशन में, बिशप f8 पे. If he had played queen c1 directly here, I think it could have also done the job. But maybe it takes. He was worried about like queen g7 ideas. But now he does it again, this time this way. Interesting, very interesting actually, why he does it now. So if I take queen takes and do queen g7, is there a difference? You're going to take this first now. And if you take this, then queen g5. And if you take this, then I take here, you take here, I win this pawn. So very smart. वो subtle difference समझना कि भाई ये pawn double हो जाएंगे and I will get this pawn. भाई Madamino is still pushing and Vidit has chances, but ye pawn doing a great job, by the way, of preventing knight f4 check. Great job. And also, by the way, ek sawal aayega, why can't I play g5 here? Like, I think, just to simplify, but I can even just take, let's say queen takes and play rook h5. And ye phir se weak, you can't play f6 because knight is hanging. So even that doesn't seem to create any exchanges and liberation for black. So looks like it's very tough. And VDY, if he loses, he will be on 1.5 points. And surprisingly, जो दो लोग पे है, like 2 point पे है, Nepo is better, so he will at least gain half a point. Mamidyarov is better, so he will at least gain half a point. So he'll be half a point behind Nicholas Theodorou, even if Nicholas loses. So with it last place में ही रहेंगे unless he stages a comeback here. Jumping back to the Arjun game, जहां पे h5 के बाद h4 खेला है Nepo ने. But now you can play a5, kick the knight back, at least save this pawn. And because यहाँ h5 आ गया, g4 is never possible. And that means this knight is permanently here, permanent to sir. And now the pawn is defended. Very important for Arjun. He can basically free up his rook now for, grander ambitions. Ambitions, yes. And koi keh raha, yes, Vidit has 6.5 minutes to play 10 moves. Bhai, it's getting tricky for Vidit again. Come on, Vidit, you can pull this off. You've done it before just yesterday. Looking tough, looking really tough. But he has the capacity to do so. He's in great form. Who? Madaminov? Yes, he's in great form. Vidit, maybe not so, yeah? Not in this event at least. I mean, he had a great defense in yesterday's game, but I think he could have avoided the hassle itself if he had managed the clock better. He looks at his clock. He does that little, Do we have the side angle for Vidit? Like जो side angle है. Um, I think right now he's understanding कि it's very tough position for him over the board. There's no freedom, for his pieces. All of them doing a defensive task. Literally every piece, and this is the exception, which is doing no task, by the way. So that's not better than defensive task, anyways. What if rook e8? Yes. So rook e8, bring the last piece into the game. I think your white will have to decide. Maybe the plan is just to take, and then kind of play rook up the board. Like I say, even rook g5 looks very tempting. But rook h4, for example, and the idea could be queen h1 next. How are you finishing off as white is not still clear. So my plan, let's say black just waits. Let's say rook d8, queen h1, rook d7, now g5. And at some, but g5 ke baad, I am thinking takes knight h2, knight g4, knight f6. How does that plan look? I think that looks like a winning plan to me. That should work, is my guess. Let's say rook d6. Let's try it out. Takes knight h2, and see, he has to play f5 now, only move, or he's lost. So maybe that's the plan. That's one of the plans. If the knight gets to f6, it's over. That's what I would do, for example. शादी के बाद नहीं भाई, शादी के फॉर्म बढ़ती है, बाय द वे. आई कैन पर्सनली अटेस्ट टू दैट. मेरा इंटरनेट रेटिंग बढ़ता जा रहा है शादी के बाद. And really, by the way, just after his wedding, he won the freestyle qualification event, qualified to that event. He's since then also qualified to the finals of India Rising. जो event वो खेल रहा है, at least online, has been playing very, very well, like spectacular chess. I think over the board, he's not played enough. And I think it's just the rustiness of not playing over the board. As Nodirbek, by the way, mentioned in his interview with Magnus, he said Magnus performed, not well at Norway chess, but he was not surprised by Magnus's, flaws there, because Magnus has not played. If you don't play over the board chess, it's going to show in your games. And that's Nodirbek talking about Magnus, the GOAT himself. So, of course, ooh, I don't like that move. Ooh, that looks very tough, man. That is basically, I mean, it does make sense. You're kind of holding on to a defender, but I feel like now White's plan should be simpler. Amul, thanks for super chat. It could defend Curtis. अरे भाई ऐसा नहीं यार. I think oof, this is tough with it, man. This is really tough, actually. Now I think he can play same plan. Rook h4, queen h1. Nothing changes. At some point, the bishop will move. Maybe some g5, knight h2 plan is still possible. Doesn't change at all. White is still thinking. By the way, one look at the Arjun game. Still no moves by Arjun Erigesi. He was 24 minutes now to play, 11 moves. Not so tough, actually, I think, clockwise. Olympiad fourth ball will be Nihal, by the way, because Nihal is ahead of Vidit in the ratings, unless Vidit has like an insane comeback. Vidit will play in the Olympiad for sure, I think, some of the rounds, because he has experience. Also, it's a long event, so you can kind of have that oscillation, right? Maybe, for example, Gokesh needs a rest. Maybe Prag needs a rest. Arjun needs a rest. So in that case, both Nihal and Vidit also might play. We need to draw with Arjun because he has chance to win the event. Exactly. Arjun said draw chahiye, but now the chances are very high actually of Arjun drawing this. Because once he smells blood, now he won't let go. So Arjun का मुझे अब उतना डर नहीं है, Chad, I think. I am more worried about Vidit, unfortunately. What is it? H8 is this square, by the way. Chad, chessboard notation has a square. Every square is rated by a certain configuration. So for example, this is A file, B file, C file, D file, and so on till H file. And this is first rank, second rank, third rank, all the way till the 8th rank. So this square, for example, is A, B, C, D file, and first rank, so it is D1. This is, for example, A, B, C, D, F file, and 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth rank. So this is F5 square. This is how you donate the, kind of annotate the chess squares here. This is F5, D6, E7, D3, B6, G5, C2, E7, B8, F8, H7, B4, and you can get very fast at this with time. And majority of chess books are written with this annotation. Majority, all of the chess books. Come on, come on. What will VD do now? Less than 4 minutes to play 9 moves, man. That is so tough. भाई कुर्सी पे ढंग से बैठ नहीं देता विदित यार भाई. It's like मतलब he's always keeping us on the edge. And no moves in the Arjun game also. So let's stick here for the time being. Madaminov, by the way, shaking his leg violently. Even I'm used to doing this. Hate it. But वो भी कर रहा है. Why is he underrated? He calculates fast, aggressively attacks. Also, he's the only Indian to cross ties. So, why is still much underrated compared to Prag and Gukesh? I don't think so. In fact, Arjun is the highest rated among all the Indians. He's India number one right now with a rating of 2762.2. Prag is 12 rating behind, and Gukesh is like, I think 50 rating, 45 rating behind. So I don't think he's the lowest rated. It's just that he's not won the world championship and he's not won many top events essentially. That's why you don't, you feel that way. But I think Arjun, once he wins his first major, super tournament, he is going to go on a killing spree. Like you will not be able to stop him. You could have anybody in his pathway. He's going to win like 10 events in a row. So वो एक अनलॉक होना है बस एक चीज की भाई I can do this. Khatam. That's it. 4 boards who actually play in the Olympiad, and one is the reserve board. Somebody gets sick, somebody is not in form. You have the option of replacing. So Vidit का भाई ये तो है. Vidit, unfortunately, thanks to his time management, is gonna reach this situation often in this event, जहां पे उनको वॉशरूम जाना होगा और टाइम नहीं होगा. दैट इज एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. लाइक ही माइट हैव ऑलरेडी फेस्ड दिस on multiple occasions at UzChess. Like that is not even like a joke. That's literally true. Bishop h8 was third preference. It's not about Bishop h8. It's just ki, like, where is with its active move? I'm trying to search for an active move. I just don't see it. Like he's defending. तुम समझ रहे हो? Like imagine the boxing match. जैसे कल का बॉक्सिंग मैच था. Hands was throwing punch after punch. Vidit was injured. He thought he would get knocked out any second. But at least Vidit had the option of punching back. क्या पता एक punch सही जगह लग जाए and hands just kind of gets knocked out. But here it's tougher. By the way, Queen e3, not the best move. But even then, I feel this is much tougher for Vidit because it's very hard to just hold the position with no counterplay. It's very, very tough. Now, apparently, the best move is Queen e7. But again, it's very tough. It's very tough to find these moves. He plays quickly because time ही नहीं है उसके पास. करेगा क्या? He is to play 8 moves in 4 minutes. By the way, one brief look at the Arjun game. Still no moves by Arjun. So he's been thinking for 10 minutes now. And what will he do? Is the question. Meanwhile, going to the game of Shaq, who's apparently winning against Nicholas. So apparently there was some tactics here. Knight or Queen e3 was a blunder. Takes, and now c5. Just opening the bishop seems to be a killer move, which is not even a surprise, yeah? So Shaq seems to be winning after blundering his queen yesterday. By the way, I don't know if you saw that reaction from Shaq. It was a weird reaction actually between both the players. They didn't shake hands or something. Like it was crazy. Highly recommend that. By the way, look at this. Knight g5, another best move played by Madaminov. So if you take this knight, bishop takes, queen ko yahan jana padega, why all the way back to b6. And now at the very least, you can pick up the rook, yeah, at the bare minimum. So you can't even take the knight. Then what do you do? It's not easy. He's thinking about something. He's considering some option. Let's see what he plays. He has 3 minutes to play 8 moves. Why? How come none of the Indians have in form? I disagree. Arjun is in great form. Prag is in great form. Nihal is in great form. Vaishali is in great form. Divya is in great form. I mean, Humpy is in great. I disagree. Why? Humpy maybe I think had not the best year, but Baki Sare are in great form. Why? Madaminov literally वही है. Show your Madaminov. भाई हनी सिंह थोड़ी रैप लिख रहा है Madaminov के ऊपर. You can take the queen and then take the rook also, by the way. I don't think it changes anything. By the way, we're about to play. Oh, look at his fingers shaking, yeah? He picks up a piece, is twirling it in his hand, has no time, 2.5 minutes now to play 8 moves. Serious time pressure in a complicated position, middle game. His chair is shaking, his opponent is at the board. He's ready to play the move quickly. ताकि time pressure में हो रहा है. He's pulling his hair. Can't find the move. 2 minutes, 10 seconds now. Looks at the clock again, holds his head in his hand. Still not sure of the move. 2 minutes now. Less than 2 minutes now for Vidit to play 8 moves. Still not convinced. He's about to play, I think. Puts his hand down again. He plays Queen to E7. Best move played by Vidit Gujarati here. Best move. That is nice to see. And now knight takes E6. Seems to be the best move for Madamino. Will he find it to double up black's pawns forever and keep that E6 pawn as a huge weakness? He can take it with the bishop also, but the knight takes is better because I have the G5 square for my bishop later. The bishop on C4 is an absolute beast. Tough one. I think if White is going to waste a move, right? Let's say he plays pawn to B3. Just want to show you like what the problem could be. Now knight takes G5, bishop takes bishop F6, and VD is actually absolutely fine in the game. It's even better for Vidit now. White has to force a draw with takes queen h6 and queen g7, queen g5, some sort of repetition here. Lekin, that's why what I'm saying is basically black rooks lagaye hain, they have a clear purpose. He's setting them up for counterplay. So VD kal ki tarah khel raha hai. He's not trying to defend, he's trying to go for counterplay. That's why it's forcing White to find only moves. So his defense is not a bad choice. But the thing is, objectively, White is still winning. Come on. Queen e7 on the board. Will Madamino find the best move is the question. He could just take on e6. Pawn takes e6. Ye weak. It's going to be a nightmare for black to defend this. But at least VD will have a chance. By the way, look at that time, man. Less than 2 minutes. Jumping to the Arjun game. By the way, we have a move. He finds the best move, Arjun A5. Let's go, man. Arjun Erigasi playing like an absolute beast. Under pressure. Finds the best move. Attacks the knight. And knight move करने पे queen a1 check, queen a2 भी आ रहा है, queen e1 check भी आ रहा है. By knight g3 is, by the way, always a threat. You have to keep it in mind. Because there could be some repetition instantly. In fact, if the rook was active, like for example, rook c8 hota, like black could win this. So Nepo should be careful here. Queen a1 threat, queen e1 threat, knight g3 threat, and rook activation ka threat at some point. This is good counterplay for Arjun. Come on. कैमरा की बैटरी है वो मैं चेंज करता हूं. Meanwhile, going back to the VD game because he has no time on his clock. I think this is a more urgent game. Look at Vidit, by the way. His hands are shaking, his legs are shaking. I mean, it's symbolic of somebody in huge time pressure. Can he hold this? Can he pull off a miracle like yesterday? It's not going to be easy. But, yesterday should give him confidence. Ki, bhai, kar sakta hu main. I can pull this off. I've done this before. मुझे कैमरा की बैटरी नहीं मिल रही है भाई. I just saw it. Damn. अरे कहाँ चली गई भाई? ढूंढनी पड़ेगी एक सेकंड समय भाई. Found it. Meanwhile, Vidit. And again, like he can't even go to the washroom right now, yeah? Like he has 2 minutes. Pure time right now. If his opponent thinks for 30 minutes, he should stay there. Like, I mean, that's just Always weird to situation to be in. How is Queen C1 the best move? I don't think Queen C1 is best. He should take on E6. Because basically, पहले white का position बहुत strategic था. Now he needs something concrete. Otherwise, I think black could equalize with time. Like एक बार bishop f6 आ गया ना, to trade off the dark square bishop, then I think Vidit can start to think about more also, more than a draw. So I think Madaminov, rightly so, in this position is thinking, I think this is a crucial moment in the game. One mistake from Madaminov and Vidit is absolutely back. And we talked about how tough it was for Vidit to come back. So he found the correct way to create counterplay, actually. I think the best way, the way of creating counter, like he did not really sit idle. He went for counterplay, built up these pieces, doubled up his rooks, and made it like a choice for Madaminov कि भाई अभी करना है तो कुछ कर वरना I am gonna strike back. It's like your opponent, in a boxing match, it's like your opponent punching you in the face. You're not trying to block the punch. You're trying to just kind of sharpen up your own punch. Yeah, somehow. I don't like sharpen up your own glove somehow. So if he hits you in the meantime, you're knocked out, great. But if he doesn't do it, then you are gonna come back with vengeance, and then you kind of take over the match. So it's a risky way to play, but it might just work. It worked yesterday like a charm. By the way, Arjun ki game we have moves after knight, a5, h4, a5, knight c6. The best move was played. Queen e1 check, only move by Arjun. King g2, only move by Nepo. Others f2 was hanging. And now look at this, rook to c8. Amazing move. Pinning that knight instantly. And now a3 khela Nepo ne. And let's see what Arjun does. By the way, Arjun can now already play pawn to g5 and go for this king side play. He also can play king f8. By the way, two moves possible for Arjun here. King f8 or g5. King f8 is a defensive try. G5 is more ambitious, but also more risky. So tough choice for Arjun. Which one does he go for? Lag. भाई हिंदी में अगर तुम लैग लेते हो, लैग तो लग भी हो सकता है ना भाई. लाइक मुझे लग रहा है या मुझे लैग रहा है, लाइक इट्स द सेम थिंग, नो सेम थिंग. टेक्निकली आई वुड नॉट नो. Just general information. By the way, we're going to the game. Still no moves by Madaminov. 33 minutes. With by standing, but उस radius के अंदर है भाई वो. He's within the radius of where he can walk, yeah, and come run back to play the move. He has no. Okay, about to play. I think Madaminov kind of got up a bit, but then it's not playing again. PJ था भाई, PJ था, PJ joke भी नहीं था भाई. It was not even a joke. It was just general information. Come on भाई, खेल दो Madaminov जी. आपकी चाल तो देखें. So now that Indian comedy is so good and funny, which is true. Thank you, bhai. And perfect time for मैंने poor joke भी मारा. So like it was just like a perfect culmination of what could have happened but didn't happen. बोर्ड का नीचे करो टिको भाई. बोर्ड को नीचे करे. बोर्ड को नीचे कहाँ भाई? बोर्ड कवर हो जाएगा ना फिर. And we also don't want to interrupt Nepo's power walk. What is Magnus' rating after Norway chess? I think he lost like 18 or 20 points or something. I think his rating is 2823. Yes, he lost 18 points. 2823 is his rating now. So a lot of rating, yeah, for the world number one. Voice echo, really? नहीं यार, echo नहीं होता कभी हमारे यहाँ पे. By the way, going to the Arjun game again, who has 13 minutes now, time pressure becoming real. He has to play 8 moves. You can see that slight panic in his body language. G5 and King F8 are the 2 moves. You would back him to find it. And he finds it, but he plays King F8 though. So he goes for the passive defense, wants to defend this pawn. I think he thinks that the knight on F5 is very stable. And G5 can always be played later. Let me defend my pawn on E7. Great move. And now white has to also be accurate. What can white do? So if white plays B4, for example, trying to go for an outside pass pawn, that to me is like the cleanest plan. But its problem ye hai, now Arjun can play rook to A8. And suddenly he has real counterplay. So Nepo now has to find like knight A7, for example. Yeah, this is or rook D8 trading rooks, which is not easy. So I feel like Arjun, Great find there, king to f8, and puts the pressure back on Ian. Going back to VD now. Tough moment for Vidit. Come on, come on. The biggest problem है time. We know that, bhai. We know that. Vidit also knows that, but it's not an easy problem to solve. Yeah, like the clock. When you're out of practice, it's always tough to kind of trust your intuition. Yeah, okay, what I'm thinking is gonna work. When is GCL? I think in September first half, if I'm not mistaken. Come on, come on. Badamino bhai, galti kar do. What do you think is likely for Arjun to cross, which is B28? I think it is possible. 287 agar abhi hota, he would be world number 2, like 5 points behind Magnus Carlsen, so that would be insane. But it's possible, man. But when Vishisha was 2817, I think there were many people above 2800. तब से I think थोड़ा rating deflation भी हुआ है. Magnus at that point was way ahead. So hard to know, actually. Hard to know, Chad, if somebody can pull that off again. So no moves here. Arjun gave me no moves, chat. We saw it last. King of India koi chal nahi hai Nepo ki, so that's why I'm sticking to Vidit for now. Because he has just 2 minutes on his clock. Look at Arjun also feeling nervous. Yeah, he's not used to this time pressure situation. Look at him. Slightly nervous reaction from Arjun there. Vidit, of course, hey, nervous. I think he has to take on e6. Chahe knight se mare, bishop se mare. Because if he doesn't double these pawns, black will play bishop 6 next and completely equalize. So he'll exchange all the pieces. Attack करने के लिए piece ही नहीं बचेंगे. Chess is a great game to complete 10 steps. Surprisingly, why? You never thought so, but yes. You never thought so. Is Arjun playing GCL? I'm guessing yes. He should be playing. Why not? But Olympiad se pehle hai. So you might have some people like not play this time. It is a possibility. But last GCL में top 10 में से 9 player खेले थे. Like apart from Magnus, everybody in the world top 10 played. So will be a huge event regardless. But okay, that's in September. For now, Vidit holding his head again, wondering what will Madaminov play. So far, his play has been fabulous. Accuracy of 95.3 by Madaminov compared to 93 for Vidit. The difference doesn't seem huge, but Madaminov जो King G2 चाल निकाली थी Bishop H6 की, off. This was just a beauty. मतलब Bishop H6 first, King G8 and King to G2. Man, what a find! Sacrificing a rook for the knight and just kind of getting a crushing position. Olympia dates, yes, second half of September actually. It's gonna be 16th to 27th, I think, something like that is the Olympiad. It's weird to see a world champion, not even in top 20. Agreed, man. It is a bit weird. Like, not to kind of call off shots here. Like, it is definitely a bit weird. It must be weird for Mukesh also. Like, not just for us. And I feel like he has to work on his psyche a bit. As we know, he was 2794 at his peak. He belongs there. I think he has to work on whatever is holding him back. Only he can figure out the best. And it's a challenge. It's a problem. And hopefully he will find the solution. By the way, no moves by Nepo. Actually, no, he just played the best move, by the way, one of the best moves, rook to d3. So he's kind of defended that third rank now. So Arjun could just play king g7 and offer a draw. Because king f8 क्यों गए थे हम गए थे because e7 was soft, right? So he could just play like इसलिए आया इसको defend करने के लिए. Now rook d3, he could just play king g7 back. I don't see why not actually. And if rook d7, then king f8 back. Let Nepo find the winning idea, right? Let him kind of suffer. Long think, wrong think. I think Madamino is about to make a huge positional mistake. While totally possible. Let's hope so, man. Let's hope so that happens. But meanwhile, he's still not played a move. He's been thinking for, okay, not 20 to 14 minutes. Yeah, it's still not like a super long thing. Sada, have you played against Mr. Machu? नहीं, माचू जी से मैंने नहीं खेला है पूरी तरह. सुना है आपकी बेस्ट फ्रेंड है वो. You hang out a lot with him. नहीं, अभी मैच होने का अभी ऑनर नहीं हुआ है, कि नहीं हुआ है मेरे को. कभी होगा. The tables have turned for Nepo. Let's hope so, bhai. He's young and should be mentally strong. I agree, man. Gukesh is very young, should be mentally strong, but the interview with the Hindustan Times that he gave showed some, weaknesses in his psychology there. Are Madhava, thanks for chat. When is the World Championship by venue? World Championship is in last week of November. Will last till like December 15th or so. So कम से कम 20 दिन तो चलेगी. And venue we decided नहीं हुआ है. I think FIDE has called for the bids. I don't know if India bids like Chennai का goal था bid करने का, but I'm not sure if they can match the budget. मैंने कहीं article में पढ़ा. But likely will happen somewhere in Asia, right? Because at the end, दो players हैं, दोनों Asia के हैं. So holding it in the US doesn't make any sense. Even Europe is very unlikely. So I think Asia में ही कहीं पे होगा मेरे हिसाब से. India, Uzbekistan, Singapore, some other country in Asia could happen. Vishisa Olympiad क्यों नहीं खेलते? I think Vishisa has passed on the baton to the youngsters now. I think he's more of a mentor role than actually a player. So I think that makes sense. What's the prediction with its match? Yeah, I feel like it's so hard to predict. Yesterday we kind of all discussed how with this lost, but his opponent gave him a chance. With it found all those 7 only moves in a row, drew that game. So with it is very, very tricky and come up with defensive resources even in desperate situations. But this move is a crucial one because also अगली 7 chale pending है till time control. Then he gets 30 more minutes. So if he survives these 7 moves, gets like a slightly worse or equal position, then he will likely survive. Oh, best move played by Madaminov bhai. Lamba soche, lekin acha soche. And now what does he do though? It's still not like, like a simple one move blow for him. He has to still kind of maintain the pressure. It's not easy. It's not easy. Wow. By he played the first preference of the engine, queen to c1. And it's so hard to understand this move. But for me, the logic is that now rook d2 is not possible because bishop controls d2. And if bishop g7 or bishop f6, I can pull the bishop back to e3 if need be. So at least that's what I think about the move. But wow, man, found the best move in the position. And now VD has 2 minutes to play 7 moves. One look at the Arjun game chat, he's still not played. So he also has to play 7 moves in 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes now, 9 minutes, 50 seconds. Who is Nadarev stronger than Fabi, Hakaru, Prag, Arjun? Nadarev, the candidates were stronger than even Magnus, man. Like I think the candidates. But I mean, can he maintain it? I'm not sure. I would say that I think only time will tell. It's so hard to predict form, right? Form is so temporary. And look at this. After bishop f6, he plays the best move again, bishop to g3. Wow, man, what a guy. And I think what he's planning is b4 now. This is typical Alpha Zero stuff, by the way, chat. पता है Alpha Zero से खेलता था. He would first attack on the king side, ठीक है? And जब black होता था भाई खत्म बचा लिया, then he would completely switch all pieces and attack on the queen side. फिर यहाँ अटैक आता black आता था बचा लिया, and then completely switch back to the king side. Like beautiful play. And now I think, as you see, with the best moves come mistakes, especially when you're in time pressure. Queen f7, not the best. And both now b4 and f4 are very, very strong for Madaminov. Sahil sir, which country is economical to play chess tournaments, Central Asia or East Europe? I think Europe is easier purely because there are stronger events there. India में इतने strong events होते नहीं है. It's very hard to make norms, very hard to gain rating because people are severely underrated. So if you take it up as a challenge, it's great. But if you really want to boost quickly, then I think Europe. But I think, again, it can also be a trap because you go to Europe, gain rating, come back to India, lose rating. Go to Europe, gain rating, come back to India, lose rating. So it can be a trap also. When is Chess World Championship? Thanks for Amandar Bhai. I think it's in November 10th, say, I think, around 2 weeks. So don't think Ukesh will play though. But Arjun, Prag, Nehal, I'm not sure. Arjun, Prag, will be there. Vishali will be there. It'll be a lot of fun. By the way, now B6 played. I think F4 is the move now, chat. And the idea is f4, f5, and this pawn is basically pinned. So you're opening up the king side. Simple plan, bishop on e3, bishop on c4, doing a marvelous job of, look at this, all four squares, all five squares are covered. The rooks cannot even enter. ये तो दो rooks हैं, they can do nothing on the d file. Absolutely nothing. So that means white has a free hand to play f4 and जितना भी मार मार के f5. Simple plan to win the game. Wow. Amazing chess, man, by Madaminov. By the way, chat, minor mistake by Ian Nepomniachtchi. Look at this, king f8 हमने देखा था, rook d3 was played. Arjun indeed played king g7, rook d7. This position had been repeated twice. ये देखो, एक बार आती है मूव नंबर 33 पे, a3 खेला है यहाँ पे 33 पे, और एक बार आती है मूव नंबर 35 पे. सो दो बार पोजीशन आई, king f8, rook d3, and king g7 के बाद Nepo doesn't play rook d7, which will draw. He plays rook to f3. He continues the game. And now two moves possible for Arjun. First move is, let's say Arjun does nothing. Let's say I play something like, what's a random move? And I don't even see a random move. First of all, if I play knight d6, for example, let's say I attack your queen. Now queen d5, and suddenly ये pawn hanging here, and knight takes e7 hanging here. I think this is already lost. So I cannot move the knight. If I move the king, let's say I continue my plan with king to f8, I just don't, change any plans. Then again, queen d5. And I think the idea might be to just sacrifice the rook for the knight. Let's say, okay, I don't know what black does. Yeah, let's say queen c1 to attack the knight, rook f5, gf5, and there could be some knight takes e7, and if king takes e7, queen check, king here, and queen f7 is made. So there are tactics of these, knight e7, rook f5 ideas. So white cannot play king also, and apparently white has only two moves. One is rook to c7, which feels logical because you're defending this pawn and keeping this pin. Second is the weird move queen to d1, this is the harder one for me to decipher. I think the plan might be rook c6, queen c6, knight d4. Yeah, so queen d1. Let's say I play a4. Now I think maybe does it work? It doesn't work, yeah. Queen d5 because king pawn endgame is lost. Okay, that doesn't work. I'm pawn down. Bhul gaya tha, pawn down. Why? So I can't do that, but there's queen d6 apparently, and this just kind of loses the knight. Rook c3, knight d4, and you lose the knight here. So interesting. Queen d1 is the best move. Rook c7 also possible. Everything else, I think he's losing. What's up? Arjun will draw this. Yeah, I'm hoping Arjun will draw this. But just 7 minutes for him to play 4 moves. It's not easy for Arjun also now. It's not super tough, but the position is very complicated, so it's not going to be super easy either. Tough moment. Can we have both the boards? समय भाई एक बार सीन में दोनों के दोनों गेम लगा दे अगर हम, मजा आ जाएगा भाई. Look at Nepo relaxed in his chair. There it is. You see both the boards now. You have Arjun on the right. You have Vidit, Arjun on the left, Vidit on the right. You can see dono bars mein, right side mein Vidit completely losing right now. Arjun holding, but by a little thread. I am giving you a spoiler. Arjun will win. Why? Uske odds are close to 0. Like Nepo would have to blunder something, which is tough because he has more time, right? I mean, why would he blunder? Come on. Great point by Rohit bhai, you're right, correct. Uzbek team is very strong. We thought that 4th and 5th board would be weak, but that's absolutely not true actually. They're playing amazing chess. A little off, but curious for Arjun. Curious in what way? Okay, come on. What's the move? Who will play first, chat? Let's see. Oh, Madamino gets up from his board. भाई वीडी के पास 1 मिनट है भाई. Look at that clock, 1 minute 40 seconds for Vidit Gujarati. Where is Tikku becoming GM? अरे भाई यार, thanks Vidit भाई, but मुश्किल है भाई GM बनना. By the way, Bishop E7 played, I would say अभी 10 साल में भाई. Sad to think AI thinks Hikaru will beat Vidit with 5 minutes, 2 minutes. यार वो AI तो यार, it's making a prediction. It can go either way. Oof, this is so tough for Vidit, by the way. B4 खेल दिया है. बेसिकली यार वो BF5, वो पास पॉन निकालने की कोशिश कर रहा है, बिकॉज ब्लैक की सारी आर्मी इज स्टक ऑन द किंग साइड एंड द सेंटर. ही इज ट्राइंग टू क्रिएट अ पास पॉन ऑन द क्वीन साइड एंड एसेंशियली जस्ट से कि भाई आप उस पॉन को रोको, एंड जब उस पॉन को रोकने जाओगे then he will come back to the king side and checkmate you. So it's very, very smart play by Madaminov. By the way, no moves by Arjun. He has 4.5 minutes now to play 4 moves, and he plays queen d2. Big mistake. So hard to play chess sometimes, and queen c5 now, only move for Ian potentially to gain an edge. Tough move to find though, very tough move to find. Wow. In which month 20% Tata Steel chess will happen in Kolkata? I think we don't know. I think इस साल Jan में हुआ था, so I'm guessing अगले साल भी Jan में ही होगा. Anyways, the calendar will be packed, so January feels like the correct month. विधि क्वीन पिन हो रही है भाई. उसकी क्वीन तो भाई, उसको पिन इज द लास्ट वरी भाई. एवरीथिंग इज डैमेज फॉर विद दिस पोजीशन. द पॉन स्ट्रक्चर, किंग सेफ्टी, पीस प्लेसमेंट, एवरीथिंग इज वर्स. नहीं ढूंढ पाएगा यार. इट्स पॉसिबल ना ढूंढ पाए. It's definitely a possibility. Like B4, for example, feels very tempting, right? Just to create a pass pawn. Looks very logical. Queen, for example, if you play, let's say, I'm thinking of a move, yeah? Like I'm thinking, let's say I play Queen B5. I wanna capture this pawn with the knight or something. Then suddenly Queen C2 or Queen D6. And, like, यहाँ पे मैंने ये भी defend कर लिया. Like, this is very tricky. Like, Arjun could win this also, by the way. The only move for Ian here is Rook takes F5 for a draw. So you see how, like, Ian could make a mistake also and just lose this. So it's very interesting, this position, but it's very hard to understand. Subtle differences there. There are 93 check ideas, for example, in some cases, because you can't take with the pawn. So देखते हैं, रुक तो है अभी वहां पे, but there could be tactics. There could be tactics. Nepo has more time. I think Queen D1. So look at this. If you played Queen D1, and now if Queen C5, I think यहाँ पे there is like Rook C7, which is very strong, very weird also. Why is Rook C7 so strong? And if you go, for example, Queen D2 now, and Queen C5 and Rook C7, like the exact same position which we saw in the other line, but now Queen A5 is strong. Bye, this is... Queen, अच्छा, Queen hanging here. That makes sense. Queen or D2. Okay, मैं क्या देख रहा हूँ भाई? हाँ, Queen is hanging, of course. So that now it makes sense. Yeah, Queen D2 basically is a free tempo. Wow. After I think 3 or 4 hours of commentary, भाई दिमाग भी काम करना बंद कर देता है. But crazy man, like that's a subtle difference. Not easy to figure out actually. यहाँ से. For Arjun, that is. I mean, of course, Nepo could find it. Come on. By the way, look at Nepo. Yeah? He's ready to play a move. He's about to play. And I told you, B4 felt more logical. Yeah, Queen C5 is not easy to play. And Arjun now can again hold this. Come on, Arjun, let's go. Queen E1, Queen D1 are the best moves, apparently. If Queen to E1, and what happens if I just play B5? Like, that's the critical move, right? And now Rook 8, you have to find. Oh, this is not easy, chat. This is not easy. You have to find Rook 8. And what if I just continue? Then you threaten mate. Yeah, that's the plan. Wow. So this could be winning for Arjun if Nepo over pushes. But the point is, like, this is not easy. The queen is better placed on E1. Basically, Queen E1, Rook 8, Rook A1 निकालना है उसको. He has to find this active plan, Arjun. And he has 2 moves to go till the 40th move. अरे यार. He has 2 moves to go to the 40th move. अगर 40 move हो गए तो he would have found it. Can he find it in time pressure? 4 minutes to go. By the way, Vidit game में huge updates. You can see, I think he's reached the 40th move. Can we go full screen of Vidit for a moment? I I think after queen c2, I think rook queen f7 is what we saw, right? Queen f7. Then he played queen c2, b6, b4, bishop e7, queen b3, rook d6. He takes, and we have reached the 40th move. But now queen to b5, the only winning move for white. But it looks very simple, man. It looks very simple. Attacking e5, attacking a5. I mean, I think Vidit is lost. Vidit is completely lost here. And again, the rooks, they have no counterplay. All these 5 squares are covered. So absolutely zero counterplay. Madaminov is about to win, I think. He's going to win this one. So let's go to Arjun, by the way. Crucial moment in the Arjun game. What will he play? 39th move for Arjun Erigaisi. Has 3 minutes versus 13. आप लोगों को इंजन यूज करके दिमाग खराब हो जाता है, उनका क्या होता होगा भाई? सच में यार, इमेजिन, लाइक इट्स सो टफ टू कैलकुलेट. Trust me, Vidit will hold this. Bhai, I mean, it looks very tough, Buman. I think it looks very, very tough. If he holds this, that would be a miracle, in my opinion. And miracle, we saw one miracle yesterday. Can 2 happen in a row? Looks tough. Come on, you can pull this off, Arjun. मेरे करण अर्जुन आएंगे. आई मीन मेरे अर्जुन तो आएंगे एटलीस्ट. विदित, क्या मेरे विदित अर्जुन आएंगे भाई? यही हमारा आज का कोट होना चाहिए स्ट्रीम का. मेरे विदित अर्जुन आएंगे. Come on, Arjun bhai. Okay, about to play. What will he do? Queen को back rank पे लाओ. Arjun, that is the plan. We need the queen on the back rank. The best way to play could give you, and he plays it. Whoa! Let's go, brother. He understands, yeah? That is crazy. And now, chat, if you play b5, you continue on your merry path, then rook a8, rook a1 is the plan. Come on, Arjun bhai, let's go. Arjun can do this, Arjun can do this, Arjun can do this, Arjun can do this. Freaky क्या कर दिया भाई मैंने? ऐसा कुछ क्या कर दिया भाई? VD हिलता है, right? That's the nerves. That's the nerves. I think even I feel them. Like I'm constantly shaking my legs. Like it's just a chest there thing, yeah? Look at Arjun's वो जो mat है, जो carpet लगा हुआ है table के ऊपर. Even that's shaking. So he's likely shaking his legs. Like it's a chest player thing. Like everybody shaking their legs, the chair, and so on. Come on, come on, come on. What will Ian do now? Meanwhile, Queen b5 played by Madaminov. So Vidit looks kind of busted. I mean, there's rook f8 apparently, which threatens queen f3, which is nice. But white can just play bishop e2. And again, I don't see a way for black to build up the attack. Just don't see it. Is bishop g5 a move here? Because if we take, I have queen f2, but maybe this is queen e5, yeah? By the way, 16 seconds, but he will get 30 minutes now. So Vidit has time. Time is not an issue anymore, chat. Those seconds, don't worry about it. Let's see the 30 minutes being added, and then we can jump. Yeah, there it is. So we have extra time. Going to the Arjun game again, jahan Ian has 12 minutes now to play one move, I think, before the time control. Very easy. Will Vidit be able to draw against you with Vidit 1 minute and you 10 minutes? I think it's going to be, I think kar lega Vidit, jeet jayega aaram se. I think 1 minute is enough for him, I think. But if he has 30 seconds, I think I could win that one. Draw hone ke chances are very low because game hi aisi hogi. But 1 minute, I think he wins, I would guess. I'm hoping not, but objectively, maybe he wins most of the games at least. 1 minute is too much, man, for a super GM. Okay, still thinking. Arjun has to play one more move till he gains 30 minutes. These Uzbekistan players are doing so good. How do you think about for this? I think it's just the youngsters का जो culture है ना, एक बन गया उज़्बेकिस्तान में. Like it's just not just one player, right? There are multiple players rising up the ranks. So that tells you कि जो ground structure है, जो मतलब grassroots level पे जो improvement हुई है उज़्बेकिस्तान में, I think that's visible. you could have one star, like Magnus emerged from Norway, but he was one guy. There's nobody else. But जब चार पांच छह प्लेयर निकलने लगे ना, I think it's something which maybe the government has done, the country as an initiative has done, and you have to kind of appreciate कि जो grassroots पे काम हुआ है, it's crazy. What if you moved rook a8 first? So, I mean, if you play rook a8 first, for example, it's crazy, but white can actually play rook f5. And if you take, then there is knight e7 with knight f5 check to come. And it's apparently lost. Now, there are some other tricks also, like rook f5 is not forced. There's also queen c5, apparently. And if rook a1, again rook f5. So this rook f5 threat apparently is the problem. You can continue, by the way, with queen d1 now, but there is queen e7 check, king h6, and oof, this looks scary. This looks scary. Queen f8, king h7. Oof, I don't know what's happening. It's too risky. Also, but it's possible. It's possible that he could have changed the move order. But queen d1 is a bit safer because I'm not kind of bringing this piece in when this pawn is being pushed. So it's a bit keeping your plan mysterious, right? Rook a8 खेलते ही आप अपना plan reveal कर रहे हो कि भाई मेरा plan तो ये है. It's very visible कि what your plan is. Queen d1 maybe it's still a bit more mysterious. Come on, come on, come on. Some are busy in FIFA and you're heartbreaking thyself. Bye. I love chess. I mean it's not a problem at all. Kuch bhi ho, I'll be with chess only. Bye. Uh, Rook f5 is hard to find. I think Nepo has seen it. That's why he played Rook f3 in the first place. तभी उसने खेला वो चाल. उसको idea है कि this is a tactic, this is a pattern in the position because Black's king will open up. Please name three openings that are very much positional rather than tactical. London system, London system, London system. Hope that helps, by. Hope that clarifies all your doubts for the next 50 years. डेपो सोचे जा रहा है यार. नो मूव्स. बाय द वे मे बी हैव अ विदित गेम में कोई मूव हुई हो. नो मूव्स इन द विदित गेम एज वेल. तो गेम थोड़ी स्लो होते हुए आई थिंक यही होता है एक्स्ट्रा टाइम देने का नतीजा. नहीं देना चाहिए. Oh, queen c5 he plays. Chat question to you. If black does nothing, what is white's move? Come on. What is white's next move if black does nothing? It's so obvious at this point. Come on, chat. Yes. It is rook takes f5, maroge, and queen e7, I think. And that should be game over, I think, because queen f7 check aega, then queen f6 check aega, then ye pawn promote hoga. It should be game over. So iska matlab, you want to save this. Now, queen b1 then automatically becomes a move, right? Because you can defend with the queen. But surprisingly, even that is not working. Like it's not perfect. Rook f5, queen f5. I still get queen e7. And this is maybe a draw, but white can play on like knight d4 and knight a7. Like white is still playing. It's possible to do this. The best move, Lekin, is queen to a4, which is very interesting. It's not easy to play because if you play rook f5 now, I'm going to play rook c6 check. Very important. Queen takes, rook takes. ये pawn hanging है अब. Rook hanging है. So आपको rook कहीं खेलना पड़ेगा. Rook f3. You can pick up this pawn. Rook b3 or rook b6. And luckily, okay, rook b6 is not the best. Yeah, very interesting. But okay, even rook f3 and maybe he should have some chances to hold this. Yeah, very good chances to hold this. Extra pawn है मेरे पास यहाँ पे. And that should be holdable. That should be holdable. So going back, I think ये option है. So rook f5 doesn't work. But b5 भी move है भाई. Why can't he play b5? But then there is this beautiful move, queen to e4. So पहले हमने अब इसको रुक को ही पिन कर दिया. So I want to get to e4. I can't go directly. So I go here, force b5, then go queen e4. And अब रुक पिन कर दिया है. The pawn is also pinned, not pinned exactly, but you can't push it because knight is hanging. So basically, white is also kind of stuck now. White has no moves, and I'm attacking this pawn. So if Arjun finds queen a4, queen e4, I think he's holding a draw. 100% he's holding a draw. Come on, Ajubhai, queen a4. That would be a beautiful move if we can find it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. He's thinking he's about to play. Oh, 30 seconds he has for his last move. He has to play a move in 30 seconds, chat. Tough, tough for Arjun Agassi. He's looking at the clock. Look at him, look at the clock. No! He plays rook a8. That's a blunder. 40th मूव पे मिस्टेक कर दी यार. 40वें मूव पे. आई थिंक हिज प्लान इज ऑफ कोर्स द सेम. रुक ए1 जो पिछली वेरिएशन में काम कर रहा था. Oh, okay. Let's have a look. Is there some hope, chat? So rook f5. If white does nothing, rook a1, queen h1 is mate. So you have to sack now. Now black has two options. Either you take or you play rook a1. Let's look at both. First of all, if you just take the rook, queen e7 check, king g6, queen f7 check, king h6, and now queen f6 check, king yahan pe, I mean, you're losing everything by yahan pe knight e7. And now knight f5 is mate, queen g6 is mate, rook hila to knight g8 is mate. This is resigns. So you can't take the rook on f5. You can't take this rook. You have to play rook to a1 bhai. That's the only move after sacking this rook. Now queen e7 check, king h6, and oof, there are a bunch of variations that white is able to play, but maybe it is still a draw. Maybe. Let's have a look. Two moves possible. First of all is queen f8 check, king h7, and now you can play queen f7 check, king h6, and it's technically a draw. The second option is to just play, let's say, queen f8 check, king here, rook takes h5. That's the second move. If queen takes, then knight e7 wins, apparently. So g takes h5, check, king h6. And now, do we have a move? Do we have a winning move? Okay, check, king h7. Why? Maybe it's a draw. Maybe it's a draw. Maybe it is a draw. Why? If it's a draw, it's a beautiful find. Because pehle dekho, this is what the engine shows, but you go deeper and it is basically a draw. Wow. Maybe Arjun is stronger than the engine. Maybe that's what you have learned today. Arjun could be stronger than the engine. Wow. If that happens, that would be crazy, man. I have a tournament day after tomorrow. What is the most flexible and best opening to play with black against most opening by white? E4 against e5 is the most solid, and d4 against d5. I think if you want to stay solid, which gives you a lot of options, I think this is the best way to play. Cloud is needed. Exactly, man. This is crazy. Like depth 20 hai, and the engine is not able to figure out the details, but Arjun can. Insane. Insane, by the way. So chat, it feels like Arjun might be holding by force. It's an only move sequence. So he has to be accurate. And okay, are there other moves for Nepo here? So one move is knight takes e7 also. What if this happens? Because if I take now, then it's winning. If I play rook a1 now, knight f5 comes with check. And this should be lost, I think. Queen e7, king g6, queen f7, check, 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 and mate. Yeah, this should be mate. So this is not possible. So if rook a8 and knight e7, what is the move? So the move is knight d4. Wow. Only move. And now look at this. The best move for white is rook takes f6. Oh my God. Wow. king f6, knight d5, king g7, queen c7, king h8 only move, queen e5 check, check. Wow. Bhai, this is insane. I think Nepo will go for this one, by the way. E7, and the game goes on. Bhai, oh, this is impossible. Chat, black to play. Find the only move. Come on. Oh, this is so tough. This is so tough. If Nepo goes for this, I am not sure Arjun survives. Chat, black to play. Find the only move for black here. Oh, this is so tough. Non-human position, I agree. It is objectively equal, chat, yes, but the best move for black is the insane king to f7. I mean, how is that even legal? Wait, what if I just queen? Rook se maar dunga. Wait, what if knight h5 check? Oh, this is impossible, brother. What? Okay, this is not chess. I'm going back to the live position. Chat, I think 97 is deadlier than rook f5. So Nepo is going to think for a while. He has time. And if he's smart, he's going to chop the pawn on e7 and not sacrifice the exchange. I think that's the smart decision to do here. Oh, what? This is insane chess, man. Thank God Arjun got time on his clock now, because otherwise it was impossible to find. So that looks interesting. Going back to the Vidit game, which seems to be going down really badly for him already. We saw it till, I think, queen b5, jahan pe Vidit played g5, which, I mean, stops g4 from white, but it also leaves a target, right? Now rook h5 is possible, for example. Or I think he's playing against f4 is my take. So, but okay, white takes one pawn, white takes the second pawn. Yeah, this is just lost. Yeah, bishop g5 aa raha hai, rook h5 aa raha hai. I think Vidit can just resign. You can never play e5. This is pinned. Chat, Vidit's going to lose this one. I don't see him surviving this. This is impossible. Like, I would genuinely be like, bolte na, like, the biggest surprises of my life ke top 10 list mein aayega. Vidit draws this. This is so tough. Like, this is not going to happen. So Vidit looks like he's cooked, unfortunately. There's no play whatsoever for his pieces. Literally, you cannot move this pawn. You cannot move this pawn. You cannot, I mean, moving this pawn has no sense. You cannot move the queen, cannot move the king. Rooks, you can move a little bit here and there, but you cannot really move them active at all. All these squares are covered. Like, literally all are covered. So I'm not really sure what Vidit is doing here. I mean, white could just bring the queen back, keep pushing the pawn all the way to a7. Or he could take this pawn, or he could play rook h5. Wow, this is just gone, I think. So, yeah, the king is so safe. Exactly. There is no counterplay. What black needed was a light square bishop here. Then you could play some counterplay, for example. Yeah, I would trade this rook for the bishop. Taki, I can take on e4, give this check. So, this is lost for Vidit. Going back to Nepo, who's still not played. Bhai, this is tricky for Nepo, I think. This is very, very tricky. It's so tempting to sack the exchange, but 97 maybe is the best way forward. Chess is so brutal, very concerned for VD. Yeah, man, chess is brutal indeed. But I think today that move by Madamino was insane. I still don't know how he found that concept. It was so nice. Long-term attack, no pressure, but he finds it. Insane. Golden pawn, not touched by Madaminov. Yep, that's the rule. That's the rule. They touched it and suffered. By the way, don't worry about the Nepo clock, because chat, he's going to gain 30 minutes on his clock when the time ends, because he has completed 40 moves. So no pressure there for him. Can anyone become a GM if he hasn't learned from his childhood? Maybe starting from 13 to 15. Yeah, I think the question is, becoming a GM requires 10 years of effort, 10 years of 6 hours a day. Okay? At what age can somebody without responsibilities complete 10 years of effort? So it's much easier to do from 5 to 15 than 15 to 25. And it's even tougher to do it from 25 to 35, essentially. So anybody can become a GM, at least I believe so. But the later you start, the tougher it is on both perspectives. Number one, the effort. and number two, the money it requires. So now, by the way, 97, Nepo finds the best move. Let's go full screen on Arjun's game. Why he's played the objectively smart move here, taken the pawn, not the knight. And now Arjun needs to find knight d4 or he is completely busted. That's the only move in the position. Knight d4, he has to find and defend for the next 10, 15 moves and he should be okay. But it's tough. It's very tough. Visara demanding 1.5 million USD from. I have no idea actually how much money she received. So I'm not going to comment on that one. But by the way, we have a result chat. Mamidyarov has defeated Nicholas. So he joins, I think, Arjun and Nodirbek on 3 points now. So impressive attacking game by Mamidyarov there. Hard luck for Nicholas. So hoping he strikes back. Meanwhile, going to the game of Arjun again, which is very, very crucial right now. What can Arjun do? Can he find that move? Knight to d4. When is the last time Arjun lost in classical? Yeah, that's a good question. He didn't lose in Tepe Sigmund. He's not lost here. So it's been a while. It's been a few months actually since he's last lost. Very good question actually. Maybe he's not. Has he? He must have lost in Tata Steel. Yeah, last classical event. Many hard-won kid chess, but only some become GM. Why? Again, I think it's, of course, there's a bit of talent involved, but I think it's more of effort as well as the resources, right? You might be the most hardworking person on the planet, but if you don't have the money and the time to invest into chess, then it's not going to work. Or you might be the most resourceful person. You might be Ambani's son, for example, but if you don't put in effort, you're not going to become a GM. So I think it's a combination of multiple things, that has to come together for you to become a GM. It's not easy. But GM, I mean, for anything in life, right? I mean, if you want to become the best at something, it requires a lot of effort. And becoming the best, meri shakal lage. Oh, thank you, my wife. For the first time, positive time here. Impressed. But let's go full screen, bhai. Acha, camera dak gaya tabhi. Mere ko bhi laga yaar. But camera is stuck. But Arjun is not, bhai. He is going to find the best move. Let's go, Arjun, bhai. Let's find the best idea here. Knight D, best kya only idea actually. Oh, I love this angle. Let's go full screen on this. Arjun bhai, come on, knight d4. He's thinking. He has time. 41 moves, 30 moves ho chuki hai. Still no clear, I think, indication ki he's figured out the details, but he's calculating. Arjun lost to Magnus last. When? Because he lost to Magnus in the tie breaks. That's not classical chess, right? King f7 is ridiculous. Exactly. That line is knight d4 is the move, and then Nepo is supposed to take on f6 with the rook. Yeah. This is the line, which is insane. Absolutely crazy. What is NM? NM means National Master by. It's a title issued by the US Chess Federation, which is equivalent to, let's say, the CM title, around 2200 rating. By the way, Nepo bhai gayab ho gaya suddenly camera se. He's gotten up. But maybe it's a way to put pressure as well. Oh, Vidit Madamino, by the way, भी दिख रहे थे मैं दोनों. Let's have one look and then rush back to Arjun. By the way, no moves by Vidit since then, actually. So he's already down to 16 minutes again. Yeah, I think he's trying to. I mean, here I think he's already lost. So it's not going to change much whether he calculates or not. But yeah, I think time management has been a problem for sure. Is NM better than CM? Objectively, CM is better than NM, I think, because FIDE rating in general is harder to increase than. Oh, let's go! Arjun finds the only move 94. And kya ab Ian Levy ko thumbnail denge with a rook sacrifice. Rook takes f6. Let's see. Dena hi padega, bhai. He has to. He's ready. He's ready, bhai. He's gonna sack the rook. Brilliancy on the board very soon. Come on, let's go. Ian, bhai, kar do. And kuch crazy line dikha do hum dono ko. Yeah, he lost in Tata Steel. Exactly. That's the tournament he lost his last classical game in. So, makes sense. Told you it's easy to find knight d4. Arjun, yes. I mean, for us, no. The good news, Arjun doesn't look surprised. That's the good news. He's seen it coming. And I'm hoping he quickly takes. That's a good sign. He anticipated this. He knows what to do. That's very important. If he was suddenly thinking for 2 minutes, right, doesn't worry me. He buys dekha hi nahi hai, but he has seen this. And now knight d5, only move for Nepo if he wants to even play the game. He has to find knight d5. Look at him calculating bit by bit. Salah ke piche. He's calculating. Cannot go wrong here now. The only other move that doesn't lose is queen d5, but I think he's not going to play queen d5. It doesn't make any sense. He's going to play knight to d5 check because it's all forcing. You want to end by forcing moves. What is his position? Good question. This is an insane position right now in front of us. Rook has been sacrificed by Iya Nepomniachtchi. And insane. Plays knight d5 check. And now king g7 only move. Come on, Arjun. Arjun, I don't think can win. It will require if Nepo blunders, yes. But objectively, this is likely a draw or a Nepo win, I think. But it's possible. It's not like Nepo can't make a mistake. He might overpush here. He might think something is winning, but it's actually not winning at all. But as of now, Arjun has to be the one to find the only moves. King g7 is the only way to move forward. If he doesn't play it, he's lost. King f7 pe to pawn hai, so you can't really go to f7. King e5, a million discovered attacks. Knight e3 loses the queen. King f5 the same. Knight e3 fork. King e7 is not possible. King e6, there is knight f4 check. King f6, queen d6 check, and this is going to lead to a mate soon. What else? Yeah, no other move. Yeah, there's only king g7. Not a tough one, actually. Not a tough one for Arjun to find, actually, this move. The tough one comes later. We saw that, right? The variation goes chat. King g7. Now white has to play queen c7 check, not e7. That's the tricky part. Queen c7 check is crucial. King h8 now, the only move for Arjun. This is very tough. And chat, you will not believe this, but when I drew against Arjun myself, I had to find king h8 in a very similar position. To me, it's kind of ironic. Wow. So I found king h8 in a position against Arjun to draw, and I do that game. So hopefully Arjun also finds it. Maybe my game will be the inspiration for him. So king h8 now, queen e5 check, king h7, knight f6 check, and king h6, queen f4 check, king g7, e7, and this is where he has to find this insane move, king to f6. That is f7, sorry. That is insane. That is so tough, man. That is so tough. Because chat, you might play knight e2, thinking if you queen, there is knight f4, so you kind of avoid the fact. But white can actually make a knight. We might see under promotion here. Oh my God, why? What a position. Come on, why? This is a crazy. Why? I'm kind of glad to see this game. Hope Arjun draws this, but what a game, man, by both the players, actually. Have to praise Nepo here. Like, his play has been fabulous. Absolute cinema incoming. Hopefully a movie we like. Kshitish bhai, hopefully climax acha hoga. I was going to think it's not easy. It's 20, yeah, 25 minutes is enough though. You know, the thing is, majority of the checks are obvious. Like, Arjun knows king g7 is the only move. He's not worried about that move. He's going very deep into calculations. So basically, there are only 2 to 3 moves which are tough. Baki sare moves are automatic. So Arjun ko bas unka dhyan rakhna hai. So it's possible to think about this and calculate and figure it out in these 25 minutes. It's not impossible. It's tough, but it's possible. No, Alekhine defense is very bad, by the way. I think it's played. I have played it once only in my entire life. And I won that game against an FM from India. But I still don't recommend it. It's a very risky opening. Come on, Arjun, you can pull this off, man. You can do it. King g7. Let's have the only move on the screen. Come on, Arjun. That corn box logo shining, you know, on his suit there. Is he gonna इम्प्रेस सॉल्व टुडे भाई, मजा आ जाएगा भाई। बाय द वे, वो बोर्ड पूरा सिंक नहीं है, ऐसा लग रहा है बोर्ड थोड़ा टेढ़ा है, ऐसा कैन वी अलाइन इट परफेक्टली? वो पीसेस ऐसे, वो एक साइड ऊपर है, एक साइड नीचे है, और एक साइड ज्यादा लेफ्ट है, राइट है, कुछ वो थोड़ा सा अलाइन हो जाएगा तो अच्छा लगेगा। राइट नाउ इट लुक्स लाइक, मतलब ऐसे ग्लास टूटा हुआ है कहीं, पता नहीं। What he's thinking now, I think he's thinking about this. So, for example, King G7, Queen C7. This moment he might be thinking about, because Chad, if you play this, then Queen F4, King H7, Queen F7, King H7, and E7 is winning. Actually, this is just winning. There is nothing you can do here. So, looking at that, he's probably wondering about this King H8 move. I think this is not easy to find because back rank पे जाना intuitively गलत लगता है. It just feels wrong. कि back rank पे नहीं जाना है. So right now, Arjun under huge pressure. Like objectively, I would say 75% chance of Arjun losing, 25% of draw. Like that's my take on this. It's tough. Let's go full screen, Sami bhai. Let's go full screen on Arjun. If the camera is not glitching too much. Oof, what a moment for Arjun. There is a draw. He doesn't know it, right? अगर उसको हम eval bar दिखा दे अभी कि ये draw है, I mean, of course he's likely to find it, yeah. But without the eval bar, it's much tougher. 986 नहीं भाई, check है. You have to move the king, and knight की check में you can't really, king e6 you can play, but that is mate as we saw. नहीं 20, नहीं, Arjun cannot win this. I mean, I would say, let's say 75% Nepo wins, 24% draw. Let's put it this way: 70% Nepo wins, 25% draw, 5% Arjun win. I would put it that way. Yeah, that sounds cool. King is not as difficult as King S7, agreed. But that only makes it more tough, right? Because you have to first see King H8, then you have to see King F7 in that very variation. It is not easy, chat. Oof, man, tough one. Meanwhile, camera थोड़ा glitch करते हुए, we'll have them back. Maybe some other camera we have समय भाई, कोई side angle कोई और. Uh, maybe Nepo के side का, maybe सारे एक बार में चले गए, अरे बाप रे. Okay, we'll have them back very soon, but Arjun right now thinking in a desperate position. He has equality, but it's not easy. By the way, one look at the Vidit game after Queen F5, Rook D2. Wow, Vidit sacking the. Look at this, chat. Chat, question to you: what should White play? Come on, chat. This is so beautiful by Madaminov. I'm so impressed. What did Madaminov play in this position? Come on, chat. White to play. What do you do? Such a great move, and this just shows you कि कितना restraint, कितना confidence है मदमीनोव में यहाँ पे. What do you think he played here, chat? White to play. Yes, he played e5. He doesn't even take the rook, even though it's winning. He doesn't even want to calculate it. Beautiful. Just plays e5 calmly. Bishop e7, and now queen to a6. E6 is falling. I think he's gonna resign. Wait, what can you even do now? There's no move. Yeah, e6 is falling. Wow. Impressive chess, man. Impressive chess by Mother Mino. I think Vidit is completely lost. Like this, I would win against Vidit 100 out of 100 games. This is completely done. What impressive play, man. Going back to Arjun, by the way, has he played a move? 19 minutes for him. Still no moves there. What about Queen F3 check? Bhai, but check kaise? Black ke king ko check hai na? The problem is कि White is doing everything with checks. He's not giving you a single move to play Queen F3 check here. So king पे check, king g7, check, 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 check करके खेल रहा हो. There is no moment for Black to get any relief and kind of play a move of his own. You want समय Rihanna? समय Rihanna चाहिए तुम्हें? भाई समय Rihanna बहुत महंगा है. समय Rihanna very very tough, and then combined even tougher. Very tough. Why couldn't he play rook e1 before knight to d4? Why knight में क्या होगा मुझे नहीं पता, but I think you mean here rook a1 you mentioned, but I think the problem is just knight takes f5 check. By you can take with check, queen e7 check, and again we saw this actually, it all loses with check. So going back, live position ये है. समय को बुलाओ, समय भाई आ जाओ. बुला लिया भाई. Hopefully he comes. Yeah, भाई king g7, come on यार. अर्जुन जितना सोच रहा है उतना स्ट्रेस हो रहा है मुझे. How did you prep for COB? I think we played a lot of practice games. I think the secret for me at least was just playing a lot of practice games in openings. I think that probably helped him. If Arjun draws, I shave my head, brother. I think you might have to do so. He might still hold this. He genuinely can. Never underestimate Arjun Erigaisi. Is Prag better than Arjun? Oh man, ये तो यार तुमने टफ सवाल पूछ लिया. It's like like ऐसे आपका you have two siblings. Which sibling do you like more? Like it's very tough or whatever it is. Like two friends, which friend do you like more? I kind of feel like Arjun is more adventurous than Prag. Like he will give you more exciting games. Prag is more clinical also. So both have their pluses, right? Um, Arjun is full piece up. Why he's a not even a piece up. He's a full rook up. There's an extra rook on 8. And still it's slightly worse for him. Can you imagine that? Crazy. Samay ko stream pe lao. See, I could add a picture of Samay on the stream. I mean, that's one way to do it. But again, तो तुम कहोगे lame, lame, lame. तो मैं नहीं करूंगा ऐसा. Mamita, I think he admitted. Admitted what? प्रियंका दीदी कहाँ है? प्रियंका दीदी कल आएंगी, hopefully. Is your Samay's house in Kashmir? इस सवाल का जवाब अगर मुझे पता होता तब भी देना बड़ा डेंजरस है. आई फील लाइक ये सवाल अगर होता भी पास तो ना ही पता लगे तो बेटर है भाई. VD lost. Has he resigned? Not yet, but I'm thinking it's not far away, the resignation. He has played King G7, but I think just Bishop E6 is the free pawn. Next, you can bring the queen here, Bishop F5, Rook H7, and he will lose the queen, I think. It's over. Camera आ गया क्या समय भाई? Check करना आ गया ना? हाँ आ गए. Can we go full screen of it? Let's see. I think Madaminov about to end the game. Not much remaining here. A beautiful finish. And Vidit is going to lose a bunch of rating because Madaminov rating is 2-5 something. So he's going to look like 7-8 points from this game, actually. Yeah, you can see he's given up. Yeah, I think Vidit's given up already. And I mean, there's nothing he can do, to be honest. It's over. Obsession देख ली नहीं भाई? देखनी चाहिए क्या? तुम बताओ भाई. वो तो 16 के बाद ही हो पाएगा ना भाई. 16 तारीख 15 को खत्म हुआ टूर्नामेंट, फिर 16 को ऑब्सेशन. पहले चेस का ऑप्शन खत्म हो जाए भाई, उसके बाद. It's so stupid for Arjun. What if Nepo deviates? Yeah, I feel Arjun is doing the right thing. He's calculating. It's good to see all the possibilities पहले से. ताकि Nepo deviate गए तो he's seen it. Yeah, Madaminov with this win will reach 2600, I think. Don't watch the obsession. भाई कोई कह रहा देखो, कोई कह रहा मत देखो. सही से बताओ. क्योंकि सबसे प्यारा बच्चा है. वाओ, ये पहला ओरिजिनल कमेंट देखा मैंने. He's sweet, of course, but he's also, ferocious over the chessboard. His opponents would agree. Meanwhile, Madaminov about to finish the game of chat. जैसे Arjun chalega, we'll switch that game. I have that game under my sight. अभी चला नहीं है. I think Queen C6 he plays. Okay, also a nice move. Actually, doesn't change much. The plan, I think, is Queen E4 and Rook H7 now. Is what I'm guessing. Also, Queen C7 is hanging. Also, yeah, simple. A5, A6, A7, 8, man. That is a simple plan. देखा नहीं मैंने आज तक. He controls this diagonal. So no Rook F8, Queen F3. ये यहाँ defend, ये यहाँ defend. And now just push the pawn. Like, I don't see why you can't just push the pawn. Let's see क्या होगा. Okay, meanwhile, Madaminov has played. Arjun, by the way, has still not played any. Oh! No, 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 no. He blundered. Oh no. He blundered. आज दोनों हारेंगे यार अब. And now, Chad, let's see how white can win this. It's queen d6 check, the most obvious move in the position. And I don't know where you move the king. It's a king f7. Uh, Queen g6 check, king e7, queen e4 check. At the very least, picks up the rook. If you play, let's say, king g7 here, queen g6 check, and this is not possible. Maybe this is what Arjun saw, yeah? This and king h8, and it's a draw. But knight e6 check is the beautiful move. You can't take because the queen is hanging. And wherever you go with the king, you're going to lose there something. Yeah. So king g8, for example, there is knight to g5 and it's winning. Black has an entire move and there is nothing black can do. Oh, that is tough to see, man. That is so tough to see. Queen b3 is the best try, but just check. King f8, knight h7, king e7, queen e4 check, knight e6, and queen takes a8 at the very least, and this is just winning. So I think if Nepo thinks for a while, doesn't hurry, he's going to find the best move, Chad. This is tough. This is tough. This is tough, I think, for Nepo also, but I think it's much tougher for Arjun to find that idea. He just chopped off the pawn. He must have not seen that king s7. मैंने बोला ना, that was so hard to see, man. Is position में, this was the one we saw, right? Somewhere, I think, here. I think here. No, this was not the position. I think it was somewhere here. Kya? No. Yes, here. King f7, man. I think this is what he missed. Almost impossible to see this move. Ki tum knight ke samne, discover attack ke samne aaoge and he will draw this. So he went for the one he thought maybe offers him more chances. At least the pawn is gone. But this is lost. But only two moves win. One is queen b6 check. One is queen basically it's check dena hai yahan se king ko. But this is very obvious. I don't see it as the problem. Has it ever happened to you? You are angry after the opponents? No, I don't think so. And even if I was angry, usually it's at my own play. That happens for many players. कि भाई हमने गलती कर दी. And I don't think it's the opponent's fault. He's doing his job. Of course, sometimes your opponent tries to distract you during the game. Then it does irritate you. But the best thing to do is just call the arbiter and tell him what's happening. Like that's the simplest way to kind of tackle it. Meanwhile, chat with game, look at this. After queen c6, rook f8 was played. And the plan is rook takes f2, of course. So if you try to push the pawn, Vidit wins. Actually, khatam. So it's mate or will be made soon. So that's a rook f1, only move, but it's an easy move. Now rook c2, bishop e6 possible. Rook c3 is the plan. So let's take on e6. Next, bishop d4 could be a move as well. I think it's over. Completely over, chat. I just don't see a move after bishop e6. I just don't see a move. दोनों हार रहे हैं आज यार. आज तो मतलब sad day actually. Tough day for Indians. Why tough day? What I want to you is the best team for the team. I think we've discussed this, but board one for me, if I was the captain, board one Gokesh, board two Prag, board three Arjun, board four Nihal, reserve Vidit, I think would be the best lineup we can go for. But yeah, women's may I think I would change the mode on women's because Humpy was not playing last time. Assuming she plays, Humpy board one. You could go with Harika board 2 and then try to mint points on board 3 and 4 with Vaishali and Divya. That's a good way to do it. The second could be to basically put Divya Vaishali on board 2, the other on 3 and Harika on 4. That's the other way to do it. So either works. Mukesh 27045 Cub. I mean, yeah, it's going to take a while. He's like 2717 right now, and his next classical event is in July. So There is some time. Vantika, I think will be the Vantika slash Savita will be the spare board. So ये पता नहीं है कि कौन qualify हुआ. Nepo blundered. नहीं भाई, he's still thinking, man. He's still thinking. Yep, happens with the best man, and Nepo still hasn't played it actually. I mean, you never know. You never know. Why aren't you streaming team representatives? You don't have the cameras here. Without cameras, I think मजा नहीं आएगा करने में. And तो now I can't really do much there. Mr. Beast के 500 million होने वाले हैं. Yep, I saw the stream. Yeah, he was doing. I saw that stream. Oh, he's still doing it. 2.4 lakh watching. Crazy. जितने हमारे 1000 watching नहीं उनकी लाख में watching है भाई. Crazy. It is a simple conversion now. Not simple. I would say कि अगर नेपो जल्दबाजी नहीं करते, like he thinks for 5 to 10 minutes at least, it's very simple. It's simple. If he hurries, he could go wrong. So I think you look at him right now, he's not hurrying at all. So I think if he thinks for another 5 to 10 minutes more, he's going to find it. He's going to find it easily then. Why Angel throw tricky? Very good question, Ronak bhai. I think it's simple. So I'll give you an example. Okay? I don't know what the correct analogy could be, but in general, let's say कि आप बाहर जा रहे हो पार्टी करने के लिए, ठीक है? एंड आपने मस्त कपड़े पहने हैं, मस्त गाड़ी में जा रहे हो, फैंसी कार, you have your partner with you, everything in your like costume looks amazing. Now let's say गलती से आपके शूज पे थोड़ी सी डर्ट लग गई या आपके शर्ट का बटन निकल गया, right? Now you have one problem like in your appearance कि भाई शर्ट का बटन निकल गया, but everything else is perfect, right? Everything else is perfect. So people will, some of them might not even notice कि आपका बटन निकल गया है, and some might look at the button and say okay, हो क्या गलती से निकल गया होगा. The guy looks amazing, like in general smart लग रहा है, but बटन निकल गया. But now imagine कि that is the middle game. You have so many things that are part of the game. Wait, I thought this was also winning. 96 खेलना है. Wait, that's also winning. That's also winning. Okay, engine is kind of hallucinating a bit. That's also winning. But now if you come back to, let's say, आपके पास end game में है, एक ही पीस है, दो ही पीस है बोर्ड पे, तीन ही पीस है, and that's basically saying कि भाई I'm kind of gone somewhere outside in shots. I'm barely wearing anything. So I think basically the more things you are doing, the more things you're wearing, the less more likely कि भाई if one thing goes wrong, you can still balance the outfit out. So that's why I think यहाँ पे wait what? भाई ये किंग कहाँ चला है भाई? So I understand he doesn't want to go back. Like king g7, for example, there's the queen b7 check and you pick up the rook at the very least. But king a5 doesn't look tempting, brother. Best move कोई बंदा कह रहा है, really? What if this check? King f6 check. Don't I get the exact same position now? Like king g7, 96, the move we saw. Like exact same position, right? We get the same position. So, I mean, he's just offering Nepo traps, but man, that king doesn't look nice in the center of the board. Just saying, if this knight was not there, queen e6 would be checkmate, by the way. Like, it's that bad. By VD Bhai is still in the game. Okay, rook f1 के बाद rook c2 खेला. Bishop d4. I mean, he's just suffocating VD. Wow. भाई पहले यहां रुक था, रुक भी नहीं मारा. अब यहां पॉन था, वो भी नहीं मारा. ये पॉन था, ये भी नहीं मारा. He's like just going. Wow. What a guy, man. What a player. Like literally crushed VD in this game. Like there is no doubt. Like absolutely crushed VD in this game. Going back to Arjun, what will Ian play? Will he make a mistake? It's not checkmate, but if the knight, let's say यहाँ पे queen होती, for example, then queen e6 would be checkmate, right? Because the king can't go anywhere. It's mated, but yeah. Bishop e7 is the most useless piece. True. For Vidit, I think you mean. So I'll be taking in all-time best line of five in classical. Vishy, Prag, Gukesh, Arjun, in fifth spot. We take Vidit or Hari Krishna. I think it's a tough question because Hari Krishna was 2775 at one point. Like he was India number one for like a day or something ahead of Vishy sir when it was not that easy also. So you would have to keep him there, I think. So it would be not in the correct order, but in any order, top five all-time Indians would be Vishy, Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, Char, and Hari Krishna has to be the fifth, I feel, because he's done it for longer and also has the higher peak. Arjun match drawn. It's 15 minutes late. हाँ भाई, of course ये draw तो हो ही जाएगा. दिख ही रहा है कैसे वो किंग आएगा यहाँ पे चल के साथ में बैठ के भेलपूरी खाएंगे and they will agree to a draw. That makes sense. That I can see how it can happen. Wow man, कितना कुछ चल रहा है जिसकी दुनिया में, but कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. Come on यार. Come on. निपु भाई स्ट्रेस दे रहे हो यार, चल दो. बढ़िया भाई, बहुत बढ़िया. मैडमैन कह रहे हैं हैज गॉन मैड. नहीं नहीं भाई. ओ भाई, about to play. What is he gonna play? Is he gonna blunder भाई? Or no? Oh no, finds the best move भाई. King e4, queen d5 is checkmate. So he has to play king f6 and then we transpose into the exact same position we saw, yeah, earlier. Salah, why this is in top 10 current Indian tournaments? I think because sponsorships to kind of get Arjun, Prag, Gukesh, Vidit, like, or Nihal, all these guys is very tough. It will have to make financial sense for a sponsor, which is very tough. You might see half of them in Chennai GM. I mean, Arjun and Gukesh are already there. So maybe you see more of them there. Hopefully that works out. Which team are you supporting? I'm supporting Science by. Such a bad game. I don't think it's a bad game here. I think it was just a very complicated position. Hard to figure out over the board actually. ये फिर चालू हो गया. ये फिर चालू हो गया पैसे वाला भाई. अकेले करके बोरिंग लगता नहीं नहीं भाई. चेस इज फन मैन. आई मीन इट्स डल बिकॉज वी आर लूजिंग. अगर अभी अर्जुन जीत रहे होते तो भाई हम लोग पार्टी कर रहे होते अभी लोग यहाँ पे भाई. ओ अर्जुन विद इट, व्हाट अ क्रेजी गेम, मस्त ये सब चल रहा था अभी. बट जब हार रहे होते तो यार वी कुड हैव 10 commentators would still be boring. Yeah, because it gets like अरे यार हार रहे यार, like everything is so result oriented in life यार, क्या करें. आज असली दर्द हुआ है. एग्जैक्टली. They are not doing challenge section. Yeah, but I think kuch tha unka issue. Like it's they wanted to do it, but they couldn't do it, man. It's not on them. I think. Like I know some stuff, but I can't know. Don't know if I want to share it or not. Um, Nepo defeated both Indians. Yep, yep. He's had a good event. I don't know if he's playing Chennai GM, but if he's invited by यहाँ पे आके भी ना दो तो दे. Yeah, with game में by the chat we have Rook C2, Bishop D4, Queen G6 खेला. But white can actually just keep pushing the pawn by कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है white को. I think he could just push the a pawn and VD will just resign, yeah? There is literally nothing Vidit can do. The rook can't even come behind the passed pawn. This is controlled. Yeah, he's going to push the a pawn. I think this is resigns for Vidit. Look at how excited Madaminov is, yeah? Look at him. After a6, I'll tell you what the engine variation is, chat. Look at this. a5, rook h8, a6. Like white is not worried at all. And a6 ke baad it's saying queen h7. Oh, interesting. So now the move is king f3. So there is some counterplay. So can I just stop it instantly? Wait. Can I play rook h1 or no? I can actually. I can play rook h1. But okay, TK. I mean, there's some pressure, but should be okay. Can I trade queens? I'm just trying to understand how winning is that actually. That is also winning. Okay, that's the simplest way then. I think he should just take on e6. Because queen trade ke baad, basically, Vidit will just resign. So Instead of trying to calculate all of this, just take on e6 with the queen. Oh, he's taking on c7, by the way. He's trying to grab this pawn and trying to give this check, which is a slight error actually, not the best move because of queen e4 check. It's still completely winning though, but he could just take on e6. This is like crazy play from him. Oh, takes the pawn, yeah. Bold calculation. Has full faith in his calculation. This is like a sign of a guy who's very high on confidence. चेक आ गया तो क्या हो गया भाई, लाइक रुक चेट क्या हो गया, मेट का थ्रेट तो मेरे पास है ना चेक. This is a sign of a player absolutely high on confidence right now. So going back to Arjun, by the way, still no moves by Ian, who has 15 minutes now. If Nepo has patience more and plays with little thoughts and calculation, he will succeed more. Little thoughts का मतलब क्या है भाई? What little thoughts क्या होता है? Should be banned from India gold. अरे नहीं भाई ऐसा नहीं है. I think they can win, Ashwi. They can definitely win. And वैसे भी easy Olympics थी क्या फायदा? I mean, the biggest victories involve the toughest battles, I feel. And if India had to play only, like, cricket, for example, if there was a World Cup जहाँ पे खाली, like Canada खेल रही है, and then, like Bangladesh खेल रही है, there's no Australia, no New Zealand, no South Africa, like it would not be fun to watch, right? It would not be fun to watch. So you want to beat the strongest players in the teams, and then it's fun. You cherish the victory. Okay, so queen b6 check. Not sure how that's different. Because we were here. We were in this exact same position. Jahan Arjun played king e5 and Nepo played this check. And now Nepo has repeated once. Wait, queen c5 is a draw. Wait, what? Wait, did he just... Oh, wait, we had this position once. Once, right? Once it happened. Now it happened so the second time. And king e5 played. So queen c5 check once, twice. Wow. If queen c5 check Nepo, Arjun can claim a draw. Wait, what? Why did he allow this? He's gaining time on the clock, but he could confuse himself now. Now, only move for Nepo is queen c7 check. Why is he doing this? He's not sure. Yeah? He's not sure about the move. So there were two ways to win, but Nepo has already repeated the position twice in one of them. So queen c5, Arjun can stop the clock, call the arbiter and claim a draw. He can't play queen c5 anymore. Wow. And anything else will draw already. So he has to find queen c7. That's the only move in the position now. Otherwise, Arjun can stop the clock and claim a draw if queen c5 is played. Hope आ रही है boy. Hope धीरे धीरे आती है. That's the beauty of hope. But Nepo थोड़ा pressure feel कर रहे हैं भाई. He's +6, man. It should be winning completely. About to play. Of course, he will find queen c7. I don't expect him to take a draw, yeah? That would be shocking. Imagine if he goes home, sees by winning tha. He's going to be like so sad. He's going to find... And he finds it by... Of course he does. King f6 and now queen d6 check, I think, will be the move. Now queen d6 check doesn't work. That will be an instant draw. Plays this check. Now we'll know, chat, the real masala. Ki bhai, kya hai Arjun ka plan? King g7. And this is what he must have seen, chat. He must have seen queen g6 is a draw, which it is. If white takes this, it's a draw after king h8. Knight e6 is the only move for Nepo. मत खेल 96 Nepo, मत खेल, मत कर. अरे यार, finds it, man, finds it. Wow, this is lost now. Oh, king g8. Oh, knight g5 now. Only move for Ian again. Chat, this is exactly what we saw, right? After knight g5, Black has an entire move, but he can't. Oh, he finds it. He finds it. Now it's completely busted, and I think Arjun is gonna have a hard realization. This is lost. Wow. Great play by Yan, though, man. Insane play, actually. Oh, he resigns. Wow, look at this. Arjun instantly resigns after 95. He'd also seen it. Wow, that was amazing. Impressive. Really impressive. ये बंदा कौन बीच में आ गया भाई? Wow. And Arjun Erigisi loses, man, and he drops out, I think, of the world top 10. Yeah, no, he's still world number 9, actually. His rating बहुत high थी वही से luckily. Still world number 9, but loses like a bunch of rating. Like he loses like 5.6 points out of this. Wow. What a game by Nepo. भाई अर्जुन ने यही रिजाइन कर दिया भाई. वीडी गेम पे चलते. वीडी स्टिल प्लेइंग बाय द वे. Queen G6, Queen C7, Rook F7, Queen C6, and Bishop D8. समय भाई कुछ मुझसे सवाल पूछ रहे हैं भाई. पूछ लो समय भाई चैट से. व्हाट डू यू थिंक? Can he still win the event? Yes, he can, but it's going to be tough now. He's 1 point behind the leaders. So it's going to be very tough. By the way, E6 pawn marne wale hain, I think, Madabinov. I think VD can resign, man. This is completely done. Like, this is. Like, if I played 100 games against Vidit, like, I would likely win 100. Like, I find it hard to believe, like, it's spoilable, this position. I mean, although I've seen crazy stuff happen in chess, this is not one of those deals, though. Because queens ke baad, you're forced to trade queens, yeah? Because the rook is also hanging. So queen trade karna and beautiful play, man. Conversion, queen six. I think Vidit resigns now. I think he's gonna resign. I'll be genuinely shocked if he plays on, actually. I'll be genuinely shocked. I think he resigns now. 3 minutes as well, like there's no hope. Yep, I think we're gonna see two handshakes back to back. A hard day for Indian players, actually, both of them losing. Salbhai, I'm a big fan of Erigasi. How do I handle him losing? Yeah, it happens. It happens to the best players. Magnus lost 4 games in one event at Norway. So I think it happens. But I think the strongest players are not the ones who lose, but the strongest players are the ones who lose and then come back and then win a few games. Um, Vidit plays on, man. He's still not giving. I think he's a bit like emotionally affected. He's a bit emotionally affected by the game. Like I think, can't believe how this game has gone. समझ रहे हो? Like he's a bit tilted. कि भाई, how can I lose like this? How can I lose like this? I think उसके दिमाग में ये चल रहा है. And I think he's gonna get mated now. I mean, that's my feeling because rook hanging है. If you move the rook, there's queen g8 check and then e6 check. I mean, this is just mate. I'm not even sure what is he hoping for here because he's hoping कि rook like यहाँ आ जाएगा and then rook h1 is mate. But I mean, there's no way why it allows that. With K open rating, I think is 2580 or something, but he's severely underrated. I think he's going to be 2650 at least in his level. I mean, today's game has been like absolute beauty from his opponent, like beautiful play. Can you side view? Do you have a side view of Vidit, Samay bhai, if you can show that one? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Madamino was thinking, but King G1 clearly is better than King H2. Yeah, this is great. Let's put the board in the middle and this will be nice, actually. Awesome. Wow. I love this angle, actually. Can you make the board a little bit bigger also? Thalka sa bigger, maybe. There's maybe a bit more space he can use. Arjun losing to Nepo is so heartbreaking. It is, man. Of course it is heartbreaking. Any Indian player losing is heartbreaking. Vidit, of course, also completely lost. Madam, just being a bit clinical. Yeah, he's just trying to make sure he doesn't miss a single detail. He doesn't want to risk all of this by, kind of being quick. There's no benefit here for him to hurry. He has enough time on the clock. He can use it. Still thinking. I'm all for making the board bigger. Of course, bhai. Kar diya. Which was the best game? I think it's this game, man. I think, of course, Nepo's game against Arjun was nice, but I think it was tactically very sharp, right? You expect those blunders and sharp games, but this game was just a great, I mean, show of dominance by Madamino. Like such conversion, like clean conversion, so smooth with King G2. What a find! And just kind of steamrolled with it here a little bit. I feel like just beautiful. Like he could have defeated anybody in the world today. Like ऐसी game की, like सामने Magnus होता ना, like he would have struggled to hold this. Like ऐसी game की आज वो होता है. Every player has that game once in a while जहाँ पे they play this beautiful game where they could beat anybody in the world. Like ऐसी game खेली उसने आज. Like it was amazing. And King G1 best move again. It's plus 11 now the evaluation. Basically, White has an extra queen chat and 2 pawns. I think really designs. I just don't see a move. I just don't see a move. If you move the rook, queen g8 is literally, mate, and bishop hanging here, king check. I think he's going to resign. Tough different, yeah. Nepo 2 times world championship. It's definitely going to be a few years before Arjun starts getting invitations for beginners. I mean, he gets them already. He got for Tapest segment, jahan Magnus Nodirbek khel rahe the. He got it for Norway also last year. So it's not like he's not getting invitations. Maybe less than Parag Gukesh, but it makes sense because Gukesh is the world champion, so he'll automatically get more invitations. And Parag was the candidate, right? So he's the one who qualified for the candidates, so also likely to get more invitations, at least this year for the first half. Yeah, you can see Vidit is about to resign. He's about to, bring his hand forward. Madaminov also knows it. It's over. What a beautiful game played by Sindado second, man. Like insane game. He plays on. Wow, he still doesn't give up. And now I think the simplest way could be queen g8 check. Wait, bishop d5, isn't the rook lost? Wait, what's the plan after bishop d5? Is it rook g3? But I defend the mate actually. There is no mate because queen g2, bishop g2 actually should be over. Okay, I don't know why is he still playing because this is just done. I think because yesterday he got a chance, he's like a bit more hopeful. Sometimes like if you got a lucky break yesterday and you found some great moves, you kind of get high on confidence key. Maybe there's always hope, and that's a good thing in general. But this one I think is a bit tough because okay, this is like a trick. Yeah, why does queen g8 check? King has only one squares. It's all forcing, and now queen h8 check looks tempting. Okay, I can't take on d8, and this is what he's hoping for. Chat, this is the last trap. He will take the bishop, rook g3, and queen g2 is made. This is what he's playing for. So bishop d5, I think he resigns now. Although queen g check is also winning, like this is also winning, but bishop d5, he just resigns because you lose the rook, and then there's nothing. And Kalki, and Kalki pairing is round 7. And it is Vidit versus Nicholas with the white pieces Vidit. So hopefully he wins that one. And Arjun versus Hans with the white pieces as well. So kal I think dono ke white honge. Hopefully we get 2 wins tomorrow. भाई accuracy देखो यार 92.3 for Vidit. Sorry, Madaminov and 86 for Vidit. This was just not a good game, I think. What is he thinking? I'm not sure. There's no hurry for him, of course. He has 20 minutes. But he should be seeing at least 10 different ways to win already. Like, I'm just giving random checks. Queen d7. Is it winning? It should be winning. 100%. Yep, winning. Queen g8 winning. Bishop d5 winning. Or kya hai? I'm testing something, chat. Just want to test something. Oh, no. Then again, mate. Yeah. So, yeah, I think not infinite ways. Rook g3 aa hai. That's the last trap I think he has. King h2 में क्या हो रहा है? I'm just playing now, chat. I'm just playing now with the position. This is also winning. Okay. Multiple ways. I'm 35 years, 7th rating. What should I play? Play rapid events, man. Play rapid events in Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore. There are, weekend rapid events every couple of weeks in these cities. Go to chess results, filter by your state, and you should find them. By the way, Queen G8 played. Now he has Queen H8 check. He has Bishop D5 still. He has Queen E6 check back. Multiple moves to finish the game. If he takes the bishop, I am gonna tear my clothes literally. I will just really just I will lose my mind if Queen D8 happens. There is no chance. ये क्या भाई मजाक कर रहा था मैं भाई मेरे कैमरा मत लगाओ. Of course he will not do it. Let's go by full screen by full screen. नहीं भाई कपड़े नहीं फट रहे यहाँ पे. King Queen H8 played. Queen H5 check is winning. Then E6 check I think is his plan. Again, Queen D8 check. Rook G3 is winning for Vidit. Of course he will not do it. Yeah, check. E6 check now. Yes, Arjun needs to now literally play like Prague in the second half, like win a bunch of games in a row, and that should help him win the game. And now, chat Bishop F6 आना पड़ेगा because King G8, Queen H8 is mate. So Bishop F6 only move, and then you just pick up a few bishops, then take on G5 with check, and I think Vidit will resign. Okay, I've been saying that for a while though, but he doesn't resign. I think he still is hoping for a trick to work, but now it's getting tougher and tougher. Yeah, I sense maybe now's the time he resigns. No, he doesn't. Okay, I can take here. I think he'll just take with check and no, he takes on G5, okay. But mother, सब कुछ खा गया यार. VD has no pawns. By the way, just look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns for white and 0 for black. I don't even know when I last saw this. Like black has 0 pawns on the board. That is really weird. I've never seen that happen before. भाई क्या ओपी ओपी भाई हार रहा है विदित यार. Isn't it crazy? Like, okay, he's still hoping for bishop f6. He's still hoping for this कि rook g3 में मेट जाएगी. That's his last trap. That's why he's still playing. He's still hoping कि bishop 6 आ जाएगा, no check, and I will take on g3 check. That's what he's hoping for. Of course, white has seen it, yeah. Haki's another check. Now queen f7 check is winning. I think that's when Vidit resigns. आधे घंटे से बोल रहे हो विदित रिजाइन, वो तब भी नहीं कर रहा है यार. वो एक ट्रैप लेके बैठा है. ही स्टिल होपफुल कि एक ट्रैप काम करेगा. And you never know when it works. It works in 1 in 1,000 games, but maybe that game is today. But Madhaminov is not hurrying. Basically, he's remaining very calm, actually. He's not going to mess it up. No black pawns. Exactly. Look at 6 pawns for white, 0 for black. I'm surprised he's still playing, though. Yeah, that's true. Like, really surprised. Vidit OP, Ukesh OP, Prag OP, Arjun OP, Hari OP, Leon OP, Nihal OP, Sahaj OP, Sagava OP, Tikva OP, India OP. Thanks a lot, Ashvi. I think hoping सब लोग ओपी काम करेंगे इस साल, and it will all go well for all of the people on the list and even more people in the chess ecosystem. Vidit bhai resign कर लो hard. यार ये क्या है भाई. Okay, bishop e3 is also possible now. He's again hoping कि भाई कुछ bishop f6 होगा and still Vidit wins. He's constantly set up that trap. That trap still works, by the way. That's why he's playing, yeah. That's the only reason why he's playing. So bishop e3 just kills it, yeah, instantly. Because rook takes e3, you might feel you're winning, but there's queen f6 intermediate move. Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for it. Bishop e3 check on the board. Very smart play. OP बोले तो अरे भाई नहीं यार, I can't do this shit, bhai. Yeah, rook e3 will happen now, and then queen f6 check. And Maybe now with the designs. Why he still plays on. Of course, you can't take the rook chat. Queen g2 is mate. But queen f6 is the winning move. Very simple, actually. Of course, he's not going to blunder it. आराम से extra score sheet ले रहे हैं Madaminov. He's taking his time, of course, enjoying this moment. Takes on f6 with check. And how does Vidit finish off is the question now. Um, I think the simplest is queen h4 check, king g7, queen here, and pick up the rook. And this is where Vidit finally 100% resigns. Now I can be sure. I think after queen h4, king g7, queen g5 is when Vidit resigns. So 63 moves pe he will resign, chat. Finally, I'm pretty sure this time. ठीक है पॉजिटिव ना हो तो एटलीस्ट बोला भाई इसमें क्या पॉजिटिव भाई आई मीन ही white has 6 pawns. I mean इसमें तो I mean this is not what this is just over. I think move number 63 will be the last move, chat. 2 more moves. Yeah, there it is. Queen h4 check. Very simple. King g7 he will play for the last move, and then queen g5 he'll resign, I think. Or he could resign right now as well. Hard game for Vidit, man. Really hard game for Vidit today, I think. This was just clinical by Madamino. एक सांस लेने का मौका नहीं दिया पूरी गेम में, actually. Like, if this was Magnus playing, we would say, wow, Magnus, the GOAT, like crazy game. And now he plays here. So he's like, bhai, ye check nahi dunga. But queen h5 check hai, actually. Yeah, there it is. And if you go here, then this check. If you go here, then this check. So king f6, queen h6, king g7, queen g5, and the rook goes. And that's when Vidit resigns. Next move, this move he'll resign, basically. 63 which like 64 पे resign होगा. Sorry. Not 60, 64 पे actually. 64. There it is, 63 पे हो गया भाई. There it is. He knows it's over. And Vidit Gujarati resigns after, well, which was after a game which was basically just torture, man. Start till finish. Beautiful game by Madaminov. And today, both the Indians lost. Vidit loses and Arjun also loses. So, iske saath hi chat, today's hard day for Indian players comes to an end. It was a very, very hard day, actually. And we're going to be back tomorrow. I think one of the days I'll be there, one of the days Rakib will be there. Hopefully, I'll try to be on both days, but as I mentioned, I have to shoot some video. But regardless, we'll see what happens. But whatever happens, Samay Bhai will be here enjoying these games, the producer that I'm talking about. So we'll see you tomorrow, chat. Hard day for Indian players. Yeah, Vidit is still kind of discussing the game with Madaminov, but he knows he was completely outplayed. Like completely outplayed. And this move, I want to show this before we end the stream, was an absolute beauty. Bishop h6 first. This was not surprising. This is an easy move to spot. But this move was an absolute beauty. A brilliancy with the king, which you rarely ever see. So chat, this was the end of day number 6 at Uzbekistan Chess. 3 more days to go. We have Vokhidov as the leader, combined with now, I think, Madaminov, who also goes to 4 points, Nodirbek on 3.5, Arjun on 3, and Vidit at the bottom of the table with 1.5 points. So hopefully, Arjun and Vidit take some inspiration from Prague at Norway, winning the last few games and give us something to smile for. We'll see you tomorrow, chat. Take care and good night.